"Release me!" The youth cried out loudly, and his face was full of anger. His cultivation was so powerful, and he rarely met worthy opponents. Together with the fact that his background was so great, when was the last time he even suffered like this? Sure Hao carried him with a cold smile on his face. If this fellow really was his distant relative, then he had to give him a really good disciplining, especially since he didn't even know for sure if this was true yet. Pop, pop. These were clear slaps to the face. More than 10 slaps rang out in succession. The youth's mouth and nose were dripping with blood, and his mouthful of teeth all flew out. His face swelled to a ridiculous level. Many people were dumbfounded. No wonder the crow on his shoulder liked to strike the mouth. These two were birds of a feather. Meanwhile, the people of the mysterious region were even more horrified. If he didn't know about the youth's background, then that was that, but who dared to provoke him once they did know? The reputation of the Immortal Mountain intimidated every region. "Stay your hand!" The youths that were pushed back earlier shouted and rushed up together. Sure Hao raised his head, and ice-cold pupils could be seen. An invisible domain appeared. These individuals were all trapped and suspended in midair. They couldn't move at all. He then released a breath. Strong winds surged, and these people felt as if a tremendous weight struck against their bodies. The sound of bones breaking immediately sounded. Everyone became petrified. How ferocious was this person? He didn't move his body, and just a wave of his energy was enough to trap these individuals. A breath of air from him broke their bones. Not even Lady Xianxia's cousin acted in such a terrifying manner when he first came, right? Everyone looked at Sure Hao like they were seeing a ghost. With a hong sound, the space began to tremble. Sure Hao collected his aura. These people recovered their freedom and fell onto the floor. They all cried out loudly in pain. Their entire bodies were in sharp pain, and they didn't know just how many bones were broken. They were all terrified. Just how high was this young expert's cultivation? "Release me!" The face of the youth in Sure Hao's arms paled. He knew that he had stumbled upon trouble this time. A cultivator with this kind of cultivation definitely did not have a weak backing. Pa Sure Hao gave him another big slap, drawing forth a string of blood. He stared at him and said, "You don't listen to teachings or follow good examples. You've lost face even for your parents." Everyone became stupefied. No matter how they looked at it, this was like a senior disciplining a descendant. It was too domineering. Was he truly not scared of the Immortal Mountain at all? The youth was resentful, and his face was full of anger and humiliation. He lost so much face in front of one of the mysterious region's 10 beauties, making him really want to find a hole to hide himself in. The vicious light in his eyes went out. He truly hated Sure Hao deeply. "You dare to harbor resentment?" Sure Hao gave his mouth another beating, almost sending his lower jaw flying. He then swung his arm and threw him outside of the palace. His body tumbled down the jade stairs. "You still aren't making yourself scarce?" The big red bird shouted. He returned that youth's words back at them. These people supported their injured bodies and hurriedly scurried off without daring to say another word. This time was truly too humiliating. They didn't even dare say a single word. The luxurious palace was extremely quiet, and no one spoke for a long time. Who was this lord? He was more overbearing than the descendants of the Immortal Mountain. They now understood why that crow on his shoulder dared to act so viciously. With a master like that, it naturally wouldn't hold back. Lady Xianxia's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Sure Hao. It was as if this was the first time she had truly seen him. She revealed an interested expression and said, "Brother, you've provoked a great disaster. I advise you to quickly leave. Otherwise, those from the Immortal Mountain will definitely make things difficult for you." Even with her extraordinary status, she still didn't dare to deal with that youth like that. He truly did slap his face after saying he would, as if he was beating a dog. This was just too domineering. Lady Xianxia loathed that youth. If not for her fear towards the Immortal Mountain, she would have gotten rid of him a long time ago. Seeing him get beaten up so badly today actually made her feel quite good. "Leave? That's not our style." The big red bird raised its head and said, Hao seemed extremely calm without saying anything. He truly did not fear much. He had already learned about the current situation from the past few days. With the great disaster coming, the supreme experts had all sealed up their mountains. Right now, there weren't many experts in sight, since all of them were trying to avoid the impending crisis. Soon after, a few people got up and left. The Black Cloud race in particular had cold glares in their eyes. They swept their eyes over Hao before leaving. "If you stare at this grandpa again, I'll beat you guys to death," the big red bird threatened. "Martial brother, who exactly are you?" The feather race youth with the emperor blood spoke. He should have been the strongest individual in this palace. A halo floated above his head, giving him an extremely heroic appearance. He wanted to exchange some pointers with Hao. "You aren't enough to be my opponent," Hao calmly said. Everyone was startled. Emperor blood from the feather race was too rare, and once they grew up, they would definitely be extremely powerful experts. However, this youth actually replied in such a calm manner. He didn't seem to give this any attention, causing everyone to be astonished. "All of you can call me Bird Grandpa," said the big red bird. This made the creatures from outside this region speechless. This bastard was too unbridled. He truly dared to call himself a grandpa. Could it be that he truly had ties to that bird grandpa from the Void God realm? The feather race youth with the emperor blood sank into a state of silence. However, he still walked forward to compare with Hao. "Then I ask for a bit of guidance." Hao did not stand up and only released a wave of violent energy. It all happened in a split second. Everyone felt a wave of chilliness, as if they were standing within a sea of corpses and blood. What kind of youth was this? He actually possessed this kind of killing intent. The feather race youth with the emperor blood sighed and said, "I am indeed not your opponent right now. I will take my leave." He turned around and left. Everyone was frightened. Even the feather race youth with emperor blood backed off. Could it be that this youth was comparable to the little stone? A frantic roar sounded. Black smoke flew into the heavens, engulfing the heavenly palace as if it was a wave of monstrous energy. The entire restaurant began to tremble. A long roar sounded, and a frantic gale was raised. The black cloud condensed, forming a youth. He descended outside the palace and then walked inside with large steps. His fighting aura surged. Black Cloud Race's expert. Everyone knew that he must have came here after receiving a report. "You were the one that injured my clansman just now?" When the youth saw how young Hao was, his eyes revealed a blazing radiance. Killing intent seethed from his body. Hao did not have any good impressions of this race. They were trying to find clues about him through Hualinger to interrogate him. They truly viewed themselves too highly. "You're wrong. It's this grandpa that taught them a lesson." The big red bird spoke. The youth immediately became surrounded in black smoke, as if it reflected his mood. He erupted with killing intent, and black symbols diffused everywhere. He was like a supreme demonic god, making the entire palace hall tremble. One of the Black Cloud Race's geniuses. Everyone immediately understood that this was definitely one of the rising geniuses of the Black Cloud Race. The big red bird trembled inwardly. This youth was extremely powerful, and right now it definitely wasn't his opponent. Those fluctuations made its heart beat frantically. It would be hard for it to defend against this attack. Hao stood up and looked at the lump of black smoke. "You dare to make a move against me? By humiliating my clansmen, you will naturally receive punishment. It doesn't matter who you are." The Black Cloud Race's genius coldly laughed as he spoke. As he spoke, black symbols interweaved, forming streaks of electricity as it surrounded Hao. In just a split second, the palace with a great formation carved on it shattered. The fluctuations of this energy were too powerful, making the entire palace hall shake. So powerful! The geniuses of the Black Cloud Race are astonishing after all. The creatures here all sighed with admiration. They were worthy of being heroes of their clan and could look down on everyone else. They were definitely well-known figures in their generation. Hao released a cold snort. His aura suddenly erupted, as if he was a dragon waking up from a deep slumber. He shot out a look of disdain. The energy that was released left everyone incomparably terrified. There wasn't a single person that wasn't in fear. How could this individual not be known? He was definitely a supreme youth that could match the two stone brothers. Lady Xianxia's intelligent eyes flickered with multicolored light as she stared at Xiaohao's back. Xiaohao walked forward. He was like a divine king. The entire palace was locked down, neutralizing the danger that threatened its destruction. He looked down at the unique youth in front of him. When his first step descended, the other party already couldn't help but retreat. At the same time, the black mist dissipated. The black cloud race's genius couldn't help but shudder. The blood in his body was surging chaotically and his flesh was in great pain. It was as if he was going to split apart from the pressure. When Xiaohao's second step descended, blood flowed out from the mouth of the expert from the black cloud race. He staggered backwards. His unsurpassed aura from before was about to be crushed. When Xiaohao took his third step, he couldn't stop himself from coughing out a large mouthful of blood. His body immediately flew out of the palace. He suffered a severe blow from this attack. Everyone was horrified. What kind of power was this? The rising genius of the black cloud race couldn't even stop 3 of his steps. His superior aura was crushed just like that, and his body was blown backwards with blood spat out. It was just too horrifying. Xiaohao continued to take steps forward. However, he collected his aura and left the magnificent palace just like that. He did not pay the other people here any attention. He's so young, yet he possesses such an unrivaled might. Apart from the two stones, the wasteland region actually has such a dazzling hero. He is comparable to the little stone. The creatures from outside this region all sighed. They felt that the youth was extremely dazzling and almost invincible. Everyone woke up, and they suddenly raised their heads. Could he be the little stone? When this sentence was spoken, everyone became shocked. They all rushed towards the palace gate, but that youth had already disappeared. Lady Xianxia spoke in a soft voice. That person definitely won't find an opponent in his generation. His eyes are already set on the older generation. Everyone was deeply moved. No one in his generation could keep him in check. That was most likely the smaller stone making an appearance. This uncertain news began to travel outwards, immediately creating an uproar in the surroundings. However, they didn't receive any confirming news in the end, leaving many people unsatisfied. Several days later, the Fire Nation princess came out from her seclusion. She invited the various races from outside this region to the imperial courtyard. There were too many people knocking on her door normally, pestering her beyond endurance. She prepared to end it once and for all. Did that fellow really make an appearance? Hualinger said to herself. She had also heard the small news, and that was one of the reasons why she held this gathering. The imperial family courtyard occupied a large amount of space. There was a small bridge, flowing water, palace balconies, and everything that should be here. The scenery was extremely elegant. So many people came? Hualinger frowned. It was supposed to be a small gathering at first, but she never expected all of the experts from outside this region to come. The people from the Immortal Mountain have come. This is an immortal inheritance that cannot be provoked. Someone said softly while looking forward. There were 2 middle-aged males that brought a few youngsters over. Is that Fairy Yuchan? Western Paradise Sect and Sky Severing Sect sent people as well. What is going on? Why are so many important figures from these great sects here? Everyone became shocked. Did you guys not hear? After a year and a half, the little stone might have appeared again. Someone said in a low voice. The little stone from the battle between the two stone brothers was coming? This information immediately stirred up a huge commotion. Many suddenly understood why these heroes from outside the region came. Everyone had a feeling that there might be great waters brewing. Once the little stone emerged, who could contend against him? This was the most discussed topic for more than a year. If he emerged, the Fire Nation capital would definitely erupt into disorder. Fire orchid trees were always full of scarlet radiance. Regardless of whether it was its branches or its leaves, They were all red like flames and gushing with scarlet multicolored radiance. They were also releasing a type of fragrance. These types of trees lined the roads outside the courtyard. After all, the Fire Nation represented fire, so this kind of fiery red tree was extremely popular in the capital. How followed the ancient limestone road to the spacious manor. There were many people from all different races. Many creatures had very strange shapes, but not many people dared to mention it. The great bronze gates carried signs of the passage of time. Even though there were soldiers standing guard, they didn't stop anyone from entering because this gate was also a formation. Those that could walk through it could enter the courtyard. Woo, this is pretty special. This is a small delivery formation that was used in the ancient era for filtering out the elites within a sect. Only after cultivators reached a certain realm would they be able to pass through and be selected. Those that were able to come were all unordinary, especially the powerful races from outside this region. Arrogance was visible within their eyes, and they didn't pay this kind of formation much attention. Most of the people had already entered. There were still a few that were stopped outside the formation and were unable to enter. When Xianxia stepped onto the formation, a hexagram flickered with radiance. Hazy mist swirled about, and he was sent inside. Soon after, he entered a courtyard. Fragrance wafted through the air. There were all types of spiritual medicines, and everything that should be here was here. The courtyard was full of vitality. Those that entered would often feel as if they entered an ancient medicinal garden. Xianxia was astonished. There were a few bizarre plants and also many well-aged spiritual medicines. They all wafted with medicinal fragrance. The courtyard had been packed with people for a while already. They were all walking inside in groups, discussing among themselves. Gathering in this type of place would naturally allow them to get to know many cultivators. They could expand their network, exchange precious objects, as well as other things. Coming here was an extremely good choice. Of course, there would be no lack of disputes in a place like this. When cultivators gathered, a single word that irritated another party would create conflict, resulting in a battle of weapons and precious techniques. That short-haired male is so powerful. He is definitely a great figure from the Western paradise. So strong. That is a white jade dragon elephant. Yet it was subdued and brought in. The people here discussed while looking at an ordinary male that seemed roughly 14 years old. He had short hair that wasn't longer than an inch in length. When he entered, his palm lit up. The light submerged a snow-white dragon elephant that was releasing a powerful aura. Everyone knew that white jade dragon elephants were the Western Paradise's sect holy guardian beasts. They were rarely seen anywhere. This one was definitely a descendant of an ancient deity. Yet right now, it had become someone's mount. Xianxia nodded his head inwardly. This fellow's strength was unordinary, and his status within Western Paradise was likely not normal. He actually wanted to find someone to discuss a few things with that sect. He wanted to know why they were roaming about like a group of bandits and slaughtering the creatures around Stone Country's western border. Even if they were searching for the supreme divine treasury, they still shouldn't be acting like such. They've killed too many innocent people over many bloody instances. Xianxia had wiped out a few of these roving groups before. Ao? An overcast roar sounded. An entirely white tiger walked over from the formation. It seemed rather extraordinary and not young in age. Everyone knew that it wasn't willing to be just anyone's mount. This was an extremely powerful race, a cultivator possessing the white tiger's bloodline. If this creature's blood became pure, then they would definitely be extremely powerful. No one would be willing to provoke such a creature. Fire Nation owes my clan an explanation. My clan's geniuses entered your ancestral ground, yet they were killed without any news in return. This is intolerable. Xianxia followed the cobblestone alley through the gardens. After entering an even larger courtyard, he heard these accusatory words. Many people gazed in that direction. This was a scarlet-haired male with fiery light around his entire body. The most unique trait was that he did not have a pair of legs, and instead, his lower body was that of a snake's. It was scarlet and several zhang in length. Xianxia could tell with a glance that this was the flame python race from the flood region. He had once killed a young pure-blooded flame python in the Fire Nation's ancestral ground and even ate a part of it himself. The remainder was brought back and eaten by Stone Village. Before entering the ancestral grounds, we have already stated that it was extremely dangerous and there was a chance of dying within. This was something that all of you agreed to. A Fire Nation elder spoke. They shouldn't have entered the ancestral grounds if they didn't have the ability. Don't randomly place blame after dying inside. It's truly lacking in class. Someone spoke from a hidden area and threw the blame right back. Hang! The flame python race middle-aged man coldly snorted. His head of scarlet hair danced about like snakes as he scanned the crowd. He wanted to find the one that provoked him. What is that smell? It's so fragrant. Suddenly, someone cried out in shock. There were quite a few ancient trees, a few spiritual medicines, and there was naturally medicinal grass as well. However, once this fragrance pervaded the air, all of the other fragrances seemed insignificant. A stalk of stargrass. It actually grew 6 leaves. Its medicinal fragrance is truly strong. Finally, everyone noticed that there was a stalk of grass at the corner of the courtyard. It released precious light and seemed quite extraordinary. This was where the fragrance originated from. This created a huge commotion because 4-leafed stargrass was already considered spiritual medicine. Under normal circumstances, it would be hard to grow even one more leaf. This stalk of grass was quite old. A haze floated about the 6 leaves that were filled with stellar patterns. It was as if the galaxy was swirling about their surfaces, giving them a mystical and unique beauty. Hold on, it has already grown the 7th leaf. However, it is only a bud. There was someone who was able to see this astonishing detail and couldn't help but cry out. Everyone focused their attention on the medicinal plant and couldn't help but cry out in shock. Sure enough, the fragrance was released precisely by that small bud as it spat out auspicious energy. It was currently growing, and that was why this kind of medicinal fragrance was being released. Rumor has it that an 8-leaf stargrass is a divine medicine. Fire Nation is quite formidable. There is actually a 7-leaf stargrass in this courtyard. Forget about those from the wasteland region. Even the experts from outside this region were sighing with admiration. Truly respectable. However, I heard that there truly was a stalk of 8-leaf stargrass inside the Northern Sea's Kuan Pung nest. Of course, the 8th leaf at that time had just begun to bud, but it could already be considered a near-divine medicine. When the Northern Sea was brought up, there were immediately people who thought of sure how. They said in a soft voice, many people believe that the little stone might have grasped the true Kuan Pung precious technique. It's not certain whether this is true or false. When this topic was raised, an uproar immediately broke out here, for everyone knew that Sure How had visited the Kuan Pung nest in the past. It was entirely possible that he obtained shocking benefits from that place. A year and a half has passed since the Battle of the Two Stones. I wonder how that youngster is right now. He has never appeared since then. Could it really be like how the outside world predicted? The bigger stone fell, and the smaller stone was crippled. Wasn't there a youth that actually forced back the Emperor Bloodfeather race youth? It was even easier for him to sweep through the Flaming Bull race and Black Cloud race's geniuses. Even a big figure from the Immortal Mountain had his mouth beaten. It might be the small stone's reemergence. When these words were spoken, there was immediately a cold snort that sounded from not far away. The people from the Immortal Mountain had arrived. Among them, there was a middle-aged man whose gaze was especially cold. He swept his eyes over the numerous cultivators as if he was searching for something. Not just anyone can step on the sanctity of the Immortal Mountain. Not even during the ancient era when saints struggled for power. The middle-aged man spoke coldly. The surrounding area immediately became quiet. No one dared to talk about their descendant getting his mouth beaten in secret any longer in fear of inviting trouble. They knew that the events from a few days ago were definitely not going to be settled peacefully. If that youth didn't appear, then that was that. Otherwise, the people from the Immortal Mountain would definitely take action and suppress him. Sure How entered another courtyard since this place was rather big. The gardens occupied a large amount of space with pavilions everywhere. Most of the cultivators were split up into different regions. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp, so he naturally heard what the middle-aged male from the Immortal Mountain said. The corner of his lips slightly moved, however. He didn't pay it any attention. As long as they didn't come knocking on his door, he wouldn't bother paying them any attention. As for the big red bird, he brought it in after tossing it into his sleeves. He didn't want to be surrounded by people as soon as he entered. This grandpa is being suffocated to death. The fellow was extremely resentful and made its way out from the sleeve. A streak of fiery light was released following its noise and diffused everywhere. Be careful. Don't let others notice you. Sure Hao warned repeatedly. Isn't that heavenly divine mountain's Xianxia? Someone said in amazement. Xianxia liked to wear purple-colored clothes. She was quick-witted and pretty. She carried the title of goddess in the archaic divine mountains. Many creatures had asked for her hand in marriage, since she was extremely popular. More and more people appeared in this courtyard. Not only were there pure-blooded creatures from the wasteland region's archaic divine mountains, there were also experts from all different races outside this region. There weren't only youths here, since there were quite a few cultivators whose ages weren't young. Heavens! A golden lion actually came. Do you guys see this? It has 9 heads. That's a 9-headed lion with a pure bloodline. A few people cried out in astonishment. Even the experts from outside this region were surprised. Everyone knew about the legend of the 9-headed golden lion's bloodline. They were too powerful during the ancient era, and their ancestors had eaten archaic divine kings in the past. In addition, they were one of the cultivation world's 10 great mounts. Even deities would become tempted if they saw them and would want to make them their own. During the ancient era, the pure-blooded 9-headed lion was just too powerful. There were a few divine creatures that wanted to subdue it, but they were all killed instead and devoured as food. If there was a list of races that almost everyone had heard of before, then the 9-headed lion race would definitely be ranked in the front. Their name truly rang loud. This was a young 9-headed lion. The golden fur that covered its entire body was like silk, and it flickered with divine multicolored light. It was majestic and heroic as it walked over. A terrifying aura was being released from its body. Formidable. Pure-blooded 9-headed lions have practically disappeared from this world. This divine lion is walking on the path of pure blood evolution and is about to succeed. Extremely powerful, someone exclaimed in praise. Not bad. This is a golden bloodline that can continuously evolve. It will be able to bring out its race's shocking divine might soon. Even the creatures from outside this region gasped. Once this lion successfully evolved, it would definitely exceed many of the pure-blooded creatures present here. Your Highness and I have met before. The 9-headed lion's entire body was golden. After arriving in front of the Fire Nation princess, it gave its greetings. Huolinger smiled and replied, "It has been a while since the 100 Shattering Mountains. I never expected you to become so powerful. You are about to evolve into a pure-blooded divine lion. I was able to luckily obtain a few opportunities that made this path a lot easier." The 9-headed lion laughed and said. Everyone was surprised. They were clearly former acquaintances. The 9-headed lion is quite strong. It looks like it is cast from gold. Once its transformation is complete, its lineage will become noble to the extreme. If we can subdue it now, it will be truly great in the future. A few experts spoke under their breath. Many people trembled inwardly. If it turned into a pure-blooded golden lion, then that meant that once it matured, even deities would want to subdue it, for it was one of the most powerful mounts in this world. Woo! I've heard that this 9-headed lion has become sworn brothers with the little stone. I wonder if that is true? If that is so, then it can't be that hard to subdue him and make him my mount. There were people who laughed coldly and spoke these words, leaving everyone shocked. It was clear that they didn't only want this golden lion to become their mount. They also wanted to humiliate the little stone. By making his sworn brother his mount, what kind of face would he have left? When the lion heard this, its entire body erupted with golden light. The other party was too overbearing. They actually dared to voice their intent of making it their mount in front of everyone. This was the same as establishing a great hatred. Everyone turned around to see who was the one that dared to act so overbearing. To take action during this gathering, were they trying to spark a great confrontation? Black mist filled the air. There were a few youngsters there, and they all wore black iron armor. Their bodies flickered with dark light, and the auras they were emitting were extremely powerful. A few people immediately recognized them. These were the Black Feather race cultivators from the Flood region, young geniuses that rose to power in recent years. Several days ago, it was this group of experts he cleaned up in the suspended palace. They were here to get revenge. They believed that the one who beat them up was the little stone. If they were to try and make the nine-headed lion their mount, this would be a complete humiliation to Sure How, who was its sworn brother. Who do you think you all are? After the passage of several years, the nine-headed lion already reached an extremely powerful stage. Golden light covered its imposing body as it glared at those individuals. Black clouds began to roil behind those geniuses. Two middle-aged men emerged and slowly revealed their humanoid forms. They looked coldly at the nine-headed lion. Everyone became shocked. The Black Cloud race weren't pushovers. They were a powerful race that was well known within the Flood region. Even though they were now in the Wasteland region, their domineering way of doing things didn't diminish in the slightest. Even though you are quite powerful, in the end, you are still fated to be a mount. One of the youngsters from the Black Cloud race coldly spoke. There was no respect from him in the slightest, and it seemed like they wouldn't hesitate to take action even in this type of gathering. The main thing was that they were humiliated too much a few days ago. What happened then had long spread to the ears of others. They were first humiliated by a bird, and then they were sent flying after 3 steps by the youth. Now that their experts came, they had to act aggressively and regain some face back. Come over if you want to die. The Golden Lion's voice was extremely domineering. After the passage of so many years, it had long matured and lost the tenderness of its past. It had become a successor of its race. With a whoo sound, great winds stirred about, causing sand to fly everywhere. This place immediately became darker. Demonic clouds surged and black smoke rose. This place was quickly submerged. The expert from the Black Cloud race quickly took action and pounced forward. Black clouds surged and symbols filled this place. Sometimes it would be in humanoid form and sometimes it would turn into mysterious symbols. Hong! Dark light scattered outwards and flew towards the nine-headed lion. A wave of oppressive pressure was released, as if an enormous star was smashing downwards. The nine-headed lion did not move from his original location. The head in the middle released a roar, immediately making it feel as if the world was being torn apart. Ghosts wept and deities howled as boundless waves of golden energy were released. Many people cried out and covered their ears. This was a lion roar divine ability, not just in name but also in reality. If it was evolved to its limit, a single roar would tear apart the heavens and cause the great earth to sink in. It was simply incomparable. When used to deal with enemies, it would directly cause them to explode. Right now, golden radiance was seeping out from its body in waves. A great rumbling rang through the air and into the heavens. The terrifying attack swept through the dark clouds. Everyone became dumbstruck. This nine-headed lion was too formidable. Just a single attack was enough to scatter the dark light and even cause the heavens to tremble. What kind of might was this? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was likely that Sure How was the only one that faced this attack previously in this place. In the 100-shattering mountain range, in order to subdue the Golden Lion, he exhausted many of his methods and fought for a long time. After the passage of several years, this attack had long changed to something almost completely different, and who knew how many times more powerful it became. The black mist dispersed. A youngster descended from midair with blood flowing from all 7 apertures. His face was pale, and the clothes on his body were in tatters. The surface of his body was covered in wounds. He almost exploded on the spot. He suffered severe injuries and almost lost all fighting capabilities. So powerful, truly too formidable, worthy of being known as a race that could devour deities. Is this Golden Lion going to defy the heavens? The strength of this race is truly astonishing. No wonder there is the legend of its ancestor devouring archaic divine kings before. Its might is truly boundless. Everyone sighed in admiration. This lion was truly strong. The faces of those from the Black Cloud race fell. They truly humiliated themselves. Originally, they wanted to vent their resentment, yet in the end, one of their cultivators almost died as soon as they traded blows. Dark clouds surged, and a youth walked out. Purple radiance could be seen within his eyes, and the armor around his body emitted a beautiful light. Every step he took in the courtyard seemed to make it tremble. This is the Black Cloud race's most powerful talent. He's actually going to make his move as well. Everyone could tell that this individual was definitely powerful and had the strength to contend against anyone in his generation. Many of the experts here immediately became ashamed of being inferior. He walked out one step after the other, and his aura continuously became stronger. He was like a black demonic mountain, and eventually, it seemed like the entire world was resonating in response to his movements. Suddenly, a strange strand of energy rippled over, completely scattering this imposing aura. An old servant in gray clothes walked over from Hualinger's side. His appearance made him appear rather old, but when his foot descended, everything here became calm. Fire Nation, princess, what are you trying to pull off here? The Black Feather Race one's genius asked coldly. He naturally knew that the old servant took action under Hualinger's orders. This is a social gathering, not some martial assembly, Hualinger calmly said. Even if it is a social gathering, there is no law prohibiting us from fighting. As cultivators, we have always behaved directly. A single wrong word could lead to a life and death battle. The Black Cloud Race youth spoke. Princess, allow him to continue. I do not mind killing a few more people like these, said the nine-headed lion. Even its pupils were golden. Its words were calm, but it was still incomparably imposing. Hualinger hesitated for a bit before nodding. Fine. Since this is the case, you all can fight in the arena. There were many ancient medicines and even treasures like the stalk of 7-leaf stargrass within these palace gardens. So they naturally couldn't be damaged and shouldn't be used as a battlefield. Rise! Right at that moment, an elder shouted within the manor. A great formation was raised, and then an enormous stage rose to the sky and suspended itself high in the sky. Everyone was shocked. There was actually a battlefield that could suspend itself in midair. They were worthy of being a country's imperial family, actually possessing this kind of outstanding battlefield. With a schwa sound, the golden lion turned into a golden streak of light and shot upwards. It stood on top of the stage. Smoke surged. The Black Cloud Race's youth also turned into a dark streak of light and rushed up. Are you really the smaller stone's sworn brother? If I make you my mount, I wonder how he would feel. The nine-headed lion became extremely cold. It didn't erupt in rage, and instead appeared to be extremely dignified. Even scum like you think you can make sure how your enemy? You? The expression of the Black Cloud Race expert became even more downcast. I am sure how's sworn brother. Even though I consider myself far inferior, but I am still enough to deal with you bunch. If you don't think so, then you can come and see for yourself. The golden lion spoke coldly. When everyone heard this, they were all moved inwardly. They could all see how powerful this golden lion was, yet it still praised sure how like so while looking down at the Black Cloud Race's experts. Right? Even random creatures like these dare to show themselves. You all truly don't know your limits. Right at this moment, another creature spoke up. When all the experts turned around, they only saw a little bird fluttering its wings over. Its entire body was pitch black. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like a crow. It acted arrogantly and swept a look of contempt over the cultivators of the Black Cloud Race. It's that bird again, someone cried out in a rather strange fashion. Several days ago, it was precisely this bird that gave the Flaming Bull Race and Black Cloud Race experts a beating. It slapped their mouths again and again in a ferocious manner. When the golden lion heard this, it nodded in its direction. It naturally recognized this sharp-mouthed crow. It was precisely that extremely shameless big red bird from the 100 Shattering Mountains. Hualinger revealed a happy expression. Now that she saw the big red bird, she naturally knew that sure how came. He should be inside this manor. Damn bird! I'm going to kill you. A vicious bull that released scarlet fiery light shook the skies with its roar. Everyone became incomparably bewildered. Could it really be a bird raised by the little stone? Everyone looked around everywhere for that youth, but they didn't see him at all. You think this grandpa is scared of you? Later, when that lion has had its fill, I'll fight you. The big red bird spoke pompously. I'll kill you right now. The fiery red vicious bull stood on top of a precious artifact. Its entire body was swirling with fiery light as he rushed into the sky to fight the big red bird. You dare to act so rudely to this grandpa? I'll cut you up and eat you completely later. The big red bird shouted viciously. When everyone heard this, they all became stunned. Could it be that the little stone came? This bird's tone of speaking, as well as saying that it's going to completely eat the other party, was definitely similar. At this moment, a great battle had already broken out on the stage. The nine-headed lion was fighting decisively against the number one genius within the Black Cloud race. It was extremely intense, and the energy from the fight surged endlessly and shook the heavens. Everyone became astonished. Even the great races from outside this region trembled inwardly. These two were definitely extraordinary geniuses. This kind of confrontation was rarely seen within this generation of creatures. They were evenly matched. The two sides quickly exchanged over 100 moves. Golden light submerged heaven and earth, and dark clouds surrounded the heavens. The battle was especially intense. With a hong sound, the Black Cloud race expert's entire body disappeared and turned into dark clouds. Then, lighting interweaved, and a terrifying aura diffused. It was like a tribulation cloud. Everyone trembled inwardly as they thought of a legend. That race was extremely mysterious, as it could produce a heavenly tribulation. After forming a tribulation cloud, it could strike down its enemies as if the heavens themselves took action. This was also the basis of their ancestors' confidence when they attacked the Western Paradise sect's precious temple countless years ago. Unfortunately, they ended up provoking its old sect master in the end. The tribulation cloud rumbled. It looked like a black sea, and enormous streaks of electricity were running through it. Thunder rolled and electric radiance filled the skies. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone became dumbfounded. This number one genius's reputation was well-deserved after all. With this kind of technique, how many people could stand against him? This heavenly tribulation was not something that ordinary people could stand against. The golden lion was fearless as it stood on top of the arena. Its 9 heads simultaneously shone. It opened its enormous mouths, and at the same time it roared. Every single head spat out a symbol. The 9 golden symbols imprinted themselves into midair. They shone brilliantly and released a wave of energy that was powerful to the extreme. It was as if 9 deities were descending into this world. Kill! Following the 9-headed lion's cold shout, the 9 symbols linked together and turned into a golden ring of light. It rushed into the tribulation cloud and collapsed everything. The thunderous sounds vanished, and the electricity was neutralized. The 9 symbols flickered and turned into an immortal killing formation. They rang out sonorously to suppress everything. The Black Cloud race genius original body was revealed, and there were several bloody holes that went all the way through his body. His body then exploded, dying just like that in midair. The golden lion coldly said, "Even trash like you want to summon my sworn brother and find trouble for him. You really don't know how high the heavens are or how deep the earth is. Far too inferior." Everyone became stupefied. It was rumored that the golden lion had once served as Shurhao's mount, bringing him everywhere within the 100 shattering mountains to kill everything. However, right now, it killed the genius of a powerful race all by itself. "Ayo, this grandpa is going to fight you to the death." Right at that moment, the sound of that crow rang out. The voice sounded completely irritated. During these past years, the golden lion received great opportunities that allowed it to transform so greatly and become so outstanding. As for the big red bird, even though it also improved greatly, it couldn't compare to its current opponent and almost suffered greatly. It was never of the good sort. When it waved its wings again, blazing dark light erupted. A streak of heavenly sword radiance chopped the fiery red vicious bull at the waist. With a pu sound, blood blossomed into the air. The two halves of the vicious bull's corpse fell down. What happened? Many people were astonished. To fight against this grandpa, you are still too lacking, the big red bird shouted. However, inwardly, it had a guilty conscience and sneakily put away a pitch-black broken sword. This was the divine object that Ghost Grandpa from the Heaven-Mending sect gave Sure How. After entering this place, it got it from Sure How for self-protection. The battlefield was completely silent, and everyone present was trembling inwardly. You have to understand that Sure How did not show himself at all. Yet the nine-headed lion that he had rode on before and the bird he raised had swept through everyone in his place, leaving everyone shocked. Just how powerful was he himself? A demonic bird and a vicious beast could already intimidate everyone. The little stone didn't appear, and his birds and beasts displayed their might, leaving everyone with great restraining fear. Good. The one that injured my Immortal Mountain's descendant was that little stone? No matter what kind of family is behind him, they will all be punished severely. A middle-aged individual from the Immortal Mountain with a chilly gaze appeared. Even though his aura was being restrained, he was still as terrifying as an ancient desolate beast. There were finally people from the Immortal Mountain who made an appearance. Everyone trembled inwardly from the horrifying pressure that was being exerted. The cultivators from this place were just too terrifying. Everyone knew that though their numbers weren't many, they didn't cross over regions, and were more like a hidden family clan situated within their own corner. They were still powerful enough to contend against powers like the Heaven-Mending sect and Western sect. Their existence intimidated every region, and they could look down on the rest of the world. We've already known for a while that their descendant was humiliated. They would never take that lying down, so right now, they are trying to stir up trouble. Light sparkled within a cultivator's eyes. Immortal Mountain is a supreme inheritance. Their name has existed seemingly forever. There were many ancient experts that were practically immortal, living until present day, placing them above all of the great sects. At this moment, not to mention the Fire Nation's people, even the experts from outside this region were starting to feel nervous. There would definitely not be a good result for the target of this ancient power. This sect was normally quiet and kept a low profile, but as soon as they developed conflict with another person, they would definitely deal with it in a severe manner. They would sweep through their enemies and not leave behind any traces for future trouble. The little stone is indeed extraordinary and can look down on everyone in his generation. But now that he provoked the Immortal Mountain, his future path has simply been cut short. An older generation cultivator softly sighed. By now, who didn't know who Sure How was? Who hadn't heard about him? If he was allowed to grow up, he would become a true supreme being without any rivals above the heavens or below the earth. Yet now, he provoked the Immortal Mountain that normally wouldn't meddle in mortal affairs but were fiercely protective of their people. His situation was bleak. This heaven-warping genius might end up dying prematurely. The Immortal Mountain was extremely mysterious, and there were immortal deities that lived in seclusion inside. If they truly decided to direct their power at someone, then even the archaic divine mountains would be flattened. Everyone discussed quietly. They didn't want to talk too loud in fear of upsetting the people from the Immortal Mountain. It was clear that the middle-aged individuals that appeared were extremely powerful. Moreover, even if the cultivation levels of those from the Immortal Mountain weren't too high, no one dared to publicly provoke them, for their backgrounds were just too terrifying. Since you two have some kind of relation to him, why don't you come over as well? The middle-aged individual looked at the big red bird and the nine-headed lion. What kind of stupid place did you come from? Who even are you? You guys are acting like the second grandson of the King of Heaven. Do you think you can do whatever you want? This grandpa isn't scared of you. The big red bird's mouth was extremely sharp. It had never really suffered too greatly, and right now he was even feeling quite good about itself too. Everyone became petrified. This crow truly did have a unique personality. It was just as rude even in front of the Immortal Mountain and wasn't scared at all. This was truly impressive in itself. Did you not hear the words I just said? The middle-aged individual's tone of speaking was extremely cold. His voice was not loud, but it possessed an imposing type of might. The nine-headed lion's golden body towered where it stood. Its power radiated through a calm exterior, carrying an aura of extraordinary might. This was the embodiment of the energy obtained from its revived bloodline. It did not reply, but its golden pupils erupted with radiance. They were a powerful race since the ancient times and had their own type of dignity. They had even eaten divine kings in the past. Old thing, have you eaten too much or something? Don't try to put up this kind of bluff in front of this grandpa. I'm not scared of you, the big red bird challenged. Show. When the middle-aged individual raised his hand, a streak of silver-symboled light flew out. It produced a thunderous sound as it streaked across the air. Large amounts of symbols followed it, creating a huge amount of pressure. Everyone was amazed. Just a casual attack was so strong already. This middle-aged individual was extremely formidable. King level, someone said quietly. Supreme-level figures went into isolation and sealed themselves within their mountains to survive the impending disaster. So noble kings became the most powerful existences. They could move unhindered within the wasteland region. For the Immortal Mountain's middle-aged individual to possess this kind of technique made everyone become serious. Normally speaking, a younger generation shouldn't bring out a figure at this level. Even if it was outside of this region, figures like these would have great identities. For supreme experts were typically always cultivating and wouldn't meddle in mortal affairs. Goo! The big red bird was truly like a crow. It shouted loudly and flapped its wings. Its face had a somewhat unpleasant expression. It didn't dare to fight against a figure of this level, for it would undoubtedly die. Lion King. Your turn. It hid behind the nine-headed lion's back. The scuttling silver-symboled light flew over and struck the nine-headed lion on the stage. It wanted to seal both the lion and the big red bird together. Ow! The lion's roar was thunderous. Golden waves surged into the skies. The nine heads spat out 9 golden symbols that condensed to form a killing formation. Clanging sounds continuously sounded as they tried to block that silver streak. With a hong sound, the 9 golden symbols collided with the silver streak. Symbol light filled the air and patterns interweaved to form a dazzling rain of light. The nine-headed lion's entire body shone. It was sent flying by the tremendous power and almost fell off of the stage. Fortunately, it didn't suffer too greatly, because it was not struck by that silver weapon. Just a young little lion. Yet you dare to act so viciously in front of me. Catching you and making you a mount doesn't seem to be too bad of an idea. The middle-aged man's expression was calm. He made his move again. This time, a thunder symbol appeared at the center of his palm. It flickered with purple radiance and was about to display its power. With a king-level figure taking action, how many people among the younger generation could defend against it? Everyone began to watch with serious expressions. The wasteland region creatures naturally didn't wish for a nine-headed lion to be suppressed by someone. And the creatures outside of this region did not want this mount that could even tempt deities to fall into the hands of the Immortal Mountain either. Dao friend, please do not be so quick to take action. This is a social gathering, so I ask that you do not cause a great conflict. Moreover, the one you are looking for aren't these two. An elder walked out. This was one of Hualinger's clan uncles, and it was clear that he was invited out by Hualinger. He wanted to stop these people and save the Golden Lion from being suppressed. This is the Immortal Mountain's matter. You Fire Nation don't need to get involved. The middle-aged individual's expression was cold as he spoke. When the Fire Nation expert heard what was said, he felt a bit of anger within him. No matter how you looked at it, this was still the Fire Nation, yet the middle-aged individual still acted so domineering. They weren't giving the Fire Nation any face at all. Dao brother, please sit down and chat for a bit. There is no need for you to bicker with a younger generation cultivator. The Fire Clan elder said. What if I refuse? The Immortal Mountain's middle-aged man coldly spoke. He didn't seem to want to give the Fire Nation elder any face. Hualinger's brows slightly wrinkled. She clenched her beautiful fists. She asked the king-level uncle to speak in hopes of temporarily stopping them from taking action. But instead, Her king uncle was only humiliated. This made her feel rather angry. Princess, don't pay this conceited thing any attention. Who does he think he is? So what is he is from the immortal mountain? If he doesn't listen to reason, then he deserves to get the shit beaten out of him. The big red bird shouted unbridledly. It was rather shameless before and never accepted the bullying of others. No matter how great the immortal mountain's backing was, it would still ridicule them. Of course, it didn't want to suffer any consequences either. He still had some confidence within him. The crowd's expressions changed. To even consider the immortal mountain as nothing, this crow truly dared to say anything. Just how many people in this world dared to mock this ancient sect? Noisy! The middle-aged individual berated and took action again. He soared up and was going to fly onto the stage. Lion, take this sword and kill him. The big red bird gave the black broken sword to the nine-headed lion, for it knew that the more powerful the individual that used it, the more might the sword would display. The nine-headed lion didn't act overly polite. When facing a king-level figure, it needed to use this level of magical artifact. Otherwise, there was simply no chance of winning. Even if he obtained some great opportunities during these past few years, it still wouldn't allow him to defy the heavens. The black broken sword was suspended behind its back. It opened its mouth to spit out golden multicolored light. It was like an expanse of sparkling stellar splendor. It then began to burn with astonishing divine might. With a wung sound, the broken sword lit up. Dark light erupted and quickly rushed outwards. It was like a black streak of lightning and extremely terrifying. The immortal mountain king's expression changed. He reached out a large hand, and dazzling symbols erupted. He avoided the sharp radiance and was going to capture the nine-headed lion in one go. However, the sword radiance was too sharp, and the brilliance it released was too intimidating. Divine might poured outwards and actually made him shudder inwardly. This was a holy level magical artifact at the very least. After becoming alert, he hurriedly retracted the hand he reached out to avoid the sword radiance. He shifted out several dozen zhong and then rushed up from another direction to suppress the golden lion. The Immortal Mountains people entered the wasteland region rather late, so they didn't know the history of this sword. As a result, he almost suffered a disaster as soon as he went up, giving him quite a fright. A small lion like you actually had a holy sword to protect you. Seems like I've underestimated you a bit. However, this should be it, right? In the end, even if you have this magical artifact, the disparity between us is too great to surpass. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. He spoke the truth. Once one entered the formation arrangement realm, their strength would erupt. The cultivation realms earlier were meant for laying a foundation. This realm was where one would truly reflect the power of a true expert. Regardless of whether it was towards the use of symbols or one's insights, they would all enter a completely new level. It could be seen from the name of the realm alone. Formation arrangement. The symbols accumulated from before would completely erupt. Chi, the nine-headed lion, didn't say anything. It once again spat out an expanse of golden multicolored light that wrapped itself around this broken sword, allowing it to erupt with power. Sword energy immediately weaved about, and divine radiance surged. Everyone's eyelids jumped. This golden lion was too ferocious. After using this broken sword, it actually made a king expert from the Immortal Mountain reluctant to face it head-on and continuously back up. In reality, even among king-level figures at the formation arrangement realm, no one dared to fight against a holy sword or divine sword head-on. They could only avoid its killing energy and attack from the side. The Immortal Mountain formation arrangement realm expert never expected the nine-headed lion to be so bold and powerful, and for his methods to be so unordinary. It turned the black sword into a part of its body to continuously send out sword energy. He had no way of immediately rushing up. The middle-aged man's expression congealed. Fortunately, his movements were quick enough. He didn't dare to meet it head-on, but he could still avoid it and circle the stage to find opportunities to take action. Soon after, the entire arena turned golden. The nine-headed lion displayed its might. Symbols surged as the broken sword continuously moved about, hacking left and right. Sword energy soared into the heavens. This place was immediately submerged with dazzling radiance. The multicolored lights were so dense that they resembled clouds. This type of fluctuation was extremely astonishing, causing many people to feel great pressure. This was a great battle. Even though the king expert from the Immortal Mountain was extremely powerful, he did not have a holy artifact on him, so he temporarily couldn't deal with the nine-headed lion. He was greatly angered. He said he was going to suppress the golden lion, yet he couldn't do it all this time. In addition, the main instigator didn't even show up yet. He was fighting with a former mount of the little stone, yet he couldn't even do anything. This was simply a type of humiliation. Hong. Finally, after continuously forming imprints, he released a wave of divine force, allowing his speed to immediately increase several times. Moreover, since the golden lion had been using the broken sword all this time, the amount of divine force it exhausted was rather great, so the sword energy was no longer as concentrated. The Immortal Mountain's king expert grasped the opportunity to force his way in. "This is bad," the big red bird shrieked. However, what left everyone shocked was that a streak of sword energy hacked down from the skies, immediately drawing forth a stream of blood from the king expert, almost hacking him in half. Chi! When the second streak of sword energy struck out from the sky, a PU sounded. One of his arms was sliced off and fell down. This place was completely quiet without the slightest bit of sound. This was a king expert of the Immortal Mountain. How could he lose? Who dared to injure him? This was someone from the Immortal Mountain, an expert at the formation arrangement realm, yet his right arm was sliced off by someone. This shocked the crowd stiff. Is the nine-headed lion that powerful? Together with a broken sword, it could actually kill a king-level figure at the formation arrangement realm. Someone gasped in surprise and dared not believe what he was seeing. Hold on, that sword energy clearly came from the sky. Even though it seems to match the broken sword in style, it shouldn't have came from the nine-headed lion. An elder spoke in a low voice. In reality, he wasn't the only one that noticed this. However, the individuals here who were at the formation arrangement realm all began to mutter. That sword was too sharp. If they were the ones that it targeted, would they be able to stop it? From the distance, Hao lowered his hand. Just now, he was the one that released those two streaks of heavenly sword energy. It was the sword intent he comprehended from the beast's skin. A stalk of grass could hack apart the sun, moon, and stars. This kind of profound mystery and terrifying realm was enough to make one's heart pound just when thought about. This was the first time he revealed the sword intent, and sure enough it was incomparably sharp. He did not take action again. It was enough for him just to teach this middle-aged man a lesson, for they might still have some far-off blood relation. He didn't want to unleash a slaughter without understanding everything clearly. He did not want to incur unnecessary difficulties in the mysterious region. If he truly killed a few people from his mother's family, it might bring about great trouble. The face of the middle-aged individual from the Immortal Mountain fell. He stared at the sky in disbelief. That sword energy was too bizarre. It didn't have any origin. Just how was it released? The most important thing was that its power was too great. It was simply impossible for him to defend himself. One of the swords hacked towards his chest and almost sliced him in half. This was a warning. The second sword hacked off an arm. Blood continuously poured out. This was the punishment. Who was this? To dare to treat him like this? There was a great hatred within the middle-aged individual's heart. His gaze swept through everyone in an intimidating fashion. He came from the Immortal Mountain and represented a top-level inheritance. Truly courageous, daring to make my Immortal Mountain your enemy. He clenched his teeth. His eyes surged with rage. The nine-headed lion roared. Its golden pupils shone, and it spat out a dazzling expanse of golden flames that surrounded the broken sword. It once again hacked out. So bold and powerful. Many people cried out in alarm. Many people had not seen through this strange sight. They had thought that it was the nine-headed lion that had hacked off one of the middle-aged individual's arms. Pew sounded. The middle-aged male had just gotten on the stage, and at such a close range, he had no time to dodge. His body was brushed by the sword radiance, and a terrifying wound was opened up. Blood surged violently. He hurriedly flew out in reverse and backed up. Today, he was actually continuously wounded. He truly never suffered so greatly before. He restrained himself. Normally, once an individual from the Immortal Mountain came out, who would dare to offend them? Yet today, not only did someone rebel against them, they even wanted to kill him, stirring up a great anger within him. However, there was no way he could continue fighting now. He knew that if he continued to attack, there would be a risk of dying here. The mysterious sword energy that appeared just now was too terrifying. This is enough. I have to retrieve a holy artifact. He was extremely hateful. He grabbed his broken arm and turned around as soon as he landed. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely suffer even more. The extremely sharp-mouthed big red bird enthusiastically bade him farewell, saying, "Hey, Dao brother from the Immortal Mountain, are you going to leave just like that? Just now, weren't you acting like some second grandson of the King of Heaven? Evil creature, don't go too far." The middle-aged individual shot him a glare. He disappeared from this courtyard with a single flick of his sleeve. Who dared to stop a king-level figure from leaving? There were still a few individuals from the Immortal Mountain here, but they felt their faces become dark. They hurriedly left as well. A great disturbance ended for now just like that. In reality, the nine-headed lion really wanted to take action. It was extremely forceful and had already brought out the black broken sword, but he was stopped by Hualinger's king-level uncle. This old royal figure felt a huge headache. Even though he was discontent with the Immortal Mountain, he still didn't dare to offend them too greatly. After all, that was an ancient supreme sect that could look down on all regions. Before Xianxia even went to meet the nine-headed lion, he already heard a wave of clamoring. Who are you trying to cheat? Just a broken stone. Yet you dare to say it's a sunstone? You even want me to use some holy artifact to exchange for it. Why don't you just rob me? Someone cried out angrily. There was not only a single courtyard here, as there were many people in this gathering. The chatting and mingling individuals here could choose where they wanted to go, and no matter where they went, there would be good wine and food. However, there was no wine or food on the jade table in this courtyard. Instead, it was full of precious artifacts and materials. Many cultivators were standing around and exchanging for items. Hurry up and go over there. Exchange for that stone. Within Xianxia's hair, the small pagoda shook and transmitted this message. It was clear that it noticed something good. Xianxia was moved inwardly. Even though it was usually good for nothing at crucial times, it truly still displayed great divine might. It could even block a chaotic magical artifact, so it was worth the bottomless pit-like investment. He quickly walked over into that courtyard in fear of having it taken by someone else. That stone is the one. The little pagoda transmitted and pointed for Xianxia. It definitely had to obtain that dark stone. How many times can this stone make you act? Xianxia asked inwardly. He did not immediately purchase it. Once. The little pagoda's reply was extremely straightforward. Who are you trying to fool? That stone is clearly unordinary. It deserves at least 3 times, right? He tried to bargain. No matter how good it is, could it be better than chaotic earth? The little pagoda calmly said. Xianxia was dumbstruck. He immediately felt that he should have tried to haggle earlier. It truly was too much of a pity. He always felt that this good-for-nothing wasn't of the honest sort. I've helped you against that divine disk in the Void God realm. Do you even know what that thing was? If we were really going to get into it, not even all of your heavenly materials and earthly treasures would be enough for me to fight against it once. The little pagoda saw that he was a bit unwilling and said these words. All right, once it is, Xianxia said softly. He then crammed his way forward. There were many rotten things on top of the white jade table. They were all fragments of ancient magical artifacts and seemed to be ancient. However, these items released shocking fluctuations. There was a rather dark stone that was placed in an eye-catching place. Good stuff. This is definitely a holy artifact. What a pity that it's damaged. Someone sighed in admiration. He picked up a copper piece and rubbed it with his hand. Xianxia was also a bit moved. The items on top of the table weren't ordinary. They were definitely things left behind by a great ancient figure. Unfortunately, they were all damaged. Even though the magical artifact is broken, this sunstone can be considered complete. The owner of these items was a small old man. He had a goatee and a shrewd appearance. Don't talk drivel. Isn't this just a piece of earth fire rock? You dare to call this some sunstone? Do you think we are idiots that ran here to be cheated? Someone sneered with disdain. The old man released a hollow laugh and said, "Friend, you cannot make such irresponsible remarks. This is a heavenly treasure dug up from a ruin. Do you all see these magical artifacts? There are holy artifact fragments here, so it was definitely the dwelling of a great ancient figure. This stone came from the same place, so how could it just be some ordinary equipment refining material like an earth firestone? We do not lack knowledge on these types of materials. This is definitely some rock you found after digging up the cave. It's just an act of making up the numbers with inferior products. If it really was a sunstone, would you bring it out for sale? An object like that is a true heavenly material. Stop trying to cheat people already." The little old man forced a smile. However, inwardly he became a bit depressed as well. This truly was something that he dug out from that cave. But he had already earnestly inspected it and found that it was a piece of earth firestone. Xianxia picked up this dark rock, and when he did so, he felt a bit of heat. After carefully inspecting it, he did not notice anything unique about it. It truly was a piece of earth fire rock. The little old man immediately seemed to become full of vigor. "This young brother has good eyes. Have you finally seen that this is a heavenly material from outside this region? It's good stuff. There's no need for you to exchange with a holy artifact. Just a formation arrangement realm magical artifact is enough. When did earth firestones increase in price? How come I never heard about it?" Xianxia asked. The people beside him roared with laughter, leaving the little old man in an extremely awkward situation. Xianxia secretly used that dual pupil of his to inspect it, and his expression immediately became rigid. The center of the earth firestone was scarlet red and almost burned his eyes. He sighed inwardly. Since he wasn't a dual-pupiled person, he definitely had to cultivate a heavenly eye in the future. Otherwise, he would truly be missing out on too many good things. "This is a precious pearl from the northern sea. I'll exchange it for your earth firestone. It should be enough, right?" Xianxia said and brought out a pearl. "I guess I'll have to cut my losses." The little old man smiled deviously. This pearl far surpassed the price of the earth firestone. He quickly received it and handed the earth firestone to Xianxia. "Is this really a sunstone?" Xianxia asked the little pagoda. "Correct. This truly is a sun that was hacked down by someone. Moreover, it is a top-level divine sun." The sparkling bone pagoda transmitted sound mentally. When Xianxia heard this, he was shaken inwardly. Just how shocking would one's strength have to be to destroy a heavenly sun? The great ancient figures were truly astonishing. He held the dark stone in his hands and noticed that there were some marks on its surface. It seemed like it was left behind by some auspicious artifact. When he closed his eye and carefully sensed it, his brows suddenly jumped. There was actually a terrifying sword intent contained within it. "Don't devour it yet. Let me study it for a few days," Xianxia said. It's you." Suddenly, several youngsters stopped their steps and revealed shocked expressions. Several days ago, they saw Xianxia within the suspended palace. "He might be the little stone?" One of the female cultivators cried out in shock. This shout immediately caused people to raise their eyebrows, and many cultivators looked over. Then, through low voices, they learned that this youth might just be Xianxia who had lived in seclusion for more than a year. "What? The little stone from the Battle of Two Stones appeared?" When this sentence was spoken, great waves were stirred up within this manor. Many people were shocked and quickly hurried over. A dark cloud surged. Several young experts from the Black Cloud race originally left to get reinforcements. This time they invited an elder. "Is he the one?" the elder asked. "That's him. Several days ago, he humiliated my clan's experts. Today, He used the nine-headed lion to act violently. A youngster spoke while possessing a vicious glint in his eyes. The elder didn't say another word and reached out with a large hand towards Shihao. At the same time, a fiery red barbaric ox descended from the sky while carrying with it an endlessly fiery light. It glared at Shihao like a tiger watching its prey. This was a king-level expert. Get lost. When faced with this king-level figure's actions, Shihao only had these two words. His tone was extremely domineering. The elder from the Black Cloud race became furious. No matter how you looked at it, he was a formation arrangement realm expert. He admitted that if Shihao was at the same cultivation realm as him, not even 10 or 100 of himself would be enough to beat Shihao. However, looking at this youth, he clearly did not have formation arrangement realm symbols fluctuating around him. As a result, he forcefully suppressed downwards with a large hand. Shihao slapped out with a hand, and it collided into that big hand. A clear sound rang out, and following a pu sound, bloody light splashed outwards, and that elder's hand exploded. Everyone was astonished. A king-level figure was acting in an overbearing manner, yet in the end, a single move ruined an arm. How shocking was this? Could it be that this youth was truly the Little Stone? It's definitely the Little Stone. Has been confirmed. Other than him, who could do something like this? Using the strength of a youth to suppress a king-level figure. This courtyard immediately erupted with commotion. Everyone began to tremble. After a year and a half, the Little Stone appeared again. This made many people excited and also shocked. Since this was the case, Shihao revealed his true appearance. He stood there without any fear while facing the creatures from outside this region. It was him after all. Someone cried out in astonishment. At this moment, not only this courtyard, but the entire manor was in an uproar. Many cultivators hurried over to this place. It was you? The one that killed my clan's geniuses within the Fire Nation ancestral grounds. A middle-aged man rushed over. Below his waist was the tail of a snake. This was precisely the flaming python race expert. He stood next to the flaming bull and loudly hollered. Get lost if you all don't want to die, Shihao said. Towards these people who bore hostility against him, he never acted too politely. You really are great, Little Stone. Regardless of whether or not you are a supreme youth from the wasteland region, by humiliating the Immortal Mountain, you've cut short your future. The middle-aged man that lost an arm returned. Behind him followed an elder. What did you say? Shihao had his own unique feelings about the Immortal Mountain that had been restrained this whole time. However, now that he saw this situation, he took a heavy step outwards and forced his way forward. The middle-aged man was startled and quickly backed up. However, he noticed that the youth continued to overlook him while floating in midair. He was less than a meter from him, and his eyes were so cold that it was horrifying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood from the great pressure. His chest felt like it had suffered a lightning strike and he almost collapsed right here. Everyone was greatly shaken. This youth truly was like a deity that oppressed mortals. Without even taking action, just his imposing aura was enough to force back a king-level figure from the Immortal Mountain, force him to cough blood, and suffer a great injury. Blood dyed the area in front. His chest felt like it was being crushed. The eyes of the middle-aged individual from the Immortal Mountain rapidly shrunk in disbelief. Currently, his body was ice-cold, and he couldn't conceal his shock. The other party didn't even move and simply exuded his pressure. Yet it forced him to cough out a large mouthful of blood from the pressure. This was still just a youth. How could he have this kind of cultivation? How shocking was this? You? He didn't know what to say. He suddenly understood. Earlier, when the formless sword hacked off his arm while he was fighting the nine-headed lion, it was released by the youth in front of him. Shihao landed on the ground, and the powerful energy was collected inside. It truly is the Little Stone. Stunning and incomparable. Even a formation arrangement realm king-level expert was injured by him. Everyone was in shock. After a year and a half, the Little Stone of the two stones reappeared, leading to an enormous disturbance. It was an absolute uproar. All of the cultivators in the manor broke out into commotion and disorder. This is a domain of physical strength, an embodiment of his powerful, precious body. Who can contend against him in physical power? They would undoubtedly die, an old king said. His voice was trembling slightly, because it was just too inconceivable. This type of body cultivation that has only appeared in legends actually appeared in such a young youth. Everyone was in an uproar. However, when they thought about his performance in the Battle of Two Stones, his body was already shocking. Back then, he was already known to possess a body that was at a similar degree of perfection to the Vajra unbreakable body. Sure enough, it didn't seem like that was false. No wonder. The middle-aged individual from the Immortal Mountain backed up and wiped off the blood from his lips. He felt a wave of lingering fear. His suppression just now was not unjustified. The face of the elder of the Black Cloud race became overcast. A mist appeared, and he stifled the fury inside of him. Before ascertaining whether or not the other party was the little stone, he immediately reached out with a large hand to suppress this youth. However, he never expected the other side to immediately crush his palm. When the little stone appears, who dares to resist? No one among his peers can be his opponent, and right now only these older generation figures could keep him in check. Someone from the Wasteland region said in a soft voice. They were extremely stirred up. During this period of time, the creatures from outside of this region were acting too high and mighty. They looked down on the Wasteland region's people, causing them to hold in quite a bit of resentment. You are that sure how? The elder from the Immortal Mountain walked out. His face was calm, but a peculiar flash of light flew past his eyes. The middle-aged individual from the Immortal Mountain who had his arm sliced off had gone to fetch a holy artifact. Yet in the end, this elder also followed him. He was clearly a formidable expert. Sure How was greatly moved. He had a vague feeling that the people within the Immortal Mountains were related to him from his mother's side. At this moment, he calmly looked at the elder and nodded. I am. It really is him. He truly is ridiculously powerful. Didn't a lot of people want to fight him? Now that he appeared, how many actually dare to show themselves? The creatures from outside this region discussed among themselves. Many of them were not able to personally witness the Battle of Two Stones, and right now was the first time they saw him. A hero among youths, indeed formidable. It would be hard to find one or two like you even in our Immortal Mountain. The elder nodded. The crowd was astonished. This elder was praising Sure Hao's talent, but at the same time, he was stating that there were still one or two that could match Sure Hao, leaving everyone greatly shaken. For characters like Sure Hao, just having one in their region was already incredible and glorious. Was the reason why the Immortal Mountain could look down on every region because they would always have several individuals like this. When the middle-aged individual with the lost arm heard the elder mention the Immortal Mountain's talents, he immediately became proud and muttered, My Immortal Mountain has never lacked people. My clan's geniuses could look down on any other talents. Everyone was greatly shaken. Just how much confidence was this? Were the Immortal Mountain's talents really this powerful? Sure Hao didn't say anything and only furrowed his brows. If it was before, then he would have ignored it, but now that his identity was revealed, the Immortal Mountain still treated him with this attitude, making him feel as if something wasn't right. Could it be that these people didn't know that they might have some kind of blood relationship? Sure Hao narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze over the Immortal Mountain's two individuals. A flash passed the elder's eyes as he stared back at Sure Hao. It was almost as if he was aware what Sure Hao was thinking. He revealed a warm smile and said, You are quite excellent. You should have some karma with my clan. May I ask for Senior's name? Sure Hao asked. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp, and he did not feel any type of intimacy from the elder's body. Even though the other side was smiling benevolently, there was a killing intent present that was difficult for ordinary people to detect. What was the meaning of this? The elder might know about the blood relationship between them, but there was still killing intent present. It was a bit difficult to make sense of, leaving Sure Hao confused. This old one is Qin Shouqing, the Immortal Mountain elder said. His smile became increasingly warm. Sure Hao noticed that the strand of killing intent became a bit thicker. Ordinary people could not detect it, and he was only relying on his keen intuition as well. Young one, you are a bit too aggressive. It is not too good to immediately start a fight following a dispute, Qin Shouqing said. He pointed towards the middle-aged man with the broken arm and then looked at the black cloud race elder that lost a palm. Cultivation is not easy, so how could you so easily harm the bodies of others? I am someone who is not willing to cause trouble. However, when others bully and humiliate me excessively and even want to take my life, I won't show fear. Sure Hao calmly said. Everyone trembled. Was the immortal mountain going to make things difficult? If such a great power was going to target a single person, forget about a supreme youth, even if an undying deity emerged, it still wouldn't be enough. They wouldn't be able to defend themselves at all. This was because this place had old monsters who did not fear deities. The elder voiced a word of dissatisfaction and gave out a signal towards everyone. The immortal mountain did not like this youth. This immediately caused the cultivators with hostility towards Sure Hao to become confident again. Let me ask you again. Are you the one that killed my race's geniuses in the Fire Nation ancestral grounds? The flaming python race's elder walked up. His eyes shot out light, and below its waist was the fiery snake body that was the thickness of a bucket. Correct, Sure Hao replied. You've killed my race's pure-blooded descendants, so just pay with your life, the elder said. His head of scarlet hair erupted with flames. His lower half flickered with scarlet radiance as he snaked his way over. Are you not even going to ask why I killed them? Sure Hao furrowed his brows. There is no need. The flaming python elder spoke with an overcast expression. How overbearing! Sure Hao looked at him coldly. The other party was truly unreasonable and domineering. He would not treat these people who attacked him first with any politeness. It doesn't matter who you are. A supreme youth isn't enough either. By killing my race's pure-blooded descendants, you can only pay with your life, the flaming python elder said. Everyone knew that this was not only overbearing, but also a type of disdain towards the wasteland region. He actually wanted to kill the little stone? Would he do something like that if he was in any other region? He would definitely have to reconsider. After all, this was the wasteland region's most dazzling youth. Under normal circumstances, who dared to act so hastily without any fear of the region's retaliation? Old man, did you just enter the wasteland region? Sure Hao asked. He felt like the other side didn't understand his accomplishments. What if that is true? By killing my race's people, it's not enough even if you are the wasteland region's most dazzling youth. You can only fall. The elder was incredibly overbearing. The bucket-thick snake body flickered with scarlet light. With ha-pa sound, it slammed into the ground, creating large cracks. At this time, he took action, but he didn't close the distance. He knew from seeing what had just happened that the little stone's body was too powerful. He could exude a domain that normal king-level figures could not defend against. With a shake of his hand, he brought out 4 flags that surrounded Sure Hao. This place immediately became hazy, and symbols covered it densely. It was as if there were stars all around. At the same time, he quickly formed an imprint and displayed his precious technique. Strands of divine light entered the killing formation. This series of actions was carried out in a fluid manner to kill Sure Hao as soon as possible. Everyone was shocked. Even though this elder from the flaming python race was overbearing, his methods were truly unordinary. A great killing technique that was difficult to defend against emerged with just the raise of his hand. Clouds and mists roiled as the 4 banners rumbled. For divisions locked down this small area, and tens of thousands of streaks of lightning were released. This entire space seemed to be annihilated. Everyone gasped. This old fellow was too hateful. This wasn't an ordinary magical artifact. The 4 banners were refined by a supreme expert. Many people felt pity for Sure Hao. He was too careless and was trapped within. It would be hard for him to escape his fate of being refined. Did you all think this old one was bluffing? Those weren't empty words. I am going to kill the heroic youth of this so-called wasteland region. the flaming python race expert said. Everyone was astonished. They finally understood why this elder acted so wildly and aggressively. He used his most powerful move as soon as they fought to directly decide the result. It was too shameless. A few minutes later, the inside of the 4-division formation surged with scarlet light. It looked just like blood blossoming. Then, this place became increasingly calm, and the mists no longer circulated. The flaming python race expert sneered and said, "I admit that you are a heaven-warping genius with an outstanding reputation. However, if you aren't allowed to grow up, you are still the same as an ant." With a schwa sound, he collected the formation banners. The mist scattered, and he continuously sneered. However, at that instant his expression froze. A large hand reached out from the mist and was about to make contact with him. It immediately grabbed his neck and pulled him in. Everyone was greatly shaken, and they all cried out in alarm. A youth was standing there, not having moved an inch. There wasn't a single scratch on him. Xianxia held his neck and coldly looked down. If not for his advancement into the formation arrangement realm, he definitely would have been refined by this old fellow. This old thing could be considered rather fierce, using his trump cards right off the bat. A string of blood splashed out. Xianxia removed his head in an extremely clean manner. Then, he collected the original body. It was an enormous flaming python. Even though it wasn't pure-blooded, it could still be considered precious flesh medicine since he cultivated to the king-level realm. The crowd became mute. This was too quick, and the movements were skillful. Did the youth do this type of thing often? The creatures from outside this region all trembled inwardly. We are carnivores and love to eat good food the most. The big red bird appeared and flew to Xianxia's shoulder. It looked at everyone with disdain. A formation arrangement realm king-level expert was killed just like that. The crowd was dumbstruck. It was just like something out of a fantasy. This is too powerful and a bit ridiculous. Everyone was endlessly shaken. They found it hard to say anything else. The crowd was in an uproar. A few creatures crammed their way in, and they were all cultivators from the Immortal Mountain. Among them was a purple-haired youth seething with killing intent. He stared at Xianxia with a gaze that was full of hostility. There was a type of hate within him that was almost etched into his memories. Xianxia remained silent and completely ignored him. Isn't that the prince of the Immortal Mountain? Rumor has it that he is some great figure's descendant. Someone said softly, which sparked a few discussions. Several days ago, Xianxia had given this purple-haired youth several slaps to the face and fiercely taught him a lesson. No only did he knock out the teeth in his mouth, his chin was also given quite a beating. Xianxia calmly looked at the Immortal Mountain's people that were present. He really wanted to ask them about his parents' matters. He wanted to get to the bottom of his relationship with the Immortal Mountain. Xianxia was shockingly talented. Within this younger generation, he could be considered a well-known person as well. If he didn't lose himself to feminine charms and put in more work while cultivating, his current strength would be far greater. In reality, there wasn't a single ordinary descendant within the Immortal Mountain. Moreover, his family background was definitely not simple, as he was the great-great-grandson of some great figure. His lineage was noble, and his hidden potential was extremely great. For the sake of increasing his experiences and chasing after Lady Xianxia, he left his region and came here. From what he had heard, this was a barbaric ancient region that was not elegant and completely lacked talented individuals. He looked down on this region inwardly. He originally thought that he was simply berating a native from this region to get lost from Lady Xianxia's side. Yet he ended up incurring a vicious beating to the mouth, completely humiliating himself. Xianxia came from the Immortal Mountain, so normally, even the talented disciples of other great sects would all try to be on friendly terms with him and initiate discussions. They definitely wouldn't offend him. However, someone from the Wasteland region he looked down on actually humiliated him like this. He slapped him in the face. Even in the Immortal Mountain, his parents never did such a thing. During these past few days, he almost burst from rage. He was constantly thinking of ways to get revenge. However, what could he do? The last time he brought people over, the youth had already left, leaving him fuming with fury with nowhere to vent it. Now that he saw Hao again, he naturally clenched his teeth. His eyes were so chilly that they were about to freeze. "Are you going to run again?" Xianxia coldly spoke. With his clan's experts here, he naturally had no need to fear anyone. He had a type of confidence. With the Immortal Mountains people here, who dared to defy them? Even if it were the heaven-mending sect and Western sect, they would feel a lot of restraining fear. They wouldn't be willing to create conflict. This place was extremely quiet. Many cultivators were watching without speaking, and even the cultivators from outside this region were silent. They didn't dare provoke the Immortal Mountain, for who wanted to make the Immortal Mountain their enemy? A few people felt like it was a pity. This was an originally astonishing youth with unlimited potential. If he was to break in the Immortal Mountain's hands, then it would be too regretful. Hao gave him a cold look with eyes that were full of contempt. This was just a slight glance, and afterwards, he no longer paid him any attention. He did not feel any need to talk to him. This kind of attitude and gaze was clearly being displayed, and everyone could see this. They all trembled inwardly. This youth ignored the prince of the Immortal Mountain. So wasn't this a silent contempt and provocation towards their clan? You have to understand that from a certain perspective, the Immortal Mountain was even more terrifying than the Heaven-Mending sect because they had many descendants as disciples. The Heaven-Mending sect was spread across multiple regions, so it was impossible for them to personally demand an explanation for everything. Meanwhile, the Immortal Mountain's numbers were few and precious, so if they were humiliated, they would definitely go out to deal with the enemy. Xianxia's gaze immediately became cold. He felt humiliated. What kind of attitude was that? He was being completely ignored in front of so many people. This was just like a slap to the face. Sure, how not paying any attention didn't mean that the big red bird wasn't going to. He shot the purple-haired youth a look of contempt and said, "Last time, your face was beaten up so badly that it was almost unrecognizable. Yet you still have the nerve to come back to provoke us? Back then, who was it that ran away with their tail tucked between their legs? Does your face itch again so you want to get beaten up?" Hitting his sore spot and not letting it go. The big red bird fulfilled both of these. It allowed many people's pent-up anger to subside a bit, making them rather happy. Many people disliked Xianxia, but they could only feel anger and not speak up. Someone actually dared to beat and ridicule him, allowing many people to feel as if they've ingested some ginseng. All of the pores in their bodies felt like they were relaxed. "You two really are good," Xianxia shouted. His face was fuming with rage. He was humiliated in front of so many people, making him want to skin Hao and the big red bird alive. "Of course we are good. After seeing the fellow that got beat up come back to get beat up again, we feel even better," the big red bird said. Everyone was shaken. They were completely tearing apart his face here. A great battle was definitely unavoidable. After ridiculing the Immortal Mountain's prince, how could they be forgiven? Quilinger arrived, and when she saw Hao, she revealed a joyous expression. However, when she thought about how he was going to face his opponents, she then felt worry. An ancient sect like the Immortal Mountain would leave even the Fire Nation feeling oppressed. At this moment, the nine-headed lion walked over while radiating golden light. There was a type of grandeur to its figure as it watched everyone. It was going to fight at Hao's side. Lady Xianxia, one of the mysterious region's 10 beauties, looked at Hao in amazement with her beautiful eyes. The one she met last time was the little stone. He unexpectedly didn't escape and instead once again sparked conflict with Xianxia. Elder Shouqing, suppress them. Xiao's face fell ashen, because he saw that the expression in Lady Xianxian's eyes was aimed at Hao and not himself. Together with humiliation, he also felt a type of anger that was difficult to describe. "Little friend, don't you think you are going a bit too far by being so overbearing?" Shouqing from the Immortal Mountain said. Hao felt another wave of killing intent. He already understood that there was a problem here. It was possible for him to have some type of blood relationship with the Immortal Mountain, but Shouqing still wanted to kill him here. There was definitely something strange going on. "Could I inquire in what way I've acted excessively?" A youngster from your clan doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. He is shouting noisily in my direction. I did not bother bickering with him and instead remained silent. How is that being overbearing? Xianxia spoke in a downcast voice. It was extremely obvious that Immortal Mountain's Xianxia was the arrogant bully. Xianxia simply looked at him with contempt and didn't say anything to him. What about that bird? Didn't you purposely stir it up to speak nonsense? Xianxia spoke with a flat expression. Did you see me purposely stir it on? Xianxia was forceful like a divine sword, sharp and direct as he shouted in reply. A wave of killing intent flew outwards. He was unsheathing his sword to threaten the Immortal Mountain. Everyone was shocked. This youth was indeed powerful. He deserved to be called the supreme youth of the wasteland region. Old fellow, don't flaunt too much just because of your age and act as if you don't know of neither honor or shame. The big red bird screeched. Younger generation youth, is this an act of becoming enemies with my clan? Xianxia's face fell. Don't test my patience, Xianxia said. His voice clearly showed his discontent. At this moment, everyone felt like they finally witnessed a strong person. This was a fearless and undisguised threat towards the Immortal Mountain. He actually reached the king level? He was able to reach the formation arrangement realm. At first, people thought that he used the domain of his physical power to deal with his opponents. Now, they were thoroughly shocked. If he really reached the formation arrangement realm, just how shocking would this be? A 15-year-old king. Just the thought alone was shocking and crazy. From the ancient times until now, how many people accomplished such a thing at this age? This was a monster that continuously created miracles. Many people became stirred up, especially those of the wasteland region. Once sure how grew up, just how heaven-defying would he ultimately become? Elder Xianxia, what else is there that needs to be said? Kill him, Xianxia said with a cold voice. He knew that his elder had a great killing formation on him that could definitely kill his opponent. You are too unreasonable. Xianxia took action, forming a faint golden light before slapping over. At this moment, no one could easily block it. It was because this was the Kuan-Peng's movement technique, so it was fast to the extreme. Even the middle-aged man with the broken arm and Xianxia could only watch helplessly without much chance of blocking it. With a pa sound, half of Xianxia's face was broken, and his entire body flew outwards. Bright red blood splashed outwards, drawing a streak through the sky. Everyone was completely dumbstruck. This was a descendant that a great figure greatly doted on. If he was informed, there would definitely be a great disaster that could not be settled. Taking a step back, the ancient inheritance wouldn't allow anyone to treat a disciple that was under the Immortal Mountain's direct line of descent this way. The situation did not end here. The instant Xianxia was struck, Xianxia moved through the void, and with a stamp, he stepped on the other party's body. With a kacha sound, his meridians were destroyed, crippling him. If I leave you with your cultivation, who knows just how many more people will suffer from your bullying, so today, it will be broken. However, seeing as how we still have some kind of connection, I will leave you with your life, Xianxia said. No one knew what the so-called relationship he said meant. Only Xianxia's eyebrows jumped, as he felt a bit uncomfortable. However, soon after, Xianxia surged with killing intent. There was actually someone who dared to defy the Immortal Mountain like this, crippling a core disciple of theirs. This was a serious provocation. Xianxia fell in the courtyard, tumbling backwards. He knew that he had been crippled, and his cultivation was completely gone. Quite a few of his blood vessels immediately dried up. His face revealed an expression of dismay. This place was in a state of uproar. Everyone was shocked at Xianxia's forcefulness and directness. Not fearing the Immortal Mountain, is he trying to defy the heavens? This wasteland region's supreme youth is really something. Not just anyone could have this kind of bravery. Even the creatures from outside this race were startled and scared. Many experts asked themselves whether they would provoke the Immortal Mountain, and all of their answers were no. However, the one before their eyes was just a youth, yet he was so courageous. As for who was the most happy, it was naturally Lady Xianxia. She had always been annoyed by Qin Chao and had been pestered beyond endurance. However, she had no way of getting rid of him. Right now, she was finally at peace. However, she soon felt pity for Sure Hao. How could anything good come from crippling Qin Chao? She clearly understood the methods of the great figure behind him. You? The middle-aged man with the broken arm was furious and pointed out with a finger, shouting, "By ruining my clan's direct descendant, are you trying to make the Immortal Mountain your enemy?" Sure Hao seemed extremely indifferent and said, "I've even killed the supreme expert of the heaven-mending sect, let alone some idiot from the Immortal Mountain that doesn't know how big the world is. Even if I kill him, so what?" His aggressiveness made quite a few youngsters' blood boil. The Immortal Mountain's middle-aged man became speechless. He had also heard the rumor that Sure Hao killed Grandma Xihua in the Void God realm, that he was an extremely daring person. Everyone was roused up. Sure Hao truly had this kind of oppressive style. Back then, he dared to challenge the heaven-mending sect, and right now, the Immortal Mountain was treating him similarly, so why wouldn't he dare? Outside the stage, Fairy Yuchan's face was extremely unnatural. If we were to talk about who was the most upset outside of the Immortal Mountain, then it would naturally be her. An old scar was opened up again without good cause. Qin Shouqing's face became completely overcast. "You might have a connection with my clan, so today, I won't act excessively either. If you admit your mistakes here, hand yourself over, and return with me to the Immortal Mountain, I will consider treating you leniently. Have you woken up? If you dare to speak rudely again, then all of you will become powerless." Sure Hao laughed coldly. From the little guy to the devilish brat to the present, he had continuously grew, but had he ever bowed and bent his knees to another? The heaven-mending sect was already after him, so what did it matter if Immortal Mountain was added to the mix? If there really was a type of relationship between himself and the Immortal Mountain, he wanted to see for himself just how the clan was going to deal with him. The courtyard was completely quiet, and no one dared to say anything recklessly. The little stone was too powerful. He didn't feel any fear when berating the king-level figure from the Immortal Mountain. If they were to say anything out of place, who knew if it would throw the Immortal Mountain over the edge and spark hatred? That would definitely be a foolish way to bring disaster on themselves. Youngster, one must know when to draw the line. If you always act excessively, not only do you cut off the paths of others, you will be cutting off your own as well, Qin Shouqing said. His expression was extremely ugly. He was an elder that dealt with the Immortal Mountain's mortal affairs, so who dared to rebel against him, let alone berate him? Who did they treat him as? Draw the line? You all bully and humiliate others and casually kill. Now that the other person rebels, they are acting excessively? I don't think you guys are confused, but rather that you've all become used to being domineering. Sure Hao spoke in a cold voice, and it was clear that he was discontent. Qin Shouqing's face fell. As soon as you entered the courtyard, you've already acted violently, cutting down my Dao friend. With such viciousness, don't even try to put this on my Immortal Mountain's head. Even if you didn't do that, it would be hard to forgive you. Stop acting hypocritically and speaking such nonsense in a justified manner. If you want to make your move, then just come. Let's see if any of you can do anything to me. Sure Hao stood on the stage. Even though he was only 15 years old, his body had long grown up. Pitch-black hair fell down his tall body, and the aura he gave off was extremely imposing. His clear eyes were quick-witted as he looked down on everyone. Worthy of being a heroic youth, the Fire Nation's king-level uncle said softly. He nodded inwardly. This kind of bearing was outstanding. If he was given time to grow up, there would definitely be a day when he could look down on everything under the heavens. Qin Shouqing's face became thoroughly downcast. Good, good, good. You are truly formidable. From the ancient times until now, there hasn't been many people who dared to provoke my Immortal Mountain. Even if there is some kind of relationship between you and my clan, it will still be difficult for you to escape severe punishment. Since you are acting so outrageously, I will end your cultivation. When he spoke up to hear, he turned around and looked at the crowd. Are there any Dao friends who would like to deal with this devil with my immortal mountain? Everyone quivered inwardly and broke out in cold sweat. Qin Shouqing raised the immortal mountain's great banner. This was now extremely serious. Their power to rally supporters was definitely great. Sure enough, the Black Cloud race's elder immediately stepped up. His hand had been blasted apart by Hao earlier, so how could he let this matter go? Moo! The barbaric ox's roar made the bodies of the people here tremble. A fiery light wrapped around the scarlet bow as it stepped over. This was an old ox king, and it had already made an appearance previously to deal with Hao. There were some that became restless. At the very least, they believed that the immortal mountain had strength. You've all sparked the conflict to deal with me. Don't blame me for not giving you a warning. The purple-clothed Hao wore fluttered about, making him seem more and more heroic. He was like a young divine king as his eyes shot out two streaks of cold light. Everyone trembled inwardly. This was youth that killed a supreme expert before. Even though it was in the void god realm, it still showed how boundless his potential was. The others stopped in their steps. Qin Shouqing calmly laughed and seemed to have forgotten his previous anger. He calmed down and said, "With two Dao brothers taking action, it is enough." In that instant, he opened his mouth and spat out an inch-wide circle of light that blossomed with color. This was a precious ring that was releasing bizarre fluctuations. Everyone wanted to back up in fear of being caught up in this attack. However, everyone immediately became overwhelmed with shock, because this entire courtyard was trapped. They couldn't budge at all, as if they were standing in a swamp. What is this? Why can't I move? My body is being restrained. I can't use any of my strength. The people here looked at the precious ring in horror. They all understood that this was brought about by the divine might of that precious artifact. Senior, we aren't involved. So why are we frozen too? Immortal Mountain's seniors. This matter does not involve us. This precious artifact was too powerful. No wonder Qin Shouqing was not scared. This was a great killing weapon that could lock down everyone. Trapped every single person. This was too terrifying. Everyone, there is no need to panic. All of you are uninvolved. It's just that this precious artifact is too powerful and will lock down this entire place. I will send you all out. Qin Shouqing seemed extremely calm. This was a type of intimidation, a manifestation of the Immortal Mountain's power. It was just a single precious artifact, yet it could lock down heaven and earth. All of the cultivators here were suppressed. All of the experts felt scared and upset. Just now, if they were to oppose the Immortal Mountain, wouldn't the Immortal Mountain have been able to easily slaughter them? Multicolored light flashed. Qin Shouqing controlled the rainbow-colored ring in midair. When the swept over the crowd, their freedom was returned. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly, and even king-level figures felt a restraining fear. The Immortal Mountain was too terrifying, and their concealed strength was too great. Regardless of whether it was Lady Xianxia or Huolinger, both of their faces became pale. Just now, they were trapped inside as well. This ring was just too formidable. There were only a few people left inside the stage. Hao, the nine-headed lion, and the big red bird. Only these three were trapped. Outside of this, there was the flaming bull race king expert, the elder from the Black Cloud race, and Qin Shouqing. Outside of the fight, the broken-armed, middle-aged man sneered. After falling into the five-phase ring, let's see just how you are going to defy the heavens. Qin Chao, who had his face smashed apart and his cultivation ruined, said, Elder Qin, suppress that nine-headed lion and make him my mount. I want to ride his sworn brother while watching him get killed. The so-called him was obviously Hao. Qin Chao hated him too bitterly and truly wanted to take action personally to humiliate him. Unfortunately, he was far from being Hao's opponent. Within the stage, the golden lion's entire body shone, but it still couldn't move at all. There was a tremendous wave of strength pressing down on it that made it more uncomfortable the more it resisted. His heart was pounding. This treasure was too powerful and simply impossible to defend against. Couldn't struggle free and could only be attacked. The big red bird was also ranting and raving. Its body was restricted, preventing it from escaping. It had a feeling that things were not going to end well. That's the 5-phase ring, the most famous precious artifact of the Immortal Mountain, Lady Xianxia said. Her pretty face revealed a look of astonishment. What? This is the 5-phase ring, the precious artifact known to rarely have enemies it cannot seal. Many people were shocked. The fame of the 5-phase ring was just too great. During the ancient era, its illustrious might was extremely well known. No one knew just how many world-shocking great figures were killed by it. It is rumored that the 5-phase ring was refined from the primordial symboled bone of an extremely famous, heavenly-ranked vicious beast. Through an evolution of the 5 phases, it achieved a realm of its own, making it one of the most powerful precious artifacts. There are many different stories about this precious artifact. When it was first refined, legend has it that the sun and moon lost their radiance and the entire mysterious region lost color. An endless amount of heavenly treasures was exhausted, and the precious bones of 5 heavenly ranked vicious beasts were only the core materials. Endless divine blood and precious bones were used for the flames and refinement process. In the past, once this artifact appeared, the various deities would all retreat. No one knew just how many ancient powers it killed. The 5-phase ring is the Immortal Mountain's sect-guarding treasure, so how could it be casually brought out? This is just an imitation. An elder spoke softly. Someone nodded and said, "You are correct. It is an imitation. Even though there are 5 types of multicolored light, there is one light that is extremely dim. Only 4 true bones are truly displaying might." When everyone heard what was said, they were all shaken. This was just an imitation, moreover a damaged one, yet it had this kind of might? If the true 5-phase ring appeared, just how powerful would it become? Not only did the 9-headed lion and the big red bird find it hard to move a muscle, Xianxia also shivered inwardly. Now that the 5-phase ring affected this place and continuously released fluctuations, it was hard for him to break free as well. "Dao brothers, we can take action now and ruin his cultivation. This can also be a type of justice for the difficulties the two of you faced," Qin Shouqing calmly said. He believed that once the 5-phase ring appeared, Xianxia would not be able to do anything. After all, this was an incredibly precious artifact that was modeled after the Immortal Mountain's sect-guarding treasure. Even though it was damaged, it was not something that a king-level figure could defend against. "I want to personally witness his destruction." Outside, the purple-haired Qin Chao tightly clenched his fist. "Dao brother, your technique is impressive. We are in admiration." The Black Cloud Race's elder nodded and walked forward with large steps. Killing intent appeared on his face. The Flaming Bull Race King expert moved as well. Even though they were here, they didn't feel any restrictions. It was clear that once Qin Shouqing brought out the 5-phase ring, this entire area became under his control. "Without being able to grow up, you will only ever be an ant. Many people could deal with you," the 2 king-level figures sneered. With a Wung sound, the Black Cloud Race expert turned into dark light and threw himself over. He had his own selfish motives, and that was to destroy all of Xianxia's blood essence and refine him alive. The outstanding youth's entire body was precious. His flesh could match the Western sect's Vajra unbreakable body, so it was definitely precious flesh medicine. Suddenly, Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a streak of sword energy that released a dazzling radiance. It was incomparably bright and resplendent. This was the sword intent from the beast's skin he received from the Void God realm. Even though he couldn't move, the sword intent was still boundless. He could still use it without any inhibition. After a muffled groan, the Black Cloud Race's elder backed up. He knew that he had been careless. His chest was penetrated, and the wound was difficult to close. Blood continuously surged. The sword intent was too terrifying. It continuously disintegrated his body, making him completely terrified. He endured the great pain and quickly backed up. This was completely unexpected, and no one would have thought that Xianxia would still be able to reveal his might while being locked down. He injured a powerful formation arrangement realm cultivator. The Flaming Bull Race King level expert rushed out murderously and attacked towards Xianxia's back. He did not close the distance, and instead, fiery light flooded the heavens as a pair of enormous horns released their radiance. The sword energy was like a rainbow. It similarly released sword intent from a distance. It wanted to kill Xianxia on the spot in a decisive and ferocious manner. Xianxia's back illuminated, and sword energy rushed out from a few opening within his muscles and vessels. His entire body could release attacks, and there were even a few streaks of sword energy that struck towards the five-phase ring in the sky. Everyone was astounded. He was truly worthy of being the little stone. Even after being caught in desperate straits, he could still strike back. How formidable was this? Let's see how you will overturn the heavens. Xianxia's eyes were full of chilliness. He moved the five-phase ring downwards. Within it, there were 4 lights that were particularly resplendent. They formed a hazy gas that spread downwards. This area became hazy, as if a great lake was freezing over. The world was locked down, and it was difficult for any external forces to break in. Xianxia raised his hand, and a lightning symbol appeared within his palm. It struck at Xianxia to destroy his cultivation, turning his body into an ordinary one. Royal Uncle, could you destroy that five-phase ring? Otherwise, Xianxia will be in danger. Guolinger asked softly. She revealed an anxious expression. The old royal uncle shook his head and replied, "It is hard to break. Any power or magical artifact would only add to its power. Why do you think it is known as an unrivaled magical artifact? It is because it could devour energy from all of the 5 phases, and everything in this world can be divided into the 5 phases. Youngster, forget about a supreme expert. Even if you were allowed to fully mature, the immortal mountain would still not be something you could shake." Xianxia's voice was cold as he spoke. The lightning symbol hacked down, and endless lightning surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia's entire body illuminated. Mysterious symbols appeared all around him. "Then let me show you." The golden symbols carried black specks. This was the Kuan-Peng's technique circulating. Soon, vortices appeared one after another on the surface of Xianxia's body, and they devoured the essence energy from all directions. The crowd discovered with shock that this was not the essence of the sun and moon. The 4 colors of auspicious radiance from the 5-phase ring were being absorbed as well, and they were entering Xianxia's body. Within those vortices, there seemed to be a deity sitting within each of them. They continuously took in and sent out the energy while cultivating in a cross-legged position. The scene of them absorbing the essence of the world could vaguely be seen. The golden spiral rippling technique was the embodiment of one of the Kuan-Peng's techniques, and right now it was in a perfect state. Together with the power of Xianxia's body, it could neutralize all types of energy for his own use. The results were actually quite similar to the 5-phase ring. It seems like I've underestimated you." Xianxia spoke. His lightning symbol was completely absorbed, entering Xianxia's body, allowing his might to quickly surge. Currently, Xianxia's entire body was flickering with electricity, and every single golden vortex began to chant scriptures. The figures sitting cross-legged seemed like ancient and natural sovereigns. Xianxia stirred on the 5-phase ring. It turned into a sphere of light and suppressed downwards, severely affecting the stability of this place. This entire area violently fluctuated as if it was about to collapse. Xianxia felt a tremendous pressure. If he hadn't broken into the formation arrangement realm, this situation would only point towards disaster for him. Despite his cultivation realm being as strong as it was, he still felt an enormous pressure. "Dao brothers, kill him," Xianxia said. He controlled the 5-phase ring, forming a boundary in this place. A hazy mist swirled about, and an indescribable type of natural law descended onto this place. The 5 phases continuously operated, and they possessed the strength to refine everything. With a hong sound, Xianxia's body trembled and blood spilt out from his mouth. His mind shook. The other party's precious artifact was formidable after all and inflicted an injury on him. The 5-phase essence was just too concentrated, and during that moment, it was as if tens of thousands of great waves were crashing down. Despite the fact that golden spirals were swirling frantically on his body's surface, he still couldn't devour all of it. In reality, Everyone else was even more shocked than he was. You have to understand that this was a 5-phase ring. During the ancient years, it was immersed in divine blood and caused endless amounts of slaughter. No one could face it head-on. Even though this was just an imitation and not the Immortal Mountain's true sect-suppressing treasure, Xianxia's cultivation was still not comparable to that of a great ancient figure. However, the fact that he could defend right now already proved how heaven-defying he was. There is actually someone who could resist the 5-phase ring. This is astonishing news. The crowd knew that after today's battle, Xianxia's reputation will once again travel outside this region. The 5-phase ring that was known to be unstoppable was currently being resisted. The Black Cloud race expert made his move. He activated a black gourd, which began to release dark light to refine Xianxia. At the same time, the Flaming Bull Race King level expert brought out 2 scarlet swords that were created from his own horns. They carried a seemingly endless amount of symboled power as they hacked outwards. Xianxia withstood the 5-phase ring while erupting with sword energy. It weaved about and hacked towards the 2 king-level experts. Kill! Qin Shouqing operated the 5-phase ring, turning it into a sphere of light that quickly smashed downwards. The mist became even thicker, as if it was going to thoroughly trap Xianxia and stop him from using precious techniques. Xianxia released a cold snort. A Kuan fish surged from the black waves below his feet and surged with waves of lunar force. Meanwhile, above him, golden light blazed as a pung bird appeared. Its wings shattered the great stars in the sky, and solar energy violently erupted. In addition, the Kuan fish and pung bird formed an inseparably close circulation of yin and yang. They erupted with endless terrifying fluctuations to block the 5-phase spiritual essence. Not good. Qin Shouqing was shocked. He never would have thought that someone could break through the 5-phase ring's divine might. It was simply inconceivable. Yin and yang swirled together to counteract the 5-phase energy. Both sides erupted with heaven overflowing fluctuations. Xianxia's freedom was immediately restored, and he could move again. Qi sword energy appeared as soon as he raised his hand. This was the sword intent of the great ancient figure Stalk of Grass. It changed into the most powerful attack and hacked outwards. Piu sounded. The Black Cloud race expert's gourd was sliced apart, and the dark light exploded. The owner immediately released a miserable shriek as he was sucked backwards by the dark light. Xianxia raised his hand again, and another streak of sword energy struck down from the heavens. This time, with a Piu sound, the Black Cloud race expert was hacked into 2. Blood immediately erupted frantically. Forget about the onlookers, even Xianxia himself was astonished. The power of this incredible sword energy was just too great. In a battle between 2 at the same level, it would tear its opponent apart like rotten weeds, easily killing him. Everyone was shocked. They all felt a cold shiver crawl down their backs. How daring! Qin Shouqing's face became downcast. He stirred on the 5-phase ring, using its greatest power to strike at Xianxia. Oh! A rumbling sound erupted in this place as the 5-phase ring suppressed downwards. Xianxia could not avoid it because the precious artifact merged with the space around him. It formed a small world that enveloped him. Everyone knew that the 5-phase ring was truly invincible. During the archaic years, after a single encounter, the flesh of a deity or devil would shatter. It killed many, many incredibly powerful figures. Otherwise, how could it have obtained the reputation of being an unmatched magical artifact? No one expected the little stone to erupt with power and smash out with a fist. His palm and fingers were covered in symbols. He was actually going to meet it head-on. Dang! Ultimately, a shaking sound was emitted. Hi's body and the 5-phase ring collided again, smashing apart the precious artifact. Everyone was petrified. It was as if a legend was playing out right before their eyes. They have never heard of someone using their own body to deal with the 5-phase ring, yet the little stone succeeded. He completely resisted the attack. Just how heaven-defying was his body. Meanwhile, his heaven-connecting sword energy erupted again. It hacked towards Qin Shouqing. A vast expanse of whiteness appeared, and the aura it exuded was terrifying. Qin Shouqing was frightened. He knew how powerful Xianxia was, but never did he think that he would be able to resist the five-phase ring. When this great killing artifact made its appearance, it could kill all king-level figures. None of them would have any hopes of fighting against it. He quickly backed up and moved the five-phase ring downwards to block the sword intent. Multicolored light immediately erupted. Xianxia raised his hand. Sword energy swept out, slicing towards the flaming bull race expert. With a dang sound, a bull horn dropped down. The flaming bull was startled to the point where its soul was trembling. At this moment, the power the little stone displayed was just too overwhelming. Even if the legendary great killing artifact appeared, it would still be hard for it to stop his attacks. Mu the barbaric bull erupted with a sky-flooding fiery light. Symbols fiercely interweaved, covering this entire place in scarlet radiance. The flaming bull king expert wanted to escape, for it knew that if even the five-phase ring couldn't kill Xianxia, then his cultivation definitely wouldn't be enough. If he continued to fight, he would undoubtedly die. Unfortunately, he was still a second too slow. Xianxia erupted with power, and his entire body turned into a divine sword. The heaven-connecting sword intent was raised to its peak power, and it hacked downwards. This divine sword descended, slicing apart the fiery barrier of light. All of the symbols were shattered, and a head was removed. Blood gushed outwards. Xianxia rushed outwards. The divine sword became a bit dimmer as it once again surged from his body. However, it did not seem to possess less force as it rushed murderously at Xianxia. The five-phase ring shone and released a wung sound. It erupted with its most powerful energy and smashed towards Xianxia. It seemed like it was going to blast apart anything in its way indiscriminately, not stopping until its opponent was dead. A barrier of light surged. Xianxia's heavenly passages appeared, forming a divine ring. In fact, his flesh heavenly passage appeared as well, only no one else could see it. To force him to this level, it was clear just how unordinary the five-phase ring was. Only when he fought decisively against Xianxia did he use all of his methods like this. What? The five-phase ring was frozen. Everyone cried out in shock. They didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. The five-phase ring was locked in place. It continuously shook and released its hazy five-phase energy. However, this haze couldn't free itself from the force of Xianxia's flesh heavenly passage. A streak of sword energy swept past. Xianxia trembled inwardly. He turned around to leave. After losing the five-phase ring, he didn't dare face Xianxia head-on. However, this streak of sword energy struck out like lightning, quickly closed the distance. He was forced to bring out a precious artifact, and while doing so, he continued to flee. Gotcha sounded. The bone shield was sliced apart. The sword energy was like a rainbow as it swept outwards. Xianxia's entire body went cold. He did everything he could to defend himself, but with a pu sound, he still lost an arm. All of this happened too fast. Xianxia killed two king-level figures and then removed the arm of an elder from the Immortal Mountain. His fighting prowess was simply unrivaled. Suddenly, the five-phase ring shook, and a shocking divine will transmitted outwards from within. It surged like a vast and profound sea, and during the instant Xianxia shifted his attention to Xianxia, it broke free. There is a divine will from a great figure contained within. An older generation king-level expert cried out in horror. Xianxia's expression changed. He circulated the Kuan Peng technique and activated his heavenly passages that had linked up into a ring. They surrounded him again as he prepared himself to attack with all of his strength. Contrary to expectations, this five-phase ring's divine will decided not to meet him head-on but instead to quickly escape. Right, even if it is a great figure's divine will, it is too far from its owner. It isn't enough to suppress and kill the little stone. So in fear of it landing in his hands, it decided to escape. An expert said in a low voice. When Xianxia saw this, he became elated, because he was surrounded by the five-phase ring's light and transported quickly. It was going to bring away the Immortal Mountain's people. However, no matter how fast its speed was, it couldn't exceed that of the Kuan Peng technique. Xianxia turned into a streak of golden light and took to the skies. He wanted to get rid of him and keep the five-phase ring. The five-phase ring had a mysterious divine will, and it spurred the ring to quickly change directions. It also brought the purple-haired youth Xianxia with it into the ground, sinking into the earth. This is bad. Xianxia was startled. The so-called five-phase ring included the earth phase, so it could use the ground to escape. No wonder it was known as a truly rare precious artifact. He continuously released streaks of sky connecting sword energy, and all of them hacked towards the ground. Several streaks of blood splashed out, and the ground was torn apart. However, the aura of the five-phase ring vanished. Xianxia walked over and blasted apart the earth. He noticed that Xianxia was sliced apart at the waist. Apart from this, one of Xianxia's legs was here as well. He was a bit speechless. He sliced off an arm and a leg from Xianxia, but missed his vital areas. The other party was truly lucky. You, what are you going to do? The Immortal Mountain's middle-aged male with the broken arm was horrified because Xianxia was quickly arriving, cutting off his escape route. The five-phase ring was only able to bring away 2 people. No one else from the Immortal Mountain was able to escape. Xianxia locked down this place, preventing any of them from moving. He then searched their minds to find out what exactly was going on with his parents. A moment later he frowned, because he couldn't find any clues. The middle-aged male knew even less than Xianxia, and the others had even less information. He stared at these individuals with relatively weaker cultivations. He wanted to obtain the Immortal Mountain's precious techniques from them, but as soon as he stirred the corresponding parts of their sea of consciousness, their fundamental essence began to crack apart, and they died soon after. It was clear that they were placed under a terrifying restriction. The face of the middle-aged man that lost an arm became pale. He was a formation arrangement realm king expert, yet he had never thought that the Immortal Mountain's disciples would face a day like this in the outside world where they were suppressed to this extent. Xianxia looked at him. He decided not to try and ask for his precious technique, for he knew that this person's sea of consciousness was definitely powerful, so the restriction was definitely even stronger. Pooh! A streak of sword energy hacked out. The middle-aged individual's head was sliced off, causing blood to rush out from his headless corpse. Then it fell onto the ground. The entire manor was in a state of silence. No one said anything, and all of them were frozen stiff. The events they witnessed today were too astonishing. The unmatched precious artifact five-phase ring shook the ancient era. Yet today, there was someone who dared to use his flesh to face it head-on. The Immortal Mountain was a sect that looked down on the world and showed contempt towards all regions. Yet their people were cut like vegetables. They were slaughtered, and the brows of the one that carried out this execution didn't even seem to crease. This news was world-shaking. The little stone was too tyrannical. After a year and a half, he appeared again, and this time, the aura he exuded was absolutely matchless. Despite being in the formation arrangement realm as well, the user of the five-phase ring could barely do anything to him. When the little stone appeared, who could contend against him? Is there anyone else that wants to cause me trouble? Xianxia swept his eyes over everyone. His gaze was cold and indifferent, giving them an extremely dreadful feeling. The crowd knew that this was the might of an unrivaled being. The little stone had already grown up, and he was no longer the devilish child from back then. Every movement he made was dignified. He was now truly deserved his title of king. In the present age, it would be hard for him to find anyone in this world who was comparable to him. The gaze in his eyes had long been set on the older generation, to the point where he aimed for the ancient legendary creatures. This gave many young experts a feeling of helplessness. Their ages were clearly similar, yet the difference between them was too great. It was simply impossible to catch up to. Xianxia looked at the creatures not from this region, and his gaze seemed to materialize and pierce into them. The various cultivators all felt their hearts go cold. Before, they still wanted to challenge him, but right now all of them were shaking in fear. Who now dared to call the wasteland region lacking without any experts? As long as this youth appeared, his aura would engulf the mountains and rivers, and he would look down on this entire world. After this battle, no one dared to ever look down on the wasteland region again. Even the geniuses from various races outside this region put away their arrogance. They had no choice even if they were unwilling, because in front of the little stone, they did not have any confidence. Facing the little stone's aggression, who could resist? The crowd believed that from here on out, this would become a difficult problem. It was truly hard to find those among his age that were comparable. A bunch of ground beetles. You've all gotten used to acting like that in the mysterious region, so you all act so disgustingly now in the wasteland region. You all haven't even tried to take a look at who is the Lord. The big red bird spoke in an extremely arrogant tone. Everyone was speechless. It dared to call the immortal mountain a ground beetle. What kind of situation was this? It was more correct if it had been flipped around. In the eyes of those from outside this region, wasn't this just a barbaric land? However, no one else wanted to become unlucky today. The little stone was too powerful. Who dared to challenge him? Not even the immortal mountain's people could kill him, and they were instead dealt with like chopped vegetables. No one wanted to suffer needlessly. After the battle concluded, activity was gradually restored to the manor. Second little brother, I trust that you have been well since we last met? Xianxia said with a smile. In the past, this 9-headed lion in front of him had fought intensely, but in the end, the conflict between them was all resolved. The entirely golden 9-headed lion walked over. Its blood and chi was flourishing, and right now, not even a true pure-blooded race from the archaic divine mountains could be its opponent, because he was just too powerful. During these past few years, I borrowed my clan's golden divine furnace and 9 true refined blood, thus allowing my cultivation to quickly improve. Yet in the end, I wasn't able to catch up to you. The 9-headed lion felt a bit helpless. Back then, it had been beaten up by Xianxia before, so it had its share of trouble as well. In the end, the conflict between two disappeared. However, it was always a bit unwilling and wanted to surpass him. After several years had passed, it used the ancient furnace to refine its body and quickly improved. It was on the verge of becoming pure-blooded. However, now that it saw Xianxia again, it felt like the disparity was still there. No matter how heaven-defying the opportunities it received during these years were, they still weren't enough to catch up to Xianxia. Xianxia laughed heartily and patted its shoulder. The days he spent in the 100 Shattering Mountains left a deep impression on him, and it felt as if it all had happened yesterday. Some of my companions have arrived as well, said the 9-headed lion. The Rainbow Luan, Flame Crow, and the 2 three-eyed brothers appeared. They were precisely the archaic descendants Xianxia met with in the 100 Shattering Mountains. They traveled together for a while, having killed a white tiger and eaten a golden-winged pong. This place immediately began to bustle with noise. Go, let's find a place to drink. Since there were people he recognized and they were in a bustling place, they were going to celebrate. The wasteland region was so large. Once they were separated, it wouldn't be easy to meet again. Hualinger walked over as well and excitedly talked with them. After chatting for a while, she said that she would return in a bit. After all, as the host, she had to greet the guests. When the crowd looked at Xianxia again, they could only release another sigh. Being able to earn the title of king at such a young age was truly shocking. It was truly amazing. Brother Xianxia, you've truly left me shocked. Back then, you were just a child in the 100 Shattering Mountains shouting, eat you, eat all of you. Now, your name has shaken the entire wasteland region. Things really have changed with the passage of time. The Flame Crow spoke. Xianxia laughed. Back then, he was small, but he was incredibly savage. Others felt a sense of great respect for this group. Wherever this group went, the creatures from various races would all move out of the way. Even the talents from outside this region avoided Xianxia in fear of provoking him. Honor is earned through war. This truly is the case. The 9-headed lion looked at those creatures and felt a bit of disdain. A while ago, these creatures were still incomparably arrogant and looked down on the wasteland region's cultivators. Yet look at them now. Brother Xianxia, you have to be careful. Offending the immortal mountain is not a small matter. The older of the 2 three-eyed brothers reminded. Xianxia nodded and said, Right, I've killed a 3-eyed race's young master in the Fire Nation's ancestral grounds. He shouldn't have any connection to you guys. Right? The 2 brothers shook their heads. It was just like the human race where there were many of them. There were many individuals of the three-eyed race as well, and they were split up in every region. There wasn't really any connection between them. Soon after, the flame crow revealed a secret. It transmitted sound to Shi Hao, telling him to be careful of Fairy Yuchan. What do you mean? Shi Hao never looked down on the heaven-mending sex fairy. This was definitely a female who could fight against him at the same level. Her natural talents were astonishing. Not only was her face incredibly beautiful and her figure extremely wondrous, her strength was rarely seen and exceedingly unordinary. She did not fear Shi Yi's potential. In the future, it was likely that she would assume control over the heaven-mending sect. She had already entered the formation arrangement realm a long time ago and is rumored to be undergoing a rebirth. I estimate that once she succeeds, she might be able to deal with you, said the flame crow. Shi Hao was startled. When hearing the word rebirth, anyone would be shocked. This was a complete transformation that would allow one to become exponentially stronger. He was already at the king level, so with his boundless potential, he naturally didn't fear an expert from this realm and could roam unhindered under the heavens. However, after receiving this news, he was still a bit shaken. The flame crow race originated from the fiery cave. This was an extremely dangerous place that was engulfed within flames all year round. The temperature of the cave was extremely great, so high that it was horrifying. Fairy Yuchan had paid them a visit before and brought with her a stalk of fire spirit flower. This was an indispensable medicine in refining the nirvana medicine. Once one entered the formation arrangement realm, making a breakthrough again would become even more difficult. From a certain perspective, Shi Hao and Fairy Yuchan had already completed the path that most made in their lives. Countless cultivators would cultivate bitterly for their entire lives without even reaching this realm. Even the children of deities would only have cultivation speeds similar to this. After achieving the formation arrangement realm, trying to break through alone was definitely going to be slow. One needed medical supplements to refine their bodies and open all types of hidden potential. In the formation arrangement realm, the little nirvana pill was the most suitable. It could allow one to open their own divine treasury and break through this realm into the next. She is so young, yet she is going to break through the formation arrangement realm and reach the level of a supreme expert? The nine-headed lion was astonished, felt a bit of disbelief. Shi Hao was shocked as well, however. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "That shouldn't be the case. She is just preparing ahead of time to consolidate her cultivation." Now, he had reached the same cultivation level. Even if he was up against the heaven-mending sex fairy, he could still fight back. He did not believe that she could become a supreme expert, for that was just too frightening. "Brother Shi, you've offended the Immortal Mountain and killed a supreme expert from the heaven-mending sect. Your future is looking troublesome," said the Rainbow One. Shi Hao nodded and said, "No matter. The supreme experts have all hidden themselves to avoid the great tragedy. At that cultivation level, even the creatures from outside this region are staying away, not daring to enter the wasteland region. It isn't that easy for those remaining to defeat me. The great disorder was about to arrive. Rumors were spreading that even the most divine would become like mustard seeds. Currently, regardless of whether it was the Immortal Mountain or heaven-mending sect, people he would encounter would be at most formation arrangement realm kings, which he didn't care much about. He knew that Fairy Yuchan was not confident in defeating him. Otherwise, she might have taken action already. In reality, in this great cultivation realm, the big stone, Fairy Yuchan, and the male with the divine disc were the only people that posed a threat to him. Everyone chatted to their heart's content. They all felt that the wasteland region was facing imminent great changes. "Brother Shi, how did you advance your cultivation realm so quickly? What kind of experiences did you go through? Tell us about some of them." The flame crow and the other creatures humbly asked for guidance. Shi Hao was not too stingy, and after telling them his experiences, they could only sigh. After breaking into this realm, it was truly difficult to break through. In reality, those that were able to enter this realm were all formidable. They were all incredibly outstanding. However, how many of those could break through once again and reach an even greater realm? Oftentimes, even a lifetime of bitter cultivation would only lead here. Otherwise, why would there be a decent amount of king-level figures in a country, yet there would only be a single emperor? Apart from the creatures of the archaic divine mountains, entering the supreme expert realm was just too difficult. It's because the archaic divine mountains preserved the most foundational energies of the world, and within them grew the all types of spiritual medicines that could be used to refine the finest little nirvana pills. As a result, they would have supreme experts overseeing their land each generation. Right? The divine mountains have priceless divine medicines. They all sighed. Normal inheritances couldn't be compared to them. Sure how knew that he could break past the formation realm in the future. He still had this much confidence in himself. However, he felt like he had to spend an extremely long amount of time to actually do it. Brother Sure, you have already reached the formation arrangement realm at the age of 15. There is no need to worry much about future opportunities. Reaching this level at this age was rarely seen even since the ancient times. He had surpassed many outstanding people before him. They all felt that there was no reason for Sure how to feel any discontent towards slower cultivation. My enemies are strong. I can only continuously break through and reach even higher levels. Only then could I make the immortal mountain and heaven-mending sect feel some restraining fear. Sure how said. Everyone became speechless. The difference in goals between them were just too great. My ancestral grandfather has also arrived. Brother Sure, you can ask him for guidance. The nine-headed lion spoke. He felt that with Sure Hao's cultivation, it was enough to stand on equal footing with the wasteland region's most powerful cultivators. Sure Hao was moved. He did not refuse, as the nine-headed lion's race even came into contact with deities during the ancient years. They understood more, so he wanted to learn some things. In a courtyard that was more isolated and quiet, 7 or 8 elders were sitting and meditating. There were ancient vines around them and praying mats. This place had a distinct style to it. When Sure Hao was introduced, the elders were moved. They didn't act arrogantly and all stood up. It was because they all knew who Sure Hao was. They understood that if he could continue living, he would become someone that could unyieldingly move through this world. Greetings to seniors of the older generation. Sure Hao greeted. No matter how powerful he was, towards these friendly old king figures, he was still extremely respectful. In reality, these were all peak-level figures of the formation arrangement realm, and they might become supreme experts in the future. Please sit, little friend. There is no need to be so polite. The one who spoke was a black-robed Taoist. After introducing themselves, he learned that this was the Flame Crow's grandfather. These creatures' relationships were all quite great, and one of them even had a close relationship with one of the Fire Nation's royal elders. As a result, they were invited into this comparatively peaceful courtyard. The world was about to become chaotic. These individuals were all anxious. Apart from discussing the Tao, they were also chatting about the wasteland region's great powers. Sure Hao did not act pretentiously and calmly sat down, for he had the qualifications to face these individuals on equal terms. At the very least, in terms of combat strength, it was hard for him to find many adversaries. Little friend is a heaven-warping talent rarely seen since the ancient times. You have already climbed towards the peak at such a young age. It really is astonishing. An elder wearing a golden robe spoke. Sure Hao knew that this was the Nine-Spirit King, an extremely powerful king-level figure. He was the nine-headed lion's grandfather. His power was terrifying. He was on the doorstep to the next great cultivation realm, about to become a supreme expert. This younger generation came here to ask seniors a few questions on the path of cultivation. Sure Hao was extremely direct. He felt that it was better to be frank in front of these figures. The Willow deity had given him great help on his path of cultivation, but questions regarding certain stages of cultivation were never brought up. Asking these old king-level figures for advice was an extremely good choice. The Fire Nation's old king expert was already close to 200 years in age. His white eyebrows were extremely long. After hearing his question of how to quickly break through, he revealed a look of shock and said, "With little friend's talents, the current speed is already extremely astonishing." Sure Hao sighed. He knew that the Fire Nation was aware of his entrance into the ancestral ground. He did not hide anything and said, "If I didn't enter your distinguished country's sacred land, I wouldn't have been able to advance so quickly." Reaching this point, Xianxia sighed. As a similar ancient country, why was there no similar inheritance in Stone Country's ancestral land? The Fire Nation royal elder opened his mouth and said, "Stone Clan's ancestral grounds inheritance is even more astonishing. If little friend has the fortune of receiving it, then this might be the fastest route to break through the formation arrangement king realm. What kind of inheritance does the Stone Country ancestral land have?" Xianxia was astonished. He came from that place, so could it be that he missed something? When he heard this, he couldn't help but tremble inwardly and earnestly asked for guidance. What Stone Clan has is truly formidable. It is even more important for those at the formation arrangement realm or higher, Fire Nation's royal elder said. He wore a set of fiery red clothes. His aged body was seated on top of a praying mat. His face was covered in wrinkles, and his eyes were dim. However, when Stone Country ancestral land's inheritance was brought up, a type of covetous light could be seen within his eyes. "I ask Senior for his guidance," Xianxia earnestly said. "With your natural talents, no one in this generation of Stone Country could match you. If you head for Stone Country Imperial Palace, you will be treated as a great figure, and the inheritance will naturally be yours as well." Someone spoke from the side. Xianxia frowned. He currently didn't really want to enter Stone Country capital. If he wanted to be the Stone Emperor's successor, then a bloody battle would be unavoidable. It was impossible to directly ascend the throne. "It is a few ancient pill recipes." The Fire Nation royal elder spoke, for he could tell that Xianxia truly didn't know. Xianxia was startled. Stone Country's ancestral inheritance was just a few ancient pill recipes? Wasn't this too ordinary? The Fire Nation's ancestral land has a holy emperor palace with endless opportunities within. "It seems like you truly don't know." After seeing his expression, the Nine-Spirit King revealed a faint smile. Even though he was well along his years, his blood and chi were still abundant. His head of golden hair was shining. Stone Country's pill recipes are formidable, to the point where even ancient great figures longed after them, yet were ultimately unable to obtain them. The flame crow that came from the fiery cave spoke. With several individuals here reaffirming this information, it was clear that the pill recipes were extraordinary. "Look at us. None of us are of the human race, yet we still greatly desire those pill recipes. This alone is enough to clear your doubts," the Nine-Spirit King said. The Fire Nation royal elder nodded and said, "In reality, the value of those pill recipes is practically priceless. Even those from the archaic Divine Mountains wanted to get their hands on them, but after spending a large amount of resources, they still weren't able to obtain anything." An ape king from the side added, "Stone Country's cultivation methods are truly unordinary, but they haven't yet reached a level that could be called heaven-defying. However, those pill recipes are still enough to make many great sects within the wasteland region green with envy." Xianxia was shocked. He finally understood what the most precious inheritance of Stone Country was. It is rumored that the pill recipes could bring back those at the brink of death and put flesh back on bare bones. If one used them to refine spiritual medicines, they could bring out one's treasury of potential in the shortest amount of time. Xianxia was astonished. He was at the formation arrangement realm, so he understood fully well how difficult it was to break through. Compared to the cultivation realms from before, not even spending several times the amount of time he used before was enough. Based on his suspicions, if he wanted to break through into a higher cultivation realm to become a supreme expert, it would take many years. In reality, with his age, this type of accomplishment would still be extremely shocking. However, Xianxia couldn't delay his progress at all. He knew that he had to continuously improve to protect himself. Only then could he continue to live based on his own temperament and be free from the restrictions of others. Otherwise, as a so-called heaven-warping genius, there was a large possibility that he would fall. Regardless of whether it was the Immortal Mountain or the heaven-mending sect, neither of them would willingly watch him rise to power. Even the demonic spirit lake shared this opinion. How could they allow him to overlook the wasteland region? Currently, the great disorder of the wasteland region was like an opportunity for him. He could rise to power within the chaos. Even if the supreme experts sealed within the mountains emerged in the future, he still wouldn't fear them. Fire Nation's royal elder sighed and said, "What a pity! I've heard that Stone Country's pill recipe is no longer complete. Many things happened since the ancient times, and as a result, one of the most important pill recipes was lost." The old kings nodded. If it weren't for this, Stone Country would have flourished even greater, and there would be many more experts within the royal family. Currently, all of Stone Country's heavenly treasures and spiritual objects were being used up by one or two individuals within the imperial place. This was all due to the recipe's shortcomings. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to do this at all. It's just some pill recipes. Could they really be that formidable? When Shurhao heard this, he felt that it was a bit unbelievable. Of course they're extraordinary. People have speculated that the origin of those recipes isn't small and is in fact extremely mysterious. The amount of help it can provide to one's cultivation is tremendous, allowing one's innate potential to be unveiled. When Shurhao heard this, he was stupefied. Was this really reasonable? He felt some hesitation. The pill recipes are all in the hands of the human emperor. Unfortunately, one of them was lost, and the one that was lost was originally meant to be used together with the others, making it the most precious one. If it hadn't been lost, it truly would have been heaven-defying. According to what the old kings said, those pill recipes were extremely astonishing. One of them was especially effective for the current Shurhao, as it could allow him to surpass the formation arrangement realm and become a supreme expert. It's just a pill medicine, so in the end, it should still be some kind of external object. Could it really have such a great effect? Even if I did use this to break through, there should be some consequences, right? Shurhao said. Fire Nation's royal elder shook his head and said, "We call it a pill, but its use is quite different. Pill recipes could be used to refine pills, which would then be consumed. Breaking through like this was a bit of a shortcut, so it could easily make one's Dao foundation unstable and cause other detrimental effects. However, Stone Country's pill recipes were different. They could be used to refine pills, but their greatest use was not to turn the medicinal fluid into a pill, but rather to refine the individual and medicine simultaneously. It stimulated one's potential and opened the treasury hidden within their flesh. What was refined was not only the medicine, but one's own body as well. By cultivating within fire and flames, yin and yang, both the flesh and spirit were refined. It would allow one to undergo nirvana, completely transforming them. There wouldn't be any repercussions, and it would only make one stronger. When Shurhao heard what was said, he was stupefied again and again. As he listened to these elders explain it in such detail, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only did the pill recipe open up the potential of one's flesh, it could increase their spiritual power as well. How astonishing was this? It wasn't refining medicine anymore, but instead refining one's own body. This couldn't even be called pill refinement anymore. What a pity it is that the Stone Country imperial family lost the pill recipe, and their ancestral ground can no longer be found either. The flame crow from the Lee Fiery Cave shook his head. Stone Country was extremely cautious and prudent. They made sure to establish the ancient country in a boundless territory outside, but didn't bring all of their people with them. After sealing up the ancestral land, all relationships were cut off. This was done out of fear that clansmen from the outside world might destroy it. They wished to leave behind part of their bloodline within the ancestral ground to prevent it from disappearing. When these events were mentioned, the old kings felt both admiration and a bit of regret towards the decision that the Stone Country's ancestors made. If they wanted to find the complete pill recipes, it definitely wouldn't be possible in the outside world. Even the Stone Emperor was missing the most important one. As long as the ancestral land is found, I estimate that even the heaven-mending sect and Immortal Mountain would be moved. Rumor has it that the pill recipe is incredible and has an extraordinary background. Stone Country's ancestors were quite fortunate to have received it, said the Nine-Spirit King. When past events were brought up, they all sighed. Unfortunately, after so much time passed, not even Stone Clan could find their own way back. Rumor has it that an extraordinary item was buried under the ancestral land. Xianxia was startled. He was reminded of what the willow deity said. Because it was taking advantage of Stone Clan, it decided to protect the villagers. It was going to recover within the village, drawing energy from the item underground, and as a result, the formation was broken by it. Moreover, in the end, the entire stone village was moved, so it should be easier to find than before. Seniors, may I ask how many ancient recipes Stone Clan has in total? When Xianxia asked these words, his heart was not calm at all. In fact, he was somewhat excited. If a part wasn't lost, then there would be 5 in total. Fire Nation's royal elder glanced over at him with shock. At this moment, Xianxia felt his blood flowing quicker and his entire body becoming hot. He really wanted to shout out. He was incomparably excited and felt as if his blood vessels were going to burst. In the end, he endured it and controlled himself, quickly calming down. It was because Stone Village had 5 pill recipes, and they were all passed down from the ancient years. He didn't need to think anymore, and he didn't need to confirm anything. He already knew what it was. They were invaluable, and if news about them were spread out, it would definitely bring about great chaos. Within Stone Country, the old village chief would always feel regretful that their clan's inheritance had been broken off. No one knew when those methods were lost, and as a result, the clansmen no longer became powerful. In the end, only a few ancient cauldrons were left behind within the village, a few seemingly indestructible ancient objects, and 5 pill recipes. The elders from the past always felt a bit sorry for their descendants, because they didn't leave behind any Dao methods. The techniques that could allow Stone Village to stand proudly in the world were all lost. Thinking back, Stone Clan's ancestral land encountered a few accidents and lost some extremely precious items. However, the most important and priceless inheritance was not lost. Not even sure how could have imagined that it was those pill recipes. This really was like guarding a mountain of treasure without being aware of what was inside. This pill recipes were so important that even those from the archaic divine mountains longed after them. So how could they be ordinary? However, Stone Village's people were just too simple and used them like ordinary medicine recipes. If this had been lost, just how regretful would it have been? Fortunately, it was passed from generation to generation and not lost. This shockingly valuable item was preserved. Xianxia thought back to the torment he experienced within the medicinal cauldron when he was a child. He was able to stick it through while his companions couldn't. They all grimaced in pain while crying and screaming. Turns out that not only was it concocting medicine, but it was also refining his own potential. It is rumored that each of those pill recipes requires dozens to over 100 ingredients. In addition, none of them are ordinary, so the amount of resources exhausted would be extraordinary. The elders were still discussing. Even though they did not obtain them, they've heard the rumors. They were all sighing with regret. Even if ordinary people obtained those ancient pill recipes, they still wouldn't be able to make full use of them, because the materials alone were impossible to gather. Only a top-level power could collect all of them. Xianxia believed what they said because he was fully aware of what they were capable of. The old village chief had said in the past that while they were soaked within the medicinal fluid, the old medicines, centipedes, and scorpions were all substitutes. What the pill recipe required were spiritual medicines, primordial precious blood, and other items. How could a village collect them all? Back then, being able to obtain the swan and eye blood could only be considered fortunate. However, this was still far from enough, as it couldn't even provide the ingredients for one of the pill recipes. At this moment, Xianxia understood somewhat. No wonder the next generation of children like Dazhuang, Ermeng, and the others were stronger than their parents. It was because the conditions of Stone Village were now much better than before. The ingredients for the medicinal baths were much better as well. I was also a benefactor, Xianxia said to himself inwardly. His outer appearance was calm, not showing anything. Otherwise, this secret would be too astonishing. Turns out that Stone Village's most precious inheritance had always been there and had never been broken off. Only he himself wasn't aware of it. A divine light flashed through Xianxia's eyes. It truly was searching everywhere only to find that it was right in his palm all along. I've heard that Stone Clan has a cauldron that is extremely formidable. It was found together with the pill recipe. If it is used to refine one's flesh, the results would be astonishing. The Fire Nation royal elder said. Sure Hao was startled. He thought back to the especially unusual black cauldron and realized that that should be the one they were talking about. Back then, when precious flesh medicine was being refined, he heard all types of mysterious chants. Even the images on its surface seemed like they were being revived. It turned out to actually be like this. That was an ancient precious cauldron. Sure Hao suddenly realized this. He was far too familiar with that black cauldron, because that was the medicinal cauldron that was practically reserved for him. He was soaked within it ever since he was small and obtained great benefits from it. This was especially true when he was refined within the Swannee's blood and a drop of Harry Ball's true blood. The cauldron revived at that time and transmitted all types of sacrificial chants. Traces of the ancient people and various heavens emerged. The sun, moon, and stars adorned its surface. Archaic vicious beasts and divine birds soared about, and various flowers, birds, fish, and insects could be seen. Great mountains and waterfalls decorated the cauldron. The scene was extremely magnificent, and it could definitely be called marvelous. That cauldron truly is formidable. Rumor has it that the medicinal characteristics of even common spiritual medicines would be greatly improved once they were placed within it, making them extraordinary. The ancient cauldron is a rare treasure, said Fire Nation's royal elder. As an ancient country as well, they had a deep impression of Stone Clan's heaven-defying clan guarding supreme treasure. Stone Clan's ancestors were extremely on guard, and it could also be said that they feared the things that were going to happen to their clan. As a result, after establishing their country, they immediately hid a rare ancient artifact together with one of their primary inheritances. Sure Hao understood more and more. That cauldron was unordinary. Even though there weren't any great spiritual medicines used in his refinement process, through the cauldron even normal medicinal grass became much more effective. Of course, this cauldron did not provide him with any excessively heaven-defying results. After all, what he used back then were all ordinary medicinal grasses. He hadn't even used a single stalk of spiritual medicine. In the end, the reason he was able to reach this point was still mainly because of himself. From what the willow deity said, even wilted grass can prosper again. During infancy, he lost his supreme being bone, and on his own, he slowly made it through and gave birth to one that was even more powerful, one with even greater potential. Little friend, with your innate talent, if you enter the Stone Country capital, I believe that the human emperor would definitely choose you as his successor. Those 4 pill recipes will inevitably fall into your hands. One of the king figures spoke. The flame crow from the Lee Fiery Cave sighed and said, The affairs of the world are difficult to predict. Little friend, you should spend some time to think it over. Sure Hao nodded. He immediately thought of many things. Unlike previously, it wasn't as simple as just defending the demonic spirit lake. Right now, both the Immortal Mountain and Heaven-Mending sect stood against him, and many things could happen in the future because of this. Fortunately, he didn't have to go to Stone Country capital, because the perfect and complete pill recipes were in Stone Village. There was no need for him to beg anyone else. Afterwards, they sat and discussed various things in a friendly manner. Even though Sure Hao was from the younger generation, no one looked down on him. He would always hit crucial points each time he spoke. He had astonishing talent on the path of cultivation, making many of the old kings sigh with admiration. They felt more and more like he was going to have unlimited future achievements. Little friend, with your talent, you will definitely have astonishing accomplishments in the future. However, human minds are difficult to predict, so on certain matters you still need to act cautiously, said the Nine-Spirit King. He was an extremely powerful old king-level figure. His cultivation was extremely terrifying, and it was likely that he was going to become a true supreme expert. He was not from the archaic divine mountains and merely had the bloodline of a descendant. However, he still accomplished this much, which was definitely astonishing. Sure Hao became speechless. He naturally knew that the Nine-Spirit King had good intentions. Implied within these words was advice for him to endure this silently and to not clash with the Immortal Mountain or heaven-mending sect. Little friend will definitely condense the divine core. There is no harm in finding a peaceful place to seclude for dozens of years. There will definitely be a day when you can look down on the rest of the world. Fire Nation's royal elder that was nearing 200 years of age said. Much thanks for senior's good intentions. Sure how earnestly nodded. He understood what they meant. However, he knew deep inside that silently training in isolation did not match his innate nature. No matter how mature a youth was, he still couldn't get rid of his inner flame. Moreover, he wasn't someone who liked to separate himself from mortal affairs. Restricting himself and going against his nature would not produce much results. From the moment he stepped out from Stone Village, he had always created waves with his steps. He had the courage to face the storm head-on and go against all predicaments to polish himself. Sure how knew his own path and understood how he should advance. He wouldn't place himself in danger, but also wouldn't hide himself in a corner to preserve his life. His Tao path was something he had to create alone. This time, Sure how obtained a lot just from the discussions on the Tao alone by these old kings. After all, these were old cultivators that had been at the formation arrangement realm for a long time, so they possessed ample experience. The most important thing was that these elders knew a lot of inside information. They spoke of many past stories that helped Sure how quite a bit. For example, the old Flame Crow told him that there was a fiery mountain range in the wasteland region's far west. There is a unique medicine there that is extremely rare and precious. It could be used within the pill recipe as a main ingredient and assist one in becoming a supreme expert. Unfortunately, it was too dangerous to enter those mountains, and it was practically impossible to make it out alive. From the ancient times until now, there were few individuals who dared to pick this unique medicine. There were a few other pieces of secret information. For example, the Nine-Spirit King told Sure how that there was a golden land within the wasteland region where even the rocks were gold. They possessed immortal divinity and could be used to refine one's body. It was also a forbidden area. It was possible that one would immediately be crushed to pieces by the terrifying golden laws as soon as they entered. Sure how got up. He knew that he was still a younger generation individual, so he didn't have too much to bring to the conversation with these elders. After learning quite a bit, he retreated and left this small courtyard. Brother Sure, it seems like you've benefited quite a bit, said the Rainbow One. At this moment, they were excitedly chatting. The big red bird was about to be knocked out from drinking, and right now it was shooting its mouth in front of these people. He claimed to have seen a deity, a willow tree that was full of grace and surrounded by chaotic energy. Sure how gave it a huge slap and woke it up. In a berating voice, he said, "Stop blabbing nonsense here." Everyone laughed loudly. Naturally, no one believed its words. The big red bird was embarrassed and realized that it was acting foolishly. It quickly changed the topic and said, "Do you all know where the Fire Nation's guardian spirit resides?" It was because it wanted the guardian spirit to be its master and become the disciple of a vermilion bird. Princess Hualinger will come in a bit. You can just directly ask her. The nine-headed lion spoke. Its expression froze as it gazed into the distance, and it became serious. Sure how felt that something was off. When he turned around, he only saw a white tiger hurriedly pass through this courtyard's gate. "Western Tomb Beast Mountain's White Tiger King," the nine-headed lion said. Western Tomb Beast Mountain was definitely a frightening place. The corpses of archaic vicious beasts were buried underneath, making it an ancient gravesite. The descendants that were originally guarding the tomb slowly developed. After many years had passed, they became an extremely great power. They were extremely well known in the wasteland region. There were many people who went there to dig for treasures, and there was once someone who obtained a divine object by doing so. Unfortunately, there were very few people who were able to obtain anything. One region in particular had extremely ominous energy that would wreak havoc from time to time, creating a disaster. Over time, that incredibly strange region became devoid of inhabitants. However, this ancient tomb had spiritual energy that was much richer than that of other places, allowing the Western Tomb Beast Mountain's strength to become much stronger. That old white tiger seems to know something, Could it be that it knows we killed its grandson in the 100 shattering mountains? The 9-headed lion asked. Divine radiance flashed past Xiao's eyes. The enmity between himself and the Western Tomb Beast Mountain was not just that little bit. Back then, when the Heaven-Mending Pavilion was destroyed, Western Tomb Beast Mountain and ancient families like the Tuoba clan all invaded the place. Don't worry. If it really wants to take action, it has to first go through me, Xiao said. Right now, his name was extremely outstanding. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't dare take action against others recklessly without dealing with Xiao first. Soon after, Xiao asked them where all types of spiritual grasses were. It was because he knew the contents of the 5-pill recipes. After growing up at the old village chief's side and constantly being immersed within the medicinal fluid, how could he not be familiar with its contents? If he wanted to break through in the shortest amount of time possible, now was the time to start collecting all types of spiritual medicines. It was because the requirements were too shocking. Any recipe required dozens to over 100 medicinal grasses, and none of them were ordinary. He even needed vicious beast blood and strange bugs like the silver sky centipede and golden scorpion. Yellow spring bamboo. I've heard that this kind of strange spiritual would has appeared in the Western Tomb Beast Mountain before, the sable said. Right. I've heard that before as well. The flame crow nodded. Among the main ingredients Xiao was looking for, the yellow spring bamboo was absolutely indispensable. It was to a point where there weren't any substitutes for it. As a result, when he asked seriously, he didn't expect there to immediately be a clue. Sigh, it seems like I have to pay the Western Tomb Beast Mountain a visit, Xiao said softly. Brother Xiao, there might be the grave of a great archaic figure there, and even the grave of the archaic Vicious 10. If you are lucky, you might be able to dig out some primordial precious bones. Why don't we go with you when the time comes? The Rainbow Luan's eyes were shining. Let's discuss this later. Xiao did not immediately agree, because it was quite dangerous there. Then, he stood up and said, Let's go and walk around. Let's see what kind of precious medicines I can exchange for in this garden. Before, he didn't know about it, but now that he did, Xiao would naturally act meticulously. During this gathering, apart from interacting socially, he could also exchange for all types of items. Not long ago, he received a piece of sunstone. He didn't particularly care much about those spiritual grasses. He now returned to the garden and began to look through and select what was available. Sure enough, there were quite a few precious medicines, some of which were truly useful for him. They split up to help Xiao collect the medicinal grass. The pure-blooded creatures of the archaic divine mountains also came. Soon after, someone started a discussion. Many powerful auras appeared within the courtyard. Even though these creatures arrived comparatively later, there were many medicinal herbs within the divine mountains. There were some who brought several stalks of spiritual medicines that were rarely seen in the outside worlds, and these were all naturally extremely expensive. This time, I will make an exception and reveal our precious medicines to the outside world. I only want the most precious artifact refinement material. If you don't have it, then don't even come close. A young, pure-blooded creature spoke. Xiao was shocked. He saw someone he recognized. The purple-clothed Yun, she was there. The other party also saw him, and she naturally became extremely stirred up. She immediately rushed over with a fiery gaze. In the past, Xiao had wrestled with her and even bit on her sparkling ear. Yun, she hated him to death, and even though she no longer wanted to get revenge after what happened later on, she still wouldn't let it end just like this. Hey, what are you doing? I'm warning you, don't come too close. If you try to attack me, be careful or I'll forcefully carry you back, Xiao said. What was shocking was that the gorgeous and outstanding Yun, she grabbed onto his arm and did not let go. In the distance, the expressions of many pure-blooded creatures immediately changed. There was no need to say anything more about Yun, she's appearance. She was extremely famous within the younger generation of the various mountains and was the one many held in their hearts as their goddess. However, right now, she actually voluntarily grabbed that youth's arm. This left them completely shocked. They immediately felt their chests become empty. Have you already thought it through and want to be carried back? Are you going to guard my village? Xiao asked. Xi's pretty face was slightly blushing, and she wanted to let go of Hao's arm. With the redness on her beautiful complexion, she looked even more alluring. Her beautiful hair was bright and gentle. Her skin was sparkling and full of luster. Her physique was elegant and curvy, so outstanding that others couldn't help but be drawn to her charm. She was truly beautiful. However, Hao did not allow her to let go and asked, "Even if you want to return to my village, you shouldn't have been in that much of a hurry, right?" Not far away, the expressions of several pure-blooded creatures became ugly. All of their moods became utterly terrible after seeing the archaic divine mountain's most famous goddess walk that close to Hao. "Where is my clan's divine magical artifact?" the purple-clothed She asked. She seemed extremely stirred up. It was clear that she had an ulterior motive. Hao was startled. How could she ask for that precious artifact as soon as they met? Didn't he already say that he wouldn't exchange it no matter what? After seeing Second Baldy and being reminded again, it was even less likely for him to agree. "Please return my precious artifact. I could use other items to exchange for it." She spoke. After seeing Hao again after a year and a half, she naturally became extremely excited. At the same time, she was rather anxious, for she was scared that he would refuse again. "I thought you wanted to return with me back to my village, yet in the end you wanted to bicker over this matter. In that case, there isn't much that needs to be said." Hao refused. "What do you need in order to return it?" She asked. Within her excitement was also fury. "Shi, what exactly does he owe you? Say it out loud for everyone to heard. With so many people here, how could justice not be brought to light?" A youth spoke up. He was a newcomer that came from outside the garden. He was 1 or 2 years older than Hao and came from the archaic divine mountains. He had a head of blonde hair, and his eyes were flickering with golden radiance. His face did not carry any arrogance, but a glint flashed through the depths of his eyes. "This is one of the great Peng race's youth." Not far away, a few old cultivators were shaken. They understood this youth's background and became horrified. It was because the great golden-winged Peng was definitely one of the world's most powerful races. They were known to be able to devour deities and sweep through everyone before it. They looked down on the entire archaic era. This race not only ate gods and devils, they've become deities themselves. Moreover, those that became heavenly deities weren't just 1 or 2. From the archaic times until now, they were always ranked within the wasteland region's most tyrannical races. How powerful was the archaic golden-winged Peng? It was the direct child of the Kuan Peng, and it had the most powerful bloodline. Even though it was still a bit off from the archaic Vicious 10, its power had always remained shocking. "This one must be Brother the Supreme Youth. I have been looking forward to meeting you." The youth cupped his hands in greeting and did not lack in manners. Hao nodded and didn't say much. Right now, he was comparable to an older generation king-level figure, so this naturally wasn't too rude. This was an era where the most powerful reigned supreme. A glint flashed through the golden-haired youth. He could also be considered a formidable and shockingly talented genius. Even if older generation figures saw him, they would also exclaim in admiration. He never expected that Hao would merely nod, making him feel rather uneasy. "Brother what exactly did you take from Shi? Could you please just return it? You don't even know what I took, yet you want me to return it. Are you sure that I owe her anything?" Hao calmly replied. He could tell that this pure-blooded Peng race youth was extremely arrogant. Even though he didn't act rudely on the surface, he was extremely unwilling inside. He was merely enduring it all silently. "Shi has already stated that you owe her a magical artifact, so how could there be a mistake?" The youth spoke. His eyes were bright as he looked at Hao, not showing any signs of fear. Right now, the little stone's might was utterly shocking. Forget about those his age, even the older generation would feel restraining fear. Right now, under these circumstances, he was practically invincible. All of the creatures believed that they should move out of his way. They were all extremely fearful of him. In reality, they believed that no one dared to provoke him, Yet right now, a golden-winged Great Peng was confronting Shi Hao. Even though it couldn't be considered a direct conflict, but he seemed to want to argue for what is right, making many people cast sidelong glances. Could it be that he wants to challenge Shi Hao? Many people's hearts began to jump. They felt a wave of excitement. I think a stalk of divine medicine that belongs to me landed in your clan. Can you please return it? Is that okay? The big red bird continued and said, could it be that just because one raises a request, then it's definitely true? If that's the case, please return a stalk of divine medicine to me. Everyone revealed expressions of shock. Could it be that they were going against each other tit for tat? Dao friend, you are making trouble without reason. The golden-haired youth shot the big red bird a look and then looked towards Shi Hao again and said, Brother Shi, you clearly owe Xianxia a precious artifact, so how could you not return it? With Brother Shi's current identity, you wouldn't go so far as to refuse to admit this wrong, right? Everyone became shocked. He actually dared to speak these words. Soon after, some people understood the reasoning. It was most likely not only because the purple-clothed girl was too beautiful, but also because as he was a Peng bird, he was interested in Shi Hao's Kuan Peng precious technique. Right? This definitely has to be the case. Everyone gasped. Today, another great disturbance was going to be created. Everyone clearly knew what kind of background the Peng race possessed. It was rumored that the race's greatest desire was to find the Kuan Peng's undamaged inheritance. They wouldn't tolerate it ending up in anyone else's hands. Right now, the rumor was that Shi Hao might have the Kuan Peng technique, so it naturally startled the Golden Peng race. Even though this race was few in numbers, each and every one of them was terrifying. They were known as one of the most powerful pure-blooded creatures. If this was truly what the race thought, then they might try to get rid of Shi Hao while disregarding the consequences. It was possible that a supreme expert might emerge from their sealed mountains without fear of life or death. Do I need your opinion when dealing with my matters? Shi Hao simply shot him a cold look, almost as if he didn't put him in his eyes. The golden-haired youth was unsatisfied inside. This was a type of contempt. He already said so much, yet the other side didn't seem to pay any attention or get angry. The other party didn't seem to even think of himself as someone of the same level. Then, Shi Hao turned around and looked at Xianxia. That item was what your grandfather owed me. Didn't we already talk this through last time? Why are you asking again? Xianxia grabbed him without letting go in fear of losing him. It was because that magical artifact was too important, and only as a pair could they create a key that could open up their sect gate. In reality, Shi Hao was already somewhat aware. When he returned to the village, Second Baldy had told him that this magical artifact definitely could not be given back. They had to worry a bit first because it was just too important to them. Shi Hao had already guessed that Second Baldy might know the celestial race's secret, and that's why it was forced to hide in the 100 Shattering Mountains before. This was probably the reason why it didn't want to come out. The truth was not far from what he guessed. Right now, the heavenly divine mountains people also finally understood that secret, only they were too late and could only regret. Their most important key was actually unintentionally gifted out, falling into Shi Hao's hands. This was a case of, what's gone can never come back. I am willing to exchange with another divine magical artifact, Xianxia said. If it wasn't for the fact that it was tied to a shocking great secret, touching upon the so-called divine domain, she definitely wouldn't act so anxiously. Not exchanging. Shi Hao shook his head and refused. Brother Shi, acting like this isn't too good. This is originally the heavenly divine mountain's treasure. If you take it for your own like this, it is a bit excessive. The golden-haired youth opened his mouth again. I am not an unreasonable person. You have also seen that Xianxia admitted herself that the item is mine and that she just wants to exchange. Why is an outsider like you interfering? Speaking up to this point, Shi Hao's eyes erupted with divine radiance as they stared at him. His tone immediately became much more severe. You've been speaking nonsense this entire time. Could it be that you think that I don't dare to kill you? At this moment, he showed of his ability. His gaze was extremely terrifying, and a wave of forceful energy was released, forcing that golden-haired youth to take steps backwards. He was greatly shaken, and a wave of coldness ran through his body. He was still a golden-winged Peng in the end, yet in front of Hao he still felt powerless. The golden-haired youth was unreconciled. In a loud voice he said, "What do you mean, outsider? She will become my sister-in-law in the future, so I naturally can stand for what's right. Why can't I?" "Nonsense. I have nothing to do with your race," she retorted. "It's him." Could it be that person returned? Someone said in a soft voice, seemingly understanding something. "I've heard a rumor that the golden-winged Peng race went to the celestial race to ask for goddess Xi's hand in marriage." Unknowingly, when two more pure-blooded creatures entered the garden and began to discuss this, that person truly returned. "He is known as the archaic divine mountain's most powerful genius," someone gasped. Soon after, everyone knew what was going on. The golden-haired youth's older brother had left this region to learn through experience and hadn't returned all this time. He must have returned to the wasteland region now. "I've heard this rumor," said the nine-headed lion. Even he heard about this before, so it could be seen how powerful that Peng race expert was. Hao also seemed to realize with a flash what kind of figure it was. When he fought that great battle against the pure-blooded creatures, She had said before that only one or two individuals could fight against him. Only those two geniuses have both left this region. It was clear that one of them was the golden-winged Peng race's most powerful genius, and he seems to have some kind of relationship with Shi. "My clan elders have already departed to ask the heavenly divine mountain for marriage. In addition, my elder brother has arrived too," said the golden-haired youth. There was a bit of confidence in his expression, as well as a bit of pride. It was clear that he admired his elder brother greatly and believed in his strength. Hao revealed a curious expression. He also wanted to try this elder brother of his. After all, this was a talent that has left the wasteland region. All of the pure-blooded creatures in the great divine mountains admired him, so he must have areas where he excelled in. This was especially since he had heard about these two individuals might previously. A different wave of energy rose, and then a golden ripple appeared. A few more people appeared within the garden. Many people couldn't even see how they arrived. It was as if they teleported here. Only Hao remained calm. He could tell that this was the golden-winged Peng's incredible movement technique. It truly was ridiculously fast. "Shi, we have not seen each other for a while. Have you been well?" The young male spoke. Everyone sighed. This male was too handsome. His golden hair was like a divine sun, and his build was well-shaped and sturdy. He was an extremely charming and beautiful man. "There is no relationship between me and you," Shi said. She once again grasped Hao's arm. Hao frowned. At this moment, he finally understood. Not only did she want the arm guard back, she also wanted to be freed from this blonde male. She was going to borrow his might here. However, his eyebrows soon smoothed out again. He didn't say anything. "Please don't come looking for me again." She calmly spoke towards the blonde male. When Hao heard this, his eyebrows jumped. He didn't want to be used by others. When he smelled the fragrance in her hair and then saw her sparkling ear so close to him, he thought back to his experiences inside the 100 Shattering Mountains. For who knows what reason, he suddenly felt an urge. Just like before, he reached out and embraced her. Then he bit down on her sparkling ear. Shi's ear immediately felt pain, and in that instant, she immediately knew what happened. She immediately shifted outwards, and her face became flushed with redness. She couldn't help but scream out. The same thing from back then actually happened again, with the only difference being that they didn't toss and turn on the ground. However, this was still enough to leave her humiliated and angry. Others couldn't help but cover their ears when they heard her scream. "Evil thing, you!" She was completely furious. She never thought that by borrowing Hao's power, she would actually suffer this disaster, moreover in front of so many people's eyes. This truly felt like she was suffering a double loss. Shi's sparkling white face had long become red, and her entire body was pink in color. She couldn't help but tremble. This kind of feeling left her furious, for what happened made her ashamed. Why did it end like this? She was so mad that she couldn't say anything. She wasn't able to use the other party, yet in the end, she was taken advantage of. She paid a heavy price. Everyone was stupefied. They actually saw something like this. All right, let's go together. You're being carried back. The big red bird cried out loudly in a mischievous manner. The cultivators here all revealed strange expressions. This evil bird was truly bold. There was nothing it didn't dare to say. Didn't it see that the golden-winged pung was clenching its teeth? When they thought about its owner, everyone became at ease again. What could it say? There was no need to say anything more about the little stone's power. Even the Immortal Mountains people were chopped like vegetables. With flushed cheeks, Xianxia stared towards the big red bird. After screaming out, she then looked at Hao and clenched her fists. She didn't know what was the best thing to do here. On the other side, the group of youths from the archaic divine mountains were stupefied. This was the goddess they held close to their hearts. Yet she was humiliated by the little stone. They were shocked and furious. How could it have ended like this? A youth muttered to himself. It was hard for him to accept what he was seeing. In the eyes of the horned dragon, Bifong and others, this celestial race lady was holy and had no time for others. She was inviolable. Among the archaic divine mountains' younger generation, she occupied an irreplaceable position, just like a goddess. Are you provoking the archaic Pung Mountain? The golden-haired youth's expression became downcast. He loudly berated and then looked at his older brother. He couldn't stop himself from challenging him. Provoking the archaic Pung Mountain? Hao turned around and looked at him. The youth was only 1 or 2 years older than he was. Golden fighting aura was seething from his body. Xianxia is going to join my race, yet you dare to treat her rudely? The blonde youth's sharp eyebrows jumped. His voice carried a chilliness, and his eyes shot out 2 beams of faint golden light. The Pung race's aura was released, and powerful fluctuations diffused, making this entire garden shake. This was a genius who had a shocking cultivation level among his peers. Then why am I hearing Xianxia say that there is nothing between you two? Hao asked. Xianxia's ample chest rose and fell, provoking endless fanciful thoughts. Her physique was tall and thin, and her impressive figure had curves undulating up and down. She now gradually calmed down. Jin Yunxiao, there is nothing between me and your Pung Mountain, she said. At the same time, she stared hatefully at Hao. You! The golden-haired youth Jin Yunxiao's face became ugly. Being refuted in front of his face like this and having what he just said be completely overthrown left him feeling extremely uncomfortable. He came from the Pung Mountain, a powerful and honorable race. He was a genius rarely seen in this world. Being shown contempt by the little stone had already left him discontent. And now, he was even more upset. Hey, I said, didn't she already say several times that she has nothing to do with you? Could it be that you are going to force yourself onto her? The big red bird looked at him with disdain. Jin Yunxiao's face was overcast. He didn't say anything. His eyes continuously swept between Xianxia and Hao, because he wasn't sure what exactly the relationship between the two was. He wasn't the only one. The group of youths from the archaic divine mountains were also completely shocked. How could the normally distant and unapproachable goddess Xianxia be like this? Forget about her previously voluntary movement towards that youth after being counterattacked. She still had this kind of attitude, refusing the Pung Mountain. Xianxia, what is going on? Are you being forced to do this? It doesn't seem like it though, someone said softly. He couldn't accept this reality. In a way, they were more willing for Xianxia to be married to the Pung Mountain's most powerful genius than for her to have any kind of relationship with Hao. They all felt that the former was more suitable. The archaic Pung Mountain's heroic genius Jin Yunting had visited every great divine mountain before, so they were all familiar with him. In addition, ever since he was born, he had never been defeated. Afterwards, he left the wasteland region on his own and cultivated bitterly outside this region. Everything was for the sake of sharpening and improving his strength. Even though he left for many years, he still possessed great prestige in these youths' eyes. After all, they were comparatively closer to him. If Xianxia absolutely had to choose a husband, Then they hoped that she would enter the Peng Mountain. Xianxia, don't be so impulsive. Look how awesome Brother Yunting is, a young lady said. She had long green hair, and her appearance was rather graceful. She was truly trying to placate Xianxia's anger. Even though the little stone was stunning, in the end, he was still someone on a different path from them all. This was especially true after they learned how strong Shihao was. He has killed a supreme expert from the Divine Mountains and even eaten a green luan. Xianxia, what is going on? Even if you don't want to get married, you still don't need to refuse like this. How talented is Brother Yunting? You should understand that this is a bit hurtful. Another young lady spoke. Within the youngsters that came from the Divine Mountains, there were many males that had favorable impressions of Xianxia, viewing her as their goddess. However, seeing her like this made their hearts drop. Meanwhile, the girls that came from the archaic restricted lands were inclined to Jin Yunting and would speak on his behalf. This was their most powerful genius, and he possessed a brilliant reputation. Many females had feelings for him. Even though Xianxia was gradually calming down, when she thought back to what happened, her face flushed red again. She inwardly grinded her teeth and sighed. Turns out that one truly had to pay the price when using another. I know how I should choose, and right now, I do not want to think about personal matters. She did not say too much, only this sentence. As of this moment, everyone could naturally see that she truly was against it. Moreover, she probably wanted to use Shihao as a shield. Yet in the end, Shihao didn't act as she suspected he would, and instead performed an extremely improper act. When the males from the archaic Divine Mountains cleared up some of their confusion, they all couldn't help but sigh. Fairy Xianxia's choice was the best option for them. When they looked at Shihao, their eyes were no longer as fierce anymore. After all, he was used like a shield and didn't pose any true threat. The blonde youth Jin Yunxiao's face became overcast. He shot a cold look towards Shihao and inwardly snorted. He felt extremely discontent, because today's matters damaged the Peng race's reputation. Little stone, even though you are amazing, you still shouldn't go too far. He spoke coldly. Is little stone something you can casually call out? The big red bird berated. Right now, the two stones had a nice-sounding ring to it, but it was usually used by the older generation in their discussions. Those of a similar age usually wouldn't directly call him the little stone. Jin Yunxiao was proud and unyielding. When he looked forward, a terrifying fluctuation was released from his body that pressured the big red bird. It was clear that he was not willing to give in to Shihao, as his expression carried killing intent. Everyone felt a wave of indescribable palpitation. It was almost suffocation, making them all tremble. This youth from the Peng race was terrifyingly powerful after all. Forget about those his age, even the older generation figures were moved. Once this outstanding talent grew up, he would definitely become a formidable supreme expert. There was no doubt about it. The big red bird found it difficult to breathe. With its current strength, it was truly hard for it to match a well-known pure-blooded creature. Even the nine-headed lion beside it was shocked and felt the pressure. Shihao snorted coldly. This person dared to take action in front of him and indiscriminately harm those around him. This was a provocation, and he would never ignore something like this. His body did not move, and instead, he simply released a cold snort. However, this alone possessed profound mysteries of divine sound, and it smashed forward like an enormous hammer. With a honglong sound, the space around them shook. Jin Yunxiao released a muffled groan, and his face became a bit pale. He looked at the little stone with disbelief. The difference between the two was obvious. Even as a heaven-warping genius, he wasn't his match. At this time, his brother Jin Yunting finally made his move. His entire body was surrounded by a layer of golden light. He was like a shining sun, and even his hair was covered in a layer of holy radiance. His body was well-proportioned and tall. His heroic appearance was outstanding. As he walked forward, the golden radiance pervaded the air. He protected his own brother, allowing color to return to his pale face. The younger brother's heart was no longer palpitating heavily. Jin Yunting did not get angry, and his voice was gentle as he said, "Yunxiao, You cannot act rudely. Brother Shi is a heavenly genius in our generation, so how could you challenge him? In the future, not many people can contend against him in this world. This surpassed everyone's expectations. A great battle was about to break out, yet they never expected that the Peng race's most powerful genius didn't get angry. Instead, he controlled his own younger brother. Older brother. Jin Yunxiao was still unwilling to let it go and wanted to say something. However, Jin Yunting only gave him a glance, and he closed his mouth. He was extremely respectful towards this older brother of his and did not dare rebel. Regardless, she can make her own decision. No one else has the right to interfere, Jin Yunting said. He then left without taking action. Everyone was truly surprised. From their intuition, they could all tell that this Peng race genius was extremely powerful and might even possess a ridiculous level of strength. However, in the end, he remained so calm and collected and left just like that. This left the big red bird that was watching speechless. It felt that things had already reached the climax, and a battle between geniuses was going to break out, yet in the end it was dissolved just like that. How is he? The nine-headed lion asked. Very strong. He has long reached the formation arrangement realm. He is a very young king-level figure. Hao replied. This was an extremely young king-level figure, and was the most powerful individual around his age from the archaic divine mountains. Jin Yunting was only 18 or 19 years old. Possessing this kind of cultivation was definitely astonishing. After all, not everyone could be like Hao and become a king-level figure at 15 years of age. It was truly rarely seen since the ancient era. You should be careful. If it was any other king, then it's fine, but he is from the Peng race, the most powerful pure-blooded creatures from the archaic divine mountains. This is already terrifying. The flame crow reminded. Hao nodded and didn't say anything. A crisis was neutralized just like that. She did not leave and offered a few conditions, yet in the end, they were all refused. Hao carefully selected spiritual grasses and exchanged with their owners. He obtained quite a few things here, obtaining more than 10 types of spiritual medicines he needed. Soon after, Hualinger hurried over. As the host, she enthusiastically invited Hao, Nine-Headed Lion, and the others to dinner. However, when a certain dish appeared, everyone became stupefied. What is this? Pig ears. The rainbow luan was stupefied. The cold dish was sitting on the jade table. Compared to the other meat dishes, it was clearly quite different. Isn't there someone that particularly likes to eat ears? It was prepared specially for him. Hualinger said, "Ha ha!" Everyone erupted into laughter. Hao felt extremely embarrassed. When this subject was brought up again, he didn't know what was the right thing to say. She didn't leave either and was similarly invited to this table. Seeing this scene, her jade-like face became even more rosy. This was just too embarrassing. She hatefully looked at Hao and then looked at Hualinger without the slightest hesitation. She gradually calmed down and no longer looked so awkward. Finally, Hao said his goodbyes. This atmosphere left him feeling extremely embarrassed. Where is Brother Shi going? The flame crow asked. I am preparing to roam the wasteland region. I want to see this region's beautiful mountains and rivers. Hao replied. Good, we aren't occupied with anything at the moment. We'll go with you, said the nine-headed lion. They wanted to go on a trip as well. All of you need to be careful. Once you leave the capital, there will probably be people who will take action. Hualinger reminded, because she received some information. No matter. Hao was not scared. In the end, Hualinger followed them while hugging the little wolf. Apart from this, she actually followed as well, leaving together with them out of Fire Nation capital. After leaving the capital, regardless of whether it was the nine-headed lion, Hualinger or the others, they were all on guard. They received some news that there were people plotting against Hao. The imposing city wall was already far away, and they were traveling on the horizon limit where the sun was falling. They had not been attacked yet. Even at night time within a small town's tavern, they still didn't encounter any trouble. It was still extremely peaceful, and the trouble they anticipated never happened. Wu, I received a report that a large bounty was placed on your head in the Blood God building. However, the assassination hall did not accept it and rejected those symbol bones. Huolinger received the news. Everyone sighed. Even the Wasteland region's famous assassination hall feared Sure How, not daring to send someone after him. This left them all amazed. Brother Sure's fame is far-reaching and truly admirable. The three-eyed race's brothers were greatly moved. The Blood God building was not a normal place. These assassins all came from different clans, and they were shockingly powerful. It is rumored that for the past many years, few people have survived their attacks. At their peak, they even dared to take the heads of supreme experts. It is good that nothing bad happened. Regardless, these people were extremely happy. No one wanted to live while suffering from constant attacks. The assassins shrinking back was naturally a good thing. The formation arrangement realm was a threshold that was extremely difficult to break through. Sure How wanted to cut down on the time and enter a high level, so he would naturally use his clan's pill recipes. What he lacked right now were various types of spiritual medicines. This was what was most pressing, so he naturally had to go and gather what he needed. Fire Nation has some famous mountains and rivers. I would like to personally pick some medicines, Sure How said. He consulted Huolinger. What famous mountains and rivers? There's no need to go to those places to collect spiritual medicines. It's enough just to directly purchase them. Huolinger informed him. How could true masters of medicine refinement have the time to pick their ingredients themselves? They would always have specific people prepare it for them. Let's go to the medicine capital, the nine-headed lion said. He was a bit more familiar with this place, as his birthplace and home was rather close. The medicine capital was an extremely wealthy and well-known place. Their tradition had been passed on for a long time. From the ancient times until now, they had always been well known. This wasn't a sect, but it still similarly had its own established rules and customs. It was an ancient city that was situated right at Fire Nation's border. Many medicine masters would roam about this place, so there were naturally many spiritual medicines here as well. Rumor has it that this was the birthplace of the medicine god. Previously, Sure How did not understand too much about this place. After listening to them, he became more and more interested. He could exchange for many spiritual medicines here and increase his power. I'm also going, the big red bird said. It originally came for the sake of finding a master, but this was also along the way. The Fire Nation's ancestral ground was also in that direction. They didn't make any stops along the way. While sitting on the void beast skin that Huolinger brought, they traveled through the void at lightning speed. Otherwise, moving on their own would definitely take 1 or 2 months because this great earth was too vast. The wilderness stretched boundlessly everywhere. The void beast was rare even during the ancient era. Regardless of whether it was their bones or their skin, they could all be turned into priceless magical artifacts. It was already near impossible to see a void beast in this world. As a result, this divine beast skin that could travel through the void was an invaluable treasure. After a period of time, they emerged from the void. The black crack behind them slowly closed. With this kind of treasure, where can't you go? It truly is enviable. The flame crow and the other descendants were all drooling inwardly like the big red bird. They had arrived at a mountain range. Clouds and mist surrounded this place, and the spiritual essence was abundant. They could vaguely hear the cries of apes and roars of tigers. All types of fierce beasts and vicious birds were coming and going. What kind of place was this? It definitely wasn't the medicine capital. Everyone looked towards Huolinger and expressed their doubts. The distance is too far. Even if we have the coordinates, the void beast skin still can't precisely lock in on the location. However, it shouldn't be too far. Look, there is a vague medicinal fragrance within these mountains. It means that there are quite a few medicinal fields nearby. Huolinger made this determination and pointed towards the nearby mountain peaks. Everyone nodded. They stepped onto their precious treasures and flew out of the mountain range. They arrived at a field, and after moving for several hundred li, they could see an ancient city. This was precisely the medicine capital. Outside the city, there were all types of medicinal fields. Not only did the fragrant odor fill the air, all types of spiritual essence were curling about. It made this place seem extremely outstanding. Apart from this, there were also extremely rare spiritual insects and other creatures moving about within the old medicines. That's a golden medicine butterfly, the Rainbow Luan cried out in shock. Inside that medicinal field, there was a golden butterfly fluttering about. Its wings were golden, and they were at least a meter in length, and brilliant splendor was being scattered down from them. It moved through this place. The medicinal herbs were full of vitality, and many flowers were budding, releasing their fragrance. Within the butterfly species, there were two that were especially famous. One was the cracked demonic butterfly with shockingly terrifying fighting strength, and the other was the golden medicine butterfly, which could allow spiritual medicines to grow even better. They could also help medicine masters refine medicine. This most likely isn't a pure-blooded golden medicine butterfly. However, it is still a rare sight, Hualinger commented. Even the city was full of medicinal fields, and there were formations laid down around them. These formations gathered spiritual energy from all sides into the medicinal earth to nourish these medicinal herbs. Apart from the restricted lands in the Great Wasteland, this is probably the place most suitable for growing plants, said the nine-headed lion. It was clear that he had heard some rumors. The medicine god was born here, and in the end he also died here. His body of spiritual essence contained medicinal attributes, and in the end, it turned into a spiritual rain that scattered down onto this land. During the ancient era, heavenly talents rose to power and many saints struggled for supremacy. Even the medicinal god fell. That era was truly a glorious and terrifying time. They approached the ancient city. The city walls weren't that tall, and some parts had even collapsed into a ruined state. The pair of city gates had long vanished as well, and it was opened wide just like that. However, the city was extremely lively. It was not desolate at all. Since the ancient times, the medicine capital had already become a holy land. Even though this city wall had collapsed, it did not affect what happened inside the city. In reality, it wasn't that the people here couldn't reconstruct it, only they felt that there was no need. The medicine capital didn't need city walls to protect it. The ancient walls were merely a remnant of the past. As soon as they arrived at the ancient city, a wave of thick medicinal fragrance assailed their nostrils. The aura of spiritual medicines was included within this fragrance, making them feel rather comfortable. Is this a spiritual medicine tree? The flame crow was stupefied. There was an ancient tree at the side of the city's main road. The trunk was so thick that one couldn't even wrap their arms around it. It possessed an ancient aura, and the entire tree's green leaves were releasing green light. In addition, there were several massive flower buds that flowed with sparkling multicolored light and released fragrance. The flame crow had heard the rumor that there were a few ancient medicines in the medicine capital that underwent transformation. Some spiritual herbs grew into trees, and they've existed for an extremely long time. This spiritual herb has lived for 5,000 years already. In the end, it didn't turn into a divine medicine, but instead gradually grew spirituality and became a medicinal tree. There were quite a few old medicines that have lived for seemingly endless years. However, those that could become trees and break free from its past form were rare. According to its understanding, this spiritual herb was struck by lightning, and in addition, it obtained a baptism of heavenly tribulation liquid. This allowed it to mutate and change into its current form. Sure how naturally knew how precious lightning tribulation fluid was. Back then, within the heaven-mending pavilion, old ancestor Mu Yen taught him the lightning technique. Moreover, for Sure Hao's sake, the elder brought him into the rainy skies to refine this lightning tribulation liquid. It was extremely dangerous and difficult to obtain. Previously, even old ancestor Mu Yen only managed to refine a single drop. For this spiritual herb to obtain a baptism of lightning tribulation liquid, that was truly an absolutely shocking opportunity. It isn't a divine medicine, but its effectiveness is not inferior to a divine medicine. What's more important is that it possesses powerful fighting strength, Hualinger said. Everyone became shocked. After understanding this tree's background, they all surrounded it to take a look. Even Yun Shi, who originated from the archaic divine mountains, and had seen many bizarre medicines, revealed a startled expression. She walked up and observed the tree. Its branches were complex and its leaves were luxurious. The entire tree was verdant and lush, and it towered over 100 meters. The old bark on the trunk was cracking apart, making it look like dragon scales. Its leaves were scattering down strand after strand of green light. Everyone heard a unique sound, and it seemed to make them become absent-minded. They stood there in a stupefied manner. In addition to the spiritual medicine, the tree also scattered down several sparkling branches. It touched their bodies and released multicolored light. Xianxia was startled. He had already snapped back to reality. However, he didn't feel any killing intent, so he didn't resist. Soon after, the 9-headed lion, Flame Crow, and the others all woke up. They all exclaimed in astonishment. This ancient tree's fighting prowess was definitely unmatched. Quillinger explained, anyone entering the medicine capital would be examined by the spiritual medicine tree. It can see through any concealed malice. The 9-headed lion nodded and said, I've also heard this. In addition, I've heard that the flower buds on this spiritual medicine tree are second only to holy medicines. You all seem to know quite a bit. Someone from the side chuckled and spoke. They were already inside the city, and there were many people on the streets. Unfortunately, each year, the old medicine tree only produces a few flowers. Each time, they would be auctioned off for extraordinary prices. Normal people would never be able to purchase them. Another person sighed. Sure enough, there were only a few flower buds on the tree. Their colors were all different, and they sparkled brilliantly as they released their radiance. Upon entering the city, Xianxia felt as if there were just too many interesting things to look at. There were all types of medicinal herbs, and the various smells of medicinal herbs were mixed together. It was as if one's illnesses could be cleansed a bit just by being here. The medicine capital really is a good place. They were deeply moved. Selling divine herb, a holy magical artifact, is enough for an exchange. Not far off, someone had set up a vendor stall on the street. This made the big red bird and the others dumbstruck. Was there really a divine herb? Woo, in this place you have to be good at discerning what is real and fake. One must carefully differentiate between the two. Someone reminded. Several individuals immediately understood that even if it was the medicine capital, there would be many counterfeit herbs being brought out. Of course, true unique and unmatched medicines would still show up. Golden medicine butterfly, unique and unequaled. There is only this pair, so if you want to purchase, hurry and bid a price. On the other side, an elder hugged a jade container while hawking out what he had. Xianxia and the others moved over to take a look. They only saw 2 caterpillars inside of a jade container, leaving them a bit stumped for words. Youngster, haven't you heard about breaking through a cocoon and turning into a butterfly? This golden medicine butterfly is still in its childhood stage, not having undergone any transformation yet. The elder was all smiles. Who are you fooling? You even dare to fool others with 2 bugs? The big red bird was unconvinced. The elder's face was calm without any sign of embarrassment. I am merely stating the facts. If a real golden medicine butterfly could be found in this world, then it would definitely be in the medicine capital. It might just be a caterpillar that had been hibernating for endless years. They didn't stay here and continued on their way. Soon after, they stopped again and looked towards a bizarre medicinal vine. There was a small medicinal field here. Many people were lined up in an orderly fashion, waiting to refine medicine. However, what was shocking was that the one refining the medicine was an ancient vine. What is going on? Xianxia and the others were shocked. On top of this ancient vine, there was a flower in the shape of a medicinal cauldron. It was a shining bronze, and in addition, it could light up and release flames. Once those in line placed their medicinal herbs inside, the bronze flower cauldron would start refining the medicine. It was extremely astonishing. An older woman explained, "This is the medicine capital's holy medicine vine. The flower it produced is like copper cauldrons, and it has even absorbed a lump of divine flame that descended from the heavens, allowing it to transform and ultimately develop spirituality. It can help one refine medicine." There is something like that? Sure Hao and the others were astonished. They felt more and more like it was extremely mysterious. They wanted to stay here for a while and carefully explore this place. You've all come at the perfect time. Soon, there might be a divine supreme ancient treasure that will make an appearance. This is a grand occasion that is worth a look. The copper cauldron was roughly 1/3 of a meter in height and wrapped within an ancient vine. Even after hearing the introductions made by the surrounding people, Sure Hao, the flame crow, and the others were all astonished. It was because after someone placed their medicines inside to be refined, some hard beast bones began to strike against the top of the cauldron. Chong-chong sounds were created that sounded clearly metallic. The vine bloomed with bronze flowers. This was extremely shocking and unthinkable. It did not seem like a bronze cauldron, because it was clearly alive. These aren't that special. This ancient vine and the spiritual medicine tree are of the same sort. They are both abnormal existences that protect the medicine capital. Someone explained. Even Yun-Shi revealed a look of shock. They lined up here to ask the person refining the medicine for more information. A lump of divine flame descended from the heavens, landing on the spiritual vine. Not only did the flame not burn the vine into ashes, it instead nourished its body, allowing it to become much stronger through a complete transformation. Afterwards, the ancient vine became completely different. It had a will and spirituality, and it could also absorb metal attribute energy. Part of itself was changed, allowing the flowers it produced to form copper cauldrons. When he heard these rumors, the big red bird's eyes lit up. It said, "Is there no one who lusts after this spiritual vine?" Someone from the side revealed a look of shock and said in a low voice, "Don't speak nonsense. Otherwise, the great fiery gold vine won't be happy." Fiery gold vine was the name of this spiritual vine. Its appearance reflected its attributes. There was divine flame inside of it that devoured metal, allowing it to produce the copper flower cauldron. The people here all felt reverence towards it because this ancient vine was extremely powerful. Back then, there were experts who wanted to subdue it, but they were all defeated. However, it never caused trouble, and it would typically even help others refine medicine. The medicines that underwent the copper flower cauldron's refinement would all have effects that were miraculously better. As a result, it developed a well-known reputation within the medicine capital. It was precisely because of this that it stood side by side with the medicinal tree and was respected in the same way. From a certain perspective, they could be considered the guardians of the medicine capital. Everyone understood how extraordinary this vine was. The divine flames inside might possess a heavenly origin that could allow a cultivator to greatly evolve, but no one wanted to try and steal it. The flame crow lined up. When it was his turn, he placed some medicinal herbs into the cauldron and offered some payment. Several pieces of uncommon metals were tossed in, and immediately after, the fiery golden vine produced metal attribute energy, absorbing it. Meanwhile, when the medicinal pill was extracted, it was full of spirituality. It was much better compared to when an ordinary person refined it. It's quite extraordinary. The flames that it uses far surpasses the flame essence from my fiery cave. This was what the flame crow determined after this experiment. Sure Hao used the dual pupil he had, and he immediately became shocked. Within the fiery golden vine, there was a small person sitting within a lump of fire. It looked extremely dignified. What kind of flame was this? He felt a wave of shock. This vine was formidable. To be more precise, this counterpart was the spirit housed within. The small figure within the flames was surrounded by layers of divine chains. This was far more terrifying than that spiritual medicine tree. He had a feeling that once the small figure within the spiritual vine revived, a great chaos would immediately be stirred up. "How long has this fiery golden vine existed for?" Sure Hao asked. "Should be several thousands of years." Someone replied. Sure Hao took another careful look. He noticed that the aura was quite similar to that of the cave sealed within the Fire Nation capital's fiery guardian spirit divine tree. This can't possibly be the source of the calamity and chaos, right? It was hard for him to calm down. The wasteland region was going to become chaotic. Could it be that there might be some connection to these mysterious existences? Let's go. Shurhao spoke. He did not want to stay in this place for too long. They left this place and entered another bustling street in the medicine capital. As expected, this place was abundant with medicinal herbs. Stalls lined both sides of the street and trading was happening everywhere. Dragon bone. Selling true dragon bone. True miraculous medicine. Do not miss this opportunity. Someone hollered from the side. The medicines sold in this area were not plants. Instead, they were all bone fragments and other similar items. It was because these could all be used for medicinal purposes as well, so there were quite a few people looking around. Even the booth where the true dragon bone was being advertised had many creatures around it. Even though the people didn't believe that it was true, they still couldn't help but take a look out of curiosity. They wanted to see what kind of spiritual medicine it was exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, don't be so quick to think that this is fake. This piece of bone was salvaged from the depths of the bottomless abyss. Not even the endless passage of time could destroy it, so it's definitely not ordinary. Other than dragon bones, what else could there be in a place like that? The seller boasted. Everyone walked up and shoved their way forward to take a look. Then quite a few people revealed looks of shock. I want this bone. A vicious bird spoke. Of course, it had turned into a human form, and only his head remained in its original state. It made his appearance appear rather fierce. I am willing to exchange with 5 stalks of spiritual medicines. Another person said, This truly isn't an ordinary piece of bone. It's quite formidable. The 9-headed lion was moved. He had long turned into human form. His hair was golden, and his aura was heroic. If he hadn't, his outward appearance would have been too astonishing. It might draw an unwanted crowd. It's a piece of holy bone at the least. It can't be crushed at all. She was astonished. She never thought that she would truly encounter a piece of bone that was this valuable. When Shurhao obtained it, he carefully inspected it. Then, he tested it with his divine force. In the end, without saying anything, he placed it down again. So, Hualinger asked him in secret, It is a saint's bone, but its divinity had long been guided outwards. The little that remain is all on the bone's surface, Shurhao explained. Isn't this just a scam? They are clearly ripping us off. The big red bird was discontent. The bone quickly raised in price, and by now many people surrounded this stall. Someone had already declared their willingness to exchange for 8 spiritual medicines. This region primarily sold bone pieces and ores. Shurhao and the others discovered a few truly good items and purchased them at a high price. In the end, they returned to the vendor selling the dragon bone and discovered that the holy bone was purchased by someone. Suddenly, Shurhao sensed something. He saw a tortoise shell inside this unremarkable-looking booth. After picking it up and rubbing it within his hands, a slight silver color was revealed. Could it be a white tortoise's shell? He was startled. If this was true, then this was a good item. When refining the little nirvana pill, the white tortoise's shell was one of the main ingredients. However, this item was too rare. Tortoise shells were easy to come by, but white ones were difficult to encounter. If he could obtain this tortoise shell, Shurhao felt that he could collect some spiritual medicines here and refine a batch of precious medicines for now, enabling an initial breakthrough. However, after carefully inspecting it with the dual pupils, he found that this seller truly wasn't genuine. It was another counterfeit. There was only a small piece of white tortoise shell, with the remaining portions all belonging to a normal tortoise. It had been pieced together. This tortoise shell only revealed a tiny bit of silvery whiteness. Without carefully observing it, one wouldn't even be able to discover it. It was purposely done to bait careless buyers, making them feel like the entire item was spotlessly white. It was covered up previously to make others feel as if they discovered something good. This dishonest businessman, Shurhao cursed silently. Sure enough, when the vendor saw him pick up the piece of bone, light flashed through his eyes. He carelessly walked over and began to try and dupe Shurhao. Too shameless. This fellow is truly lacking in virtue. After being informed of what was going on, the big red bird cursed inwardly as well. Shurhao secretly used the dual pupils to observe the entire booth. He was suddenly shaken, for he truly noticed a good item. It seemed to be a pile of items that had been delivered, and there was even some dirt brought along with it. How much for this pile? Xianxia asked. A saint-grade magical artifact, said the booth's vendor. He then introduced it in detail. Do all of you see? These are good items that had just been dug up from an ancient cave. Have you all heard the news about the precious ancient medicine appearing in this world? These were precisely brought out from that place. They are all good items. Xiao's group had been informed previously that someone had discovered a divine valley. There were countless formations arranged there, and immortal mists curled about. It was suspected that precious ancient medicine grew within it, so those from the medicine capital immediately rushed over. The divine valley was surrounded, and they were currently breaking the formation. Your price is too ridiculously. What kind of rotten items are these? The big red bird's mouth twitched. In reality, no one would give him a saint-grade magical artifact. How could normal people come into contact with something like that? Even supreme experts would be moved. The vendor was merely putting out an absurd price. How about this? I'll be straightforward with you. A formation arrangement realm magical artifact, said the vendor. Xiao's group naturally still shook their heads. They weren't willing to pay that price, so they turned around and prepared to leave. The vendor carefully inspected those ores and bone fragments, and in the end, he wanted to exchange for an engravement realm precious artifact. After some dispute, Xiao agreed and brought away those items. Was it worth it? Guolinger asked. Extremely worth it. They hadn't walked far from the stall when Xiao gave this reply. What is inside? The flame crow asked. I'm not sure what kind of bird's bone this is. The surface is pitch black, but there is divine light inside that is like a small sun, Xiao said. Right at this time, an extremely valiant middle-aged male flew over on a precious artifact and hollered, Ade, you absolutely cannot sell the pile of items my people brought back. What is going on? The vendor was confused. Someone discovered a few bones within the valley, and they might be true phoenix bones. Some of the bones might contain primordial symbols within them that possess limitless energy. The valiant male clearly recalled that there was a piece of bone within the pile of items that had been sent back. Ah, I just sold it. Ade was shocked. Then, he looked towards Xiao's group and said, Friend, I'm not selling anymore. Their voices were extremely low and were spoken in secret, but with Xiao's cultivation, he could hear them perfectly. This left him amazed. If it was truly a phoenix bone, then there would be limitless energy inside. It would be far more valuable than a white tortoise shell. It could be used to first refine a batch of precious medicine to help him break through. What kind of place is that valley exactly? There is an ancient divine medicine being protected by formations and phoenix bones scattered about. This is just too astonishing. Friend, I am not selling those items. The middle-aged individual walked over with a downcast expression. For this pile of items, he killed 2 competitors. Now that he knew the value was unordinary, he naturally wouldn't let it be sold. I've already purchased it, so they belong to me, Xiao said. The middle-aged male reached out a large hand and quickly grabbed towards Xiao. He was going to completely surround Xiao, suppress and capture him to seize back the pile of items. Xiao casually brushed it away, blocking that hand. Friend, are you really not going to hand them over? The middle-aged male's expression became malicious. He never anticipated there being a rare true phoenix bone within the pile of items. What happened? A luxurious carriage stopped, and 8 vicious beasts roared in front of the carriage. It was clear that the identity of the individual inside the carriage was unordinary. Sir Qibing, someone is trying to forcefully purchase my precious bone, the middle-aged male said. Right at this moment, several divine rainbows tore through the skies. Someone shouted, The divine valley might be where a true phoenix fell. Immortal divine objects have been discovered. These were all messengers, and they were here to inform some of the great figures within the medicine capital. It immediately triggered a huge uproar. When the news arrived from the divine valley, it immediately raised an uproar within the medicine capital. The streets immediately clamored with noise, and everyone began to reveal fervent gazes. What kind of treasure ground was that? When it was first discovered, everyone already knew that it was unordinary. There were formations everywhere, protecting the divine precious medicine. They never thought that this might be the grave of a true phoenix. This made this place too important. This discovery was not inferior to that of the Kuanping nest, because it was also one of the archaic vicious 10. Back then, no one knew just how many people died in the northern sea. Now, a true phoenix suddenly appeared within the wasteland region as well, which was utterly shocking. How could that be? Even though there was a rumor that the true phoenix's blood had been shed in this region, its inheritance was not left behind in this region. What exactly is that divine valley? So far, there's just a possibility that a true phoenix bone might have been discovered. Nothing is certain yet. It might just be the remains of another divine bird. On the main street, a few experts were discussing with each other. The luxurious carriage that stopped in the street did not hesitate and immediately took to the skies. It quickly left for the distance and disappeared into the distance. Soon after, streak after streak of divine light flew across the medicine capital's skies into the horizon. They all departed for a single destination. The divine valley. The aggressive middle-aged male's expression changed, because the great elder of the divine medicine gate did not pay attention to his matter and instead left just like that. It was clear that the elder wanted to obtain some of the treasure. He immediately felt conflicted. Should he hurry back? Even though there were countless formations in that divine valley, making it a difficult place to take over, they've already discovered a phoenix bone outside, so there might still be great opportunities. You all better return my precious bone. Otherwise, I won't be polite, the middle-aged male threatened. A flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Xianxia brought forward his arms from behind his back. Symbols flickered within his palms. Without a sound, a piece of dark and swarthy rock was picked up and flung out. You truly are lacking in reason, taking advantage of others when it benefits you. Fine, you can think of it as me being scared of you. Here. Ade quickly went up to catch it. However, he was a bit suspicious. The pile of items from before was extremely messy, so he didn't have a deep impression of the contents. He only recalled that there was a black piece of bone. He wasn't sure if the one in front of him was that piece. As for the middle-aged male, he also didn't recall what it looked like exactly. He revealed a look of confusion and carefully looked it over. However, he noticed that it was just a normal piece of bone. This isn't it. Hand over the divine bird bone of mine. The middle-aged male's eyes revealed a vicious glint, and killing intent surged. You are simply extorting others. You threatened and forced me to bring out a piece of bone. And now not only did you break the promise, you still want me to bring out another divine bone. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Xianxia's face fell. The middle-aged man hesitated. He also felt that he might have been mistaken, and that the black bone he received might have been this one. It wasn't some true phoenix bone, and it seems like he had been too cautious. Youngster, count your luck to be good. Right now, I have urgent matters to take care of, so I won't bicker with you anymore. It was clear that this middle-aged man was an expert. He remained inside the medicine capital this entire time, and now he directly took to the skies. The Rainbow Luan was puzzled and said, "Why did you act so politely? You should have just straight up dealt with him." Xianxia shook his head and said, "Even though that person was overly aggressive, directly killing him wouldn't be good. It will draw attention from everyone in the medicine capital." He did not want to attract attention right now. After hearing about the Divine Valley, he wanted to go take a look. If too many people knew that he was an expert, then it wouldn't necessarily be something good. This time, they had paid close attention to making sure that their identities were hidden before entering the medicine capital. They didn't want others to stare at them. Then we should hurry over as well and take a look. It wouldn't be good if we get there too late and end up with nothing, said the big red bird excitedly. It wanted to get in on the action immediately. At this moment, many precious artifacts took to the skies and headed into the distance. Xianxia's group also moved and followed these cultivators without drawing attention to themselves. After moving for about 100 li, They arrived at the center of a divine mountain range. They could see immortal energy surging in the distance and all types of glistening symbols around this valley. This is a good place. I can tell that there is an ancient divine figure's cave here. There are extraordinary formations laid here. The nine-headed lion sighed in praise. They could feel the refined energy without even getting close. The spiritual essence that passed through the great formation was ridiculously dense. The medicines inside were definitely not ordinary and might have developed spirituality. The unique medicine that was under special protection was even more special. It was definitely extraordinarily precious, and it should be a holy medicine at the least. There were many creatures here, and they were from all different races. Normally, they all lived in the medicine capital. Their cultivations weren't weak because normal people wouldn't be able to even get close to the Divine Valley. If it wasn't for the supreme experts secluding themselves from the rest of the world, this mountain valley would have been completely smashed apart. There wouldn't be any life left in a circumference of tens of thousands of li, Huolinger said. They were fully aware how extremely powerful those experts were. These symbols are so mysterious. They aren't weaker than the ones in my clan's divine mountain. Xianxia frowned. She was deeply shocked. Exactly what kind of place was this? Could it be that one of the archaic vicious 10 really fell here? Let's give it a try too and see if we can break into the valley depths. The sable spoke with a fiery expression in his eyes. Sure how stopped them. After taking a look with the dual pupil, he revealed a serious expression. I can see more than 100 formations. They are too complex and mysterious, and they are even linked up together like an ancient formation. Forget about those like me, even a supreme expert would have a hard time breaking through them. He was considerably shocked. This place was too mysterious. How could there be such terrifying symbols? They seemed holy and auspicious, but once one entered, they would definitely be killed. No wonder the experts of the medicine capital were left helpless. It would be hard for them to overcome these formations anytime soon. The entrance into the valley seemed to almost be completely red. It was clear that quite a few people died. However, the ground surrounding the valley had been dug 10 zhang deep. It was clear that this was where the damaged magical artifacts and bone fragments were dug up. What do we do then? Do we just sit here and stare at it? The big red bird was unsatisfied. This might have been left behind by a heavenly deity. Even if all of the archaic divine mountain's ancestors revived and cooperated, it might be just enough to open this place, Xianxia said. She was able to say this because she came from that place and knew just how terrifying these ancient symbols were. Even though her clan's ancient formations were damaged, they had the same aura. Heavenly deity? The nine-headed lion gasped. Who could break through this formation right now? There was simply no way. It really might be something left behind by the archaic vicious 10. Xianxia added. Once this sentence was spoken, the group's eyes became red. The formation laid by the archaic vicious 10 were all for the protection of a wondrous medicine. So if one ate that, wouldn't one immediately ascend into the heavens? Even though they couldn't break through the formation, they could still fly into the skies to take a look. Upon doing so, they found that people were scattered about here, and no one stayed in one place for too long. I can't see too clearly. There's only a verdant mountain valley. They were all astonished. When they looked downwards, they saw immortal energy surging. This place was filled with spirituality. They could tell that this was divine earth, but when they reached this higher position, they noticed that the mountain peaks were green and the valleys were bluish jade. Nothing seemed out of place. This was precisely the so-called Divine Valley, yet everything seemed normal. It truly is strange. The things you see from different sides are all different. There's clearly a space restricting formation distorting this area. If we charge in rashly, we might be annihilated by the spatial fissures. Everyone descended a bit to look into the valley. They were finally able to see some strange scenery within the haze. There seemed to be quite a few immortal palaces hidden within the mist. There is an enormous boulder there, and some great figures are observing from atop, said the flame crow. Quite a few people were here, waiting for great figures to leave so they could view the valley from their location atop the giant boulder. They wanted to see what was inside for themselves. Sure enough, After asking around, Xianxia found out that this was the only place where the wondrous medicine could be seen. This was a platform where one could vaguely see the divine medicine. This divine valley has already been hidden for countless years. It is really difficult to break in with the power of mortals. Could it be that the divine precious medicine has matured, so this mountain valley is going to appear in this world as well? The nine-headed lion frowned. It was clear that he had heard a few rumors. Ancient caves like these cannot remain hidden forever, as a day will eventually come when they reappear in this world. However, it usually only happens after a series of conditions are triggered. Who was the one that saw the so-called phoenix bones? An important figure asked. This was an individual who was half a step away from becoming a supreme expert. A strong medicinal fragrance could be smelled from the elder's body. Reporting to Divine Medicine Gate seniors, this young one received a piece. Someone stood out from the crowd, not concealing it at all. It was a youngster that spoke out, because he knew that he couldn't hold onto it with his cultivation alone. Let us take a look. The Divine Medicine Gate's respected elder did not hold back at all. Everyone's eyes gazed over, and even Xianxia's group was paying close attention. They wanted to see whether there truly was a phoenix bone. This really is the divine bird's bone. Next to the Divine Medicine Gate's respected elder, there were a few others. They were all quite powerful, and right now they were all observing it. They couldn't ascertain that this was phoenix bone, but they could tell that this definitely belonged to a heavenly ranked divine bird. What was rather unfortunate was that it didn't include the important part of the primordial symbol bone. Moreover, the immortal divine essence was already nearing its end. What a formidable mountain valley! Even a heavenly ranked divine bird had fallen here. Truly formidable. Finally, several great figures walked down from that giant boulder stage, for they already knew that it wasn't the time for the divine valley to emerge yet. They couldn't break in with their current strength. The crowd immediately flocked over and gazed into the valley. Xianxia's group waited for an extremely long time. Only after the crowd dispersed did they go up. This really is a strange place. In the other areas, we can't see through the formation at all, yet we can overhear. The Rainbow Luan was extremely shocked. They could vaguely see an object there. It was suffused with divine splendor, as if stellar rivers were curling about it. The scene was extremely indistinct. They could actually smell an extremely faint fragrance. Good stuff. We are separated by at least 10 meters, and there are even layers of great formations between us, yet we could still smell a faint fragrance. That wondrous medicine is formidable. Could it be the wasteland region's first precious divine medicine? The nine-headed lion cried out in amazement. Xianxia naturally used the dual pupil to carefully observe this place, allowing him to see far clearer than what an ordinary person could. It was a small tree only a foot tall. He saw an astonishing sight. He simply didn't dare to believe what it was he saw. Within the hazy white immortal mist, he saw a flower on top of the small tree turn into specks of light. They then congregated together, forming a fist-sized figure. The little figure was full of life and jumped about there. There were 3 flowers in total on the small tree. Another one turned into specks of light, and then it merged into a magical artifact. It was extremely resplendent, and a sphere of light surrounded it. Not even the dual pupil could see it clearly. He could only vaguely see that it was like a pagoda, yet also like a furnace and a cauldron. It was ever-changing. As for the 3rd flower, it didn't budge an inch. It grew on top of the small 1-foot-tall tree. Xianxia was astonished. What kind of tree was this? How could it be like this? This was just too outrageous. The fist-sized little figure turned, did a flip, and then sat down on the tree without moving. It was as if it was cultivating, creating a rather dignified scene. The savage child licked his lips. This type of thing definitely had to be delicious. The flower it produced actually turned into a human form, so if he ate it, wouldn't it be a bit too cruel? Soon after, he knew that he was thinking too much. With more than 100 formations separating them, how could he possibly obtain it? It was as if it was situated within a dark abyss. The little tree was only a foot tall. Immortal mists curled up about it hazily, and its branches and leaves were sparkling with brilliance. resembling stars. Dang! Suddenly, the second flower turned into a magical artifact. It released a ringing sound similar to that of a Dao bell. The sound could vaguely be heard as it transmitted outwards. "Do you all hear something?" Xianxia asked. "There seems to be a strange fluctuation." The nine-headed lion spoke with a rather uncertain expression. Everyone else nodded. They felt that this place wasn't ordinary. It was as if there were sutras being chanted, and the profound mysteries of a great Tao were diffusing outwards. Xianxia trembled inwardly. He sensed even more, because when he could distinctly hear the sound, his body began to feel light and his mind started to calm down. He was on the verge of sinking into a state of Tao comprehension. "There is this kind of effect too?" Xianxia was astonished. The first flower transforming into a humanoid form was already said and done, but the second flower could assist one's Tao comprehension even through the 100 or so magical formations. If it wasn't trapped within the formation and was right in front of him, how great would it be then? This was definitely a supreme treasure, a heavenly world-shaking spiritual root. This little tree was far more precious and mysterious than he had imagined. This was truly a rare existence. The little tree was quiet and motionless. The three flowers were surrounded in mist, making them appear extremely mysterious. The fist-sized small figure sat underneath the foot-tall little tree, as if it was comprehending the Tao. The second flower turned into a magical artifact and suspended itself above the little figure's head. It turned into a stove, and from its opening streams of magma flowed out onto that figure. Was this refining his body? The longer he looked at it, the more mysterious he thought it was. This was clearly just a tree, yet it could produce such an astonishing scene. Xianxia didn't show any expression, but he was definitely not calm. This small tree was too strange. Needless to say, if he was able to obtain this tree, it would definitely be an extraordinary opportunity. If he was able to merge with that small figure and comprehend the Tao with the magical artifact above his head to refine his body, how heaven-defying would that be? Eventually, the space around them shook. It was clear that another change took place within the Divine Valley. Xianxia observed the valley carefully with the dual pupil to avoid missing anything. The sound of a cauldron rang through the air. The magical artifact scattered into specks of light and then formed a flower again, returning and growing on the small tree again. Meanwhile, the fist-sized little figure was the same. It disintegrated following the sound and formed a beautiful and glistening flower, once again taking root on the small tree. "It truly is strange," Xianxia said to himself. This little tree was too bizarre. He originally thought that the flowers had matured and that was why they left the tree. But it turns out that this wasn't the case at all. Was it trying to defy the heavens? Xianxia hadn't been this astonished in a long time. Had the flowers on the small 1-foot-tall tree developed intelligence? They could actually move about on their own and cultivate. How astonishing was this? He had never heard of a spiritual root like this before. "What did you see just now?" Hao Linger and the others asked. After hearing his muttering and seeing his shocked expression, they all became extremely shocked. Xianxia did not hide anything and directly told them what he saw, leaving them baffled. Not even legendary precious medicine was this heaven-defying. No wonder even a heavenly ranked divine bird died in this valley, and this small tree is protected by more than 100 ancient formations. It might even be on a divine level. "This matter isn't simple," said the nine-headed lion. Xianxia did not retract his gaze and instead continued to stare forward. The three flowers stood side by side as they released a hazy, immortal energy. As the energy surged, it made them seem even more mysterious. One tree, three flowers, one life in the Tao, three existences in harmony. It definitely isn't ordinary, and it is acting in line with the world's profound mysteries. Yunxi also spoke up. Her outstanding and beautiful face revealed a look of shock. After hearing her say these words, everyone else became shocked as well. They felt that this valley was more and more extraordinary. The Rainbow Luan brought up a question. Did the archaic divine mountain's divine medicine produce this kind of strange scene? Not every archaic divine mountain had a divine medicine, because after all it was just too rare. There weren't many divine-grade spiritual medicines in the Wasteland region, and it was a number that could definitely be counted. The Heavenly Divine Mountain just so happened to have one, but she shook her head. She stated that there definitely wasn't this kind of scene, and that it couldn't be compared to the Divine Valley's little tree. In that case, this tree might become the Wasteland region's first spiritual root, said Hualinger, her hand propped up her spotlessly white forehead. She truly felt that this place was extraordinary. This tree might not be a spiritual root of this realm, and it could be even more shocking than what we are imagining. Otherwise, how could it do these things? Have you guys ever heard of something being protected by more than 100 ancient formations before? Asked Xianxia. She came from the Divine Mountains after all, so she knew a bit more. There has been a rumor that the ancient medicine god's death was related to a spiritual root. This place is so close to the medicine capital, so could it have been this tree? Hualinger asked. She recalled some of the Imperial Palace's records and produced this speculation. This kind of inference was naturally shocking. Many of them sank into a state of silence. Regardless, this should be the Wasteland region's first spiritual root. Even though he was shocked, he also felt a feeling of anticipation. Once this great formation was broken, he wanted to fight for what laid inside. I feel that eventually, blood will flow like rivers here, and this land will be in devastating disorder. This is something that even the ancient medicine god wanted to obtain, said the Rainbow One. Xianxia was moved inwardly. Was the Divine Valley going to open during the Wasteland region's chaos? Why were they both happening so close together? He had a feeling that this small tree didn't belong to this realm. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. This spiritual root was carefully sealed and hidden in this place. If it isn't something from this realm, then is its owner still in this world? Everyone discussed with each other, and they felt a bit scared. The most frightening part was that if the individual that laid down the 100 formations was still alive, once that individual appeared, it would definitely lead to huge troubles. After analyzing it like this, everyone felt a wave of dread. The great sects from outside this region came precisely to seize opportunities, so this place definitely met the criteria they were looking for. It was impossible for them to break this formation right now. Even if they knew how rare and heaven-defying the things inside were, they still couldn't obtain them. They could only wait for their chance in the future. Xianxia was experiencing an unquiet state of mind, because no matter who it was that learned of this secret, they would all become uncalm. They then returned to the medicine capital. This matter had to be carefully considered. Regardless, we need to hurry and increase our strength. The Wasteland region is about to become chaotic, and extremely bad things are going to happen. When Xianxia returned, he wandered about the limestone-laid streets. He entered and exited ancient stores one after another to purchase medicinal ingredients. He felt an urgent need to become more powerful. To refine the little nirvana pill, he needed several dozen to 100 or so spiritual medicines. Some of them had to even be wondrous medicines that were rarely seen in this world, with many years passing without even a single one appearing. They all grew in extremely dangerous places as well. It was to a point where these wondrous medicines weren't more common than divine medicines. They were extremely rare. Even though the medicine capital was known as a holy land for medicinal herbs, it was still impossible for him to obtain everything he needed here. Being able to obtain half was already quite good, because in the end, that pill recipe was just too unusual. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. This was still only the first pill recipe. The other ones needed spiritual objects that were even rarer. No matter what kind of place it was, spiritual medicines would always be extremely precious. Even a few was already quite good, so where else would you see someone like Xianxia who needed dozens to 100 medicines at once? He did not want to be too conspicuous, so he kept a low profile. He asked the 9-headed lion and the others to separately purchase on his behalf. However, it still raised a huge commotion. Even if it was the medicine capital, 48 precious medicines being sold in the market was still enough to shock everyone. Who is this person? What a huge spender. What kind of spiritual pill needs more than 40 spiritual medicines in one go? It has been many years since something like this happened. None of them were stupid. Such a large amount of business transactions would never happen normally. Spiritual medicines were precious, and each family would make a record after each sale. This all happened so abruptly today, so everyone immediately realized that this might be the doing of a single person. Fortunately, the nine-headed lion, flame crow, and the others all turned into their human forms. Otherwise, they definitely would have been recognized, and their background and plan might have been exposed. Even though this kind of big client was rare, it wasn't like they didn't exist. After a few days had passed and the commotion calmed down, How prepared to refine the spiritual medicines according to the pill recipe. He was still far from 100 medicinal ingredients, so he definitely couldn't produce the little nirvana pill. In the end, the main medicinal ingredients were too hard to find, and How did not place all of his hopes on this place. The history of the pill recipe was mysterious. From what the old king-level figures said, their effects were astonishing. How felt that even though he couldn't gather all the ingredients this time, he could still bring out some of his body's potential and make a breakthrough. "I need a slightly larger medicinal cauldron," How said. This time, not only was he refining medicine, his flesh had to be inside the cauldron as well to be refined simultaneously. As for the medicine capital's fiery golden vine, he didn't even consider it. Forget about being surrounded by others, even quietly using it at night was out of the question. There was a supreme creature sitting within that spiritual vine that left him with rather fearful. Apart from this place, there were actually some places in the medicine capital that were specifically meant for a cultivator to refine medicine in. 2 days later, Hualinger selected a good location that was relatively further away and extremely peaceful. Within a spacious courtyard, plants released their fragrance. The medicine refining furnace inside was also an old cauldron. This cauldron has existed for a long time and has been used for over 1,000 years. There is a powerful spirituality inside that could increase the efficacy of medicines. The owner of this place introduced. How nodded. The cauldron was glistening yellow, clearly due to being cleaned well. Meanwhile, even when clear water is poured into the cauldron, a medicinal fragrance would suffuse the air. It had obviously been used countless times to refine medicines, and only with what it had accumulated over all this time could it produce this kind of medicinal characteristic. This kind of cauldron was extremely uncommon. Any of them would fetch a sky-high price in the markets. Of course, borrowing it wasn't cheap either. How only rented it for 3 days, yet he had to pay 3 stocks of spiritual medicines. This price was a bit ridiculous, enough to leave many speechless. However, for the sake of breaking through, no matter how high the price was, he would still pay it. When refining himself together with the spiritual medicines, the cauldron that's chosen has to be sufficiently extraordinary. This was especially true for the pill recipes passed down in the Stone Clan, which cared even more about these things. Medicinal cauldrons without enough spirituality can't refine those medicines. It would result in failure, leaving him with nothing. "I am preparing to slowly improve myself and open up my potential to break through. Please help protect me while I am doing so." How wouldn't act overly polite with them. This flame isn't ordinary either. Was it extracted from underground? The flame crow was astonished. Originally, they needed his help in refining the medicine because he came from the Fiery Cave and possessed a rare flame essence. However, when it saw the silver flame beneath the medicinal cauldron, it stopped its actions and carefully observed it. In the end, it released a sigh and said, "This is a spiritual ley line flame. I've long heard that the medicine capital was unordinary and that the earth beneath the ground was special, making it suitable for growing precious medicines. However, there is actually spiritual fire underneath the ground that could be used to refine medicine as well. This truly is outstanding." Hualinger sighed as she spoke. This place was truly worthy of being known as the place where the medicine god was born, as well as the place where he ultimately fell. This ancient city was not ordinary. The glistening yellow medicine cauldron was extremely heavy. Just the legs alone were about half a person in height. Clear water had already been placed inside, and the medicinal fragrance was gradually becoming thicker. The silver flame jumped about beneath the ground. Wisps of white mist rose from the great cauldron, and the contents released a strong fragrance. The people here couldn't help but sigh with admiration. This cauldron deserved to be known as a 1,000-year-old cauldron. The medicinal nature inside was too powerful. If he was able to, Sure Hao truly would have wanted to purchase it because he would often make use of it. A fine medicinal cauldron was hard to find, but he knew that the owner would never sell it. Even if it really was up for sale, he most likely wouldn't be able to afford it. This cauldron was too precious. Everyone else retreated. Sure Hao washed himself in the courtyard's clear spring. He then adjusted his body, and only after his body became completely clean and his mind became completely clear did he enter the cauldron. Huolinger and Yun, she naturally wanted to avoid looking at him, because Sure Hao had entered the cauldron while completely naked. Only one of Sure Hao's spiritual bodies remained at the scene, because someone needed to tend to the fire. At this moment, no one joked around. They needed to stay on their guard, because the slightest mistake could lead to huge problems. The glistening yellow medicinal cauldron had experienced the baptism of endless years, causing its spiritual characteristics to become extremely great. When its surface was lightly struck, a pleasant sound would ring through the air. Sure Hao was already sitting inside. The water gradually boiled, and the steam surrounded him. "Hound leaf fine," Sure Hao instructed. There was a pile of spiritual medicines on the ground that released an alluring fragrance. These items used up all of Sure Hao's savings. He instructed his spiritual body to send the medicine into the cauldron. This spiritual vine was entirely pitch black with strange leaves, and its shape resembled a vicious hound. As soon as it was placed into the cauldron, a wave of black light blossomed, turning the water inside black as well. "Snow jade ginseng," Sure Hao continued. This was a silvery white old ginseng that flowed with sparkling luster. Strands of white spiritual mist were spilling out from it. It was obviously a good item. By the courtyard wall, the big red bird was peeking inside. It continuously drooled while saying, "This truly makes one envious. He is going to place so many spiritual medicines inside and make that cauldron eat it all up." Soon after, Sure Hao instructed the spiritual body to cast in a purple centipede that was at least a meter in length into the cauldron. This scene was rather terrifying, and those that watched felt a bit uncomfortable. "It is a pity that it isn't a spiritual bug." Sure Hao sighed as he spoke. Based on what was written in the pill recipe, he needed a silver sky centipede and a golden scorpion, but those precious bugs were too rare. They were even more precious and difficult to find, so he could only use substitutes. "The inside of that centipede is extremely toxic. Aren't you scared that it might ruin the medicinal properties?" The big red bird on top of the wall was a bit frightened. "There's no need to worry." Sure Hao shook his head. The recipe for the little Nirvana pill did not have any spiritual bugs, but another recipe did. This was the most precious recipe that the Stone Country's imperial family had lost. This pill recipe wasn't used to refine medicine alone, but rather to use together with the other pill recipes, providing supplementary effects. It could increase the medicinal effects by several times, making it the most valuable recipe. If one had this supplementary recipe, then they could make medicines undergo fundamental changes. "Silver feather grass." Sure Hao spoke to once again instruct the spiritual body to send in medicine. This was a spotlessly white herb, and it was emitting a ring of light. The leaves had patterns atop it that made it look like a feather. A strong fragrance wafted through the air. After 20 different spiritual medicines were thrown inside, the entire cauldron became different and released a golden radiance. It had developed spirituality after all, and when refining spiritual medicines, it resonated together with the ingredients. At this moment, the pill recipe's unique value was revealed. Sure Hao formed imprints within the cauldron and began to activate the Tao flame within him from what he recalled. The flames inside and outside resonated together, and a unique method was used to refine this cauldron of medicine. His spiritual body returned to the cauldron and merged with him. Then, with a honglong sound, the cauldron's lid flew over on its own and covered the cauldron. The big red bird became dumbstruck. Wouldn't he be cooked alive like this? Soon after, it felt a wave of fluctuations. Sure Hao was forming imprints within the cauldron, and he began to use the secret technique to refine his body. He was going to unleash his body's potential. Time flowed on and half a day quickly passed. Then, with a quang-dang sound, the cauldron's lid flew out. Shao's body was buried within the boiling fluid. His skin was sparkling, and his pores were relaxed and expanded, absorbing and sending out spiritual essence. Formidable! The big red bird exclaimed in admiration. Shao opened his eyes. The boiling water did not harm his body at all. This time he didn't use the spiritual body, and he instead sent the medicine flying through the air inside. After the first stage was completed, he didn't need to be so careful anymore. What a large spider! The big red bird was stupefied. It was the size of a person's face and dark green jade in color. Its length was somewhat frightening. Shao had the creatures from the demonic spirit lake on him, and he even had a golden spider. However, he was reluctant to use them, for he wanted to use them when he was truly entering the supreme expert realm. This was still a substitute. Either way, he hadn't found over 100 ancient medicines and only had half of it today, so there was no way he could refine the little nirvana pill. This time, it was enough if he could just take another step forward. In reality, it was impossible to break through the formation arrangement realm into the next level in one go. Who could reach the heavens with a single bound and cross a great cultivation realm? Refining one's body was like simmering soup, and only by doing that could the effects become optimal. Rushing too forcefully could easily harm one's body. The formation arrangement realm was also divided into the initial, middle, late, and consummate stages. He did not place his hopes on instant success, because that could definitely end up harming his body. The big red bird wanted to try and learn what Shao was doing, but it found that the most crucial part of the pill recipe was still the secret refinement method. It was because it noticed that Shao began to activate his own Tao flame within the cauldron and also continuously made imprints. Forget it. Turned around. Finally, a dustpan poison bug was tossed inside the cauldron. The remaining 20 or so spiritual medicines and a large pile of materials like beast bones and flood dragon tendons were also tossed in. Only after these ingredients were inside could the cauldron now be truly sealed. There's still more. The big red bird turned around one last time and became somewhat dazzled. What kind of stuff was this? Rocks? Bugs? Bone fragments? It was just a hodgepodge of random things. The cauldron's lid was once again closed, and an entire day passed. The large, glistening yellow cauldron shone. The cauldron's lid was sealed tightly. The inside was full of spiritual essence and medicinal fragrance. Not simple. What kind of great medicine is being refined? The owner of this place revealed a shocked expression, because he noticed that heaven and earth's spiritual essence was congregating here and entering that courtyard. Outside the courtyard, the 9-headed lion, Flame Crow, and the others were rather shocked as well. Medicine refinement could cause spiritual essence to move? What a powerful sight! This would definitely startle people from all directions. Quick! Hurry and lay down some formation flags and cover up all sides, Quillinger said. They set up a formation around the courtyard. Otherwise, the activity here would become greater and definitely attract suspicion from people in the medicine capital. When they had just entered the courtyard, they saw the spiritual essence had formed a whirlpool. They were sucked in one stream after another into the cauldron. Life force was surging at a somewhat shocking level. Apart from this, the silver flame that was drawn from underground also began to throb intensely. It then surged and overflowed outwards, and the spiritual objects accumulated inside were extracted and sucked into the yellow medicinal cauldron. In the end, this courtyard began to stir frantically. There was even lightning around the cauldron. It was extremely shocking. Everyone became stupefied. What was going on? Was it still medicine being refined? Why did it seem like supernatural things were happening? Even the heaven and earth were losing color. The cauldron's lid continuously moved about. Shao's body was revealed, buried within the medicinal paste. His entire body shone and resonated with heaven and earth. The scene was extremely abnormal. There was even a Tao sound ringing through the air. Was this refining medicine or refining a person? Everyone was astonished. This was too extraordinary. Vapors continuously rose from the cauldron. The spiritual spring water had dried up, but the air was suffused with dense spiritual essence. It quickly condensed into liquid and irrigated the cauldron continuously. This left everyone dumbstruck. What a powerful spirit-condensing method. Following the imprints Xianxia made, the Tao flame within his body blazed and the surrounding lightning rumbled. It was as if ghosts were crying and deities were howling. This is a terrifying breakthrough method. Its significance far exceeds pill refinement. Everyone was shaken. Kacha around the cauldron. The sound of lightning and thunder became even clearer. They hacked at Xiao's body, but instead of harming him, they were absorbed, resonating with his body. What kind of pill refinement technique is this? It really is like something supernatural. Everyone backed up. The thunder and lightning became greater, and frantic winds brew. Spiritual essence surged and poured into the medicinal paste inside the cauldron. Golden pill. Everyone was given a fright. They noticed that the medicinal paste in the cauldron began to take form. It wrapped Xiao within and gradually turned faintly golden. In the end, it formed a golden pill. Hong. Even thicker spiritual essence poured over, altering the characteristics of the medicinal paste. Lightning hacked over, and the silver spiritual flame underground also spiraled upwards, all of which entered the golden pill inside the cauldron. The cauldron's lid jumped from time to time. This place was surrounded by dense multicolored light and wrapped up in lightning and flames. A shocking transformation was currently taking place. Regardless of whether it was Hulinger, the nine-headed lion, or Yunxi, they had never seen anyone refine medicine like this before despite their great backgrounds. This was truly creating a flesh golden pill. Kacha. A sound was transmitted from within the cauldron, and it was as if flesh was cracking apart. Everyone's expression changed. The golden pill was changing shape. It would crack apart from time to time, and then the cracks would fuse. It blossomed with golden light. From these cracks, they could see Xiao's condition. What is going on? Hulinger was a bit scared. She was startled. Everyone else became rather anxious as well. Xiao's transformation was too shocking. His body was full of cracks, as if he was about to split apart. Using this method to refine medicine and refine one's body at the same time is too forceful. The transformation that will take place is similarly intense. They all made this judgment, and it wasn't too far from the truth. Xiao was undergoing a change, an extremely violent and fierce change. After staying in the formation arrangement realm all this time, he found it hard to increase his cultivation in the slightest. However, today he was actually breaking through in the cauldron. He entered the middle stage of the formation arrangement realm. His transformation was extremely intense because he was forcefully opening his body's hidden treasury. His potential was too great, so even his flesh was cracking apart from the shockwaves. Xiao didn't move. He sat there and continuously underwent change, refining the flesh golden pill. His body's potential was boiling, and cracks began to appear more frequently all over his body. However, a powerful aura was erupting as well. Even though he was bleeding, his body began to emit a faint golden light as well. It was as if a golden pill was forming. The aura flourished greater and greater. Meanwhile, he kept his mind clear, and he began to carve formations within his flesh. This was the true formation arrangement that allowed one to become more powerful. The spiritual essence from all directions became even thicker, forming small streams that flowed into the cauldron. The silver flame underground began to burn more vigorously, bringing with it its spiritual nature as it surged into the cauldron. Water and flames mixed together, condensing into a golden dan. Yin and yang energy vaguely appeared, producing sounds that resembled the cries of dragons and tigers. The smell of medicine wafted through the air. This kind of scene was extremely shocking and just too extraordinary. What was refined inside could no longer be considered purely spiritual medicine. With the underground spiritual veins, heavenly essence, and the lightning that hacked down, the spiritual medicines in the cauldron's composition had long changed. No wonder it is so tyrannical. Just the process of refining this medicine is already so extraordinary. It truly is a rare sight. Huolinger, the nine-headed lion, Yunxi and the others had already been shocked for quite a while. This kind of technique might not even be displayed by an experienced medicinal master. Water and fire assisted each other, yin and yang blended together. Flame essence from underground and spiritual fluid from the heavens interweaved, merging together inside the furnace to produce a golden pill. This place was ringing with a beautiful sound. This pill refining technique was extremely astonishing. They finally understood why even a body as powerful as Xianxia cracked apart and almost exploded within the pill furnace. It was because he was undergoing a complete change. The pill recipe was astonishing. Lightning and thunder emerged, and yin and yang accompanied the refinement process. The energy of the great Tao was accumulated within, and this was going to help him break through, so it had to be forceful. Xianxia endured the intense pain as his muscles and bones were refined. He persisted through it as his body went through near collapse. Medicinal energy entered his body and continuously battered against his body's inner treasury to unleash his potential. When he used the medicinal cauldron to refine his body, he rushed into the mid-stage of the formation arrangement. Right now, he was consolidating his cultivation and polishing his body's condition. He hoped to completely stabilize himself and not leave himself with any hidden dangers. After all, the breakthrough this time was too overbearing. He had been stuck at this stage for such a long time already, yet today he forced his way through. This kind of bursting through was extremely ferocious and shook his foundation. The greatest danger was reflected on his body. His body was covered in cracks that interweaved over each other like a spider web, almost causing it to collapse. He needed to take some time to recover from this. This truly is breaking through with force, extreme and violent, forcibly tearing apart the gate into one's inner treasury to unleash one's potential. A single mishap could result in the destruction of both body and spirit. Everyone's hearts trembled as they watched. Ordinary people would never be able to break through like this, and the chances of successfully doing so was extremely low. Fortunately, Xianxia's body was powerful enough, allowing him to endure the splitting process. A grain of sand can form a world. A blade of grass can form a heaven. Something as weak as an ant can become as large as a celestial body. If one's inner gate was opened, a limitless amount of power could be produced. However, how many people could accomplish this? One could easily destroy both their body and soul, eternally erased from this world. Actually, the reason why he suffered so greatly to the point where his body split apart was because his potential is too great. In the past, there were also a few who decided to break through like this, but there was no way their inner treasury was that powerful, said the nine-headed lion. Everyone nodded. The potential inside Xianxia's body was endless and enough to make them all astonished. The energy that emerged from this process was enough to make them all stupefied. It completely exceeded what they had anticipated. This was not only a reflection of how powerful his mind was, but also a reflection of how much power was contained within every inch of his flesh. The power was as boundless as an ocean abyss. As soon as it was allowed to pour out, it would definitely be world-shaking. Within his flesh, formations were formed one after another and successfully carved. Inside of them, one stalk of grass was bursting with exceptional vitality. Apart from this, the Kuan-Peng was becoming more and more spirited, as if life had been injected inside of it. There was also a vermilion bird, archaic divine ape Zhuyan, and others. Currently, the glistening yellow cauldron no longer moved, and instead, a gentle radiance was released from inside. It was because the yin and yang energies inside no longer stirred against each other. They reached an equilibrium and slowly swirled within. Only now could both yin and yang be considered to be mutually existing in perfect harmony. The golden dan inside the cauldron became more and more round. The cracks shrunk and disappeared. Xianxia's broken body was also being repaired. A stream of golden multicolored light bathed his wounds, bringing sweet moisture to the dry and cracked skin. His wounds slowly merged, and his skin once again became rich with vitality. The bloody scars disappeared, and the surface of his body began to shine like jade. When his blood flowed, the sound of lightning could be heard, and within his body, fire and water flowed simultaneously. This was a sign of stability after his breakthrough. Success! Everyone knew that this time, Xianxia had successfully seized luck from the world and advanced. The overbearing aura disappeared and his body no longer cracked apart. Instead, a gentle light was diffusing outwards to nourish his body. Quang Dang. The lid of the cauldron descended, and a hazy mist surrounded the great cauldron. No one could see the inside of the cauldron. The final part of the refinement process was going to begin. Shurhao sat there unmoving with his legs crossed. The medicinal paste wrapped around him and carried out the final consolidation. His flesh was nourished, and his wounds were closing. The energy that erupted was becoming more and more powerful. Cultivation wasn't easy. The further one went, the harder it would become to improve. However, every single step forward resulted in tremendous improvement. Moreover, with how powerful Shurhao's potential was and his reputation as the supreme youth, each time he forged ahead vigorously, his strength would correspondingly rise rapidly and far surpass other king-level figures. Kacha! The sound of shattering rang out from within the cauldron, immediately leaving everyone within the courtyard startled. They thought that some accident might have happened. A large dang sound rang out, and the lid was blasted off. Shurhao walked out. What a waste of resources! The big red bird cried out miserably. The golden dan shattered, forming a faint golden lump. Shurhao's entire body flickered with radiance, as if he had been carved from gemstones. He put on some clothing. His body was full of life force, and his divine force was surging. He gave off the appearance of a powerful and respected figure. Everyone knew that Shurhao had broken through and that he was far more powerful than he was before. During this time when supreme experts were only looking after themselves, he could definitely look down on the world. Everyone looked at the golden pill fragments within the cauldron and felt a wave of regret. This was too wasteful. Was it going to be disposed of just like that? You have to understand that this was refined from almost 50 spiritual medicines. Who would squander it like that? This kind of stuff was originally priceless. It can still be continuously refined. I've absorbed 80% of the medicinal characteristics, so there is 20% remaining, Shurhao said. He placed the lid back on and used the silver flames to continue refining it. Then, he entered the rear of the courtyard and rinsed himself under the clear spring. He changed into a fresh set of clothes. When he appeared again, Shurhao was radiating health and vigor. He appeared to be pure and intelligent. Even though his face seemed to be a bit young and immature, he was still a mid-stage king figure in the formation arrangement realm. There was an intangible type of grandeur to his appearance. The group of people sighed with admiration. Were there any king-level figures younger than him alive in this world? He was only 15 years old, yet he reached this kind of cultivation level. This was simply a fact that would shock anyone from the ancient times until now. Golden light seeped out from within the cauldron. It seemed like the fragmented pill was about to take shape again. At this moment, outside the courtyard, two people came to speak to the courtyard's owner and understand the situation. In the end, they seemed to have confirmed something. Ade, you are rather quick-witted. You've actually caught such a large fish, a seemingly fearless middle-aged male said. Several days ago, Shurhao unexpectedly purchased a true phoenix bone and provoked vendor Ade and the figure backing him. It was precisely these two that came. They had also suspected that it was Shurhao who purchased the 48 stocks of spiritual medicines. They had been paying close attention this entire time, and after asking the owner, they confirmed that someone inside had refined a large cauldron of medicine and even caused the worldly spiritual essence to erupt chaotically. Ade, report back to that person that there is someone who refined a batch of precious medicine from 48 stocks of spiritual medicine. The vicious-looking middle-aged male was the one who spoke. He had always had his suspicions that he had sold a phoenix bone, and a fake had been substituted in later, so he wanted to get revenge. Of course, he also knew that someone who could purchase 48 stocks of spiritual medicine was definitely not simple. As a result, he told Ade to inform a great figure. He wasn't going to rush indiscriminately into action himself. The cauldron inside the courtyard shone. A golden pill was going to form. The nine-headed lion and the others took down the formation surrounding this place because they didn't need to hide Shurhao anymore. There was no spiritual essence swirling into the cauldron. A few minutes later, A roar sounded from within the cauldron. The lid was lifted by a wave of dense energy, and it slid off on its own. An expanse of golden light blossomed. Not bad, this batch of pills is truly rarely seen. There's only 2, a bit less than what I expected. I won't say any more than necessary. Give me one of them. Several people walked in from outside the courtyard. Apart from Ade and the middle-aged individual, there was also a youth. He was the one leading them and also the one who spoke. Apart from these people, there were some others that accompanied them. The big red bird sneered and said, "Who are you? As soon as you speak, you want to take away a golden pill. Do you not know how little you all are worth?" Regardless of whether it was Sure How, Nine-Headed Lion, or the others, they all frowned. They could already tell that this was trouble that the vendor stirred up. They were laughing and truly looking down on others in an undisguised manner. "You want a golden pill? Sure. Exchange with 20 stalks of spiritual medicine." Sure How spoke in an expressionless manner. "Don't you know the medicine capital's rules? You need to pay a tax if you want to use my medicine capital's underground spiritual flame. You must have used up a large amount of spiritual essence to refine a golden pill like this, so you need to pay up with that golden Dan," said the youngster with a sneer. "Do you think we'll pay this tax just because you say so? Do you think you are anything significant?" The big red bird berated. "Correct, if I say pay, then you will pay. This medicine capital was established by my divine medicine gate, and we are one of the parties that drafted up the rules." The youngster's face was full of arrogance. After speaking, he grabbed towards the medicinal cauldron. There was a lot of medicinal residue left behind, as well as 2 golden pills that were as large as longan fruits. He wanted to seize them both in one go. Sure How did not want to waste his breath. He sent a kick outwards. Even though the youngster was quite powerful and an expert among his peers, he still spat out blood. His entire body was sent flying, and his face looked like it had seen a ghost. He coughed out blood and passed out. The expressions of Vendor Ade and the middle-aged individual both changed. This was truly a powerful dragon crushing a local bully. They felt that things were far from good. "You are extremely unbridled and without the slightest bit of scruple. Do you think there's no one inside my medicine capital?" A luxurious carriage traveled through the skies. This was precisely the respected elder of the divine medicinal gate. When he arrived and saw the youngster knocked out with a kick, he did not deal with Sure How, and instead stared at Ade and that middle-aged male. His gaze was cold as he said, "Instigating my descendant to come here, you two are quite daring." With a honglong sound, a large hand reached out and surrounded the area in front of him. This was a peak-level expert at the formation arrangement realm. The vendor and the middle-aged male cried out in shock and immediately shouted out, "Great One, have mercy! It is this person that purchased 48 spiritual medicines in one go. We wanted to report to you, but we didn't find you in the end. That doesn't mean that you should urge my descendant to take action." The respected elder from the divine medicine gate's large hand descended, and those two immediately spat out blood. Their cultivations were ruined, and their faces became pale and incomparably grieved. Then he turned around and laughed coldly towards Sure How. "Even if my descendant was wrong, it isn't your job to discipline him. Hand over your medicine and slap yourself. You are truly looking to die." The big red bird shook his head. Even if this person was powerful and a peak-level expert, he definitely wasn't Sure How's opponent. The Nine-Headed Lion, Flame Crow, and the others all revealed in different expressions as they looked towards this person. Sure How pointed forward, and a silver radiance shot out. It immediately penetrated the youngster on the ground, ruining his cultivation. "You?" The divine medicine gate's respected elder was furious. He formed an earthen-colored large hand and slapped over. The fluctuations that were released were extremely terrifying. Sure How's fist faced it head-on. A clean and crisp PU sounded, blasting apart that large hand. Blood continuously flew out in all directions. The face of the respected elder from the divine medicine gate became pale. What kind of person was this? How old was he? How could he destroy the palm of a peak-level king figure like this? "I apologize, friend. This rude old one has erred. He directly lowered his head, because he thought of a terrifying youth. In the entire wasteland region, only the little stone could possess this kind of divine might. His retreat was straightforward as well. He grabbed the crippled youngster and left. Ade and that aggressive middle-aged man's face were completely pale. Cold sweat continuously poured out. They weren't even this terrified when their cultivations were ruined. Even the respected elder of the Divine Medicine Gate backed off due to fear. At the heart of the medicine capital was a short mountain, and this place was known as this area's most sacred place. The ancient medicine god became a deity in this place. It is rumored that immortal energy swirls underneath the ground and fiery light burns in that place. This was a gate of life within this world. At this moment, an ancient well within the short mountain had dense multicolored mist surging about. It led into the underground abyss, and an ancient cauldron was sinking and floating within as if it was being refined. Next to the ancient well sat an individual in gray clothes that did not move. Upon closer inspection, it was a female with skin as white as jade. Her fine black hair was scattered about, hiding her exceptional complexion. If there was a supreme expert here, they definitely would have been shocked, because she had once broken into the demonic spirit lake and brought away Cherie. She was in a realm of her own. Senior, you have said that by using my Divine Medicine Gate's ancestral well, you will promise to complete one matter for us. Right now, there is someone who bullies my Divine Medicinal Gate. I ask for you help. When the Divine Medicine Gate's respected elder returned, he immediately sought out this place. He had an extremely respectful expression as he asked this mysterious gray-clothed lady for help.